Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Stephen Avino, and I'm proud to say I'm the Executive Director of the Parliament. I'm probably not so proud to say that my laptop charger isn't working this morning, so I'm joining you by phone. But either way, I just want to say that this year has been an amazing year for the Parliament. An unmatched legacy, a vital movement, a steadfast support system, and long-standing partnerships provided us the opportunity to have our first ever virtual convening with over 4,300 registrants, 550 program offerings, and awe-inspiring voices from around the world. The 2021 Parliament convening highlighted the beauty and the importance of the mission of our organization. We are all celebrating today with the live premiere of the plenaries from the 2021 Parliament convening, which we hope you will enjoy. I also want to take a moment to express our gratitude to every individual, every community, and every organization that joined us this year in the pursuit of the mission of the Parliament in creating a better world. Whether you attended the 8th Parliament of the World's Religions, joined a webinar, supported as a member, or opened our newsletter this year, your support has made this year's success possible. This global broadcast is a celebration and a fundraiser hosted as part of GivingTuesday, a global generosity movement unleashing the power of radical generosity. This season of giving, we invite you to celebrate and support the enduring mission of the Parliament of the World's Religions. Thank you and enjoy.
Oh, 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 the great one. A very important meeting is opening of the World Parliament of Religions. Assist those people who are involved, because what they are facing is almost insurmountable. Difficult times of mankind have just started, and to overcome it, we need people who can stand tall and powerful as they are meant to be for times and times to come. Help them, assist them, and guide them so they can do so to the citizens of one single earth in which we have. Oh,
So jasi selama kana sintu jananya ya sakat tu sakana ngaitin. Jadi kini kau mana kini tabara kana kau nak mati mujasar senjata baraba. Sakana ngaitin nama patai itu yang mata nama pajar jaga orang mata kamar kapat sen sepaki sepaki jalan. Nama orang pada cuma yang orang pakai pilihan anak makan tahu mana kaki jari kaki sancau sekarang apa pun semuanya nanti menanti sama-sama kau bobo. Yang matang-matang ialah semua kali semua bapak yang kadang-kadang orang pada cuma pakai pilihan pada tegak-tegak di sana inara hari nuku dan sinangkai jauh-jauhan. Tahu kan nanti orang sama jalan kami tiga yang kadang-kadang orang pada cuma orang pakai pilihan anak ucapnya parisian. Ikaja siknya kawan aja sih pakai kekuatan kita mengenal sekarang zaman nak kemudian nama aku saja silsilah bahkan jaya. Jadi nama tak sahaja nama tadi barkan nama tak jatuh ya kalau nama tak kata kalian tak tahu bahasa saya ingat pada tak barang kesakan yang jen. Uli kia kawan nama tak uli pakai kekuatan nama sakau dia suka yang nama sakau biskuit nama papu garam nama sakau cikgu nama sakau sawang nama sakau napu kena nama sakau menakira nama tak. Amo na magsapang atakin naman nakilala ito aja kata kalian ito aja saw ya anak kilian yang kong ipagatuko dyan muna te sa kasamar kacabu kacara pupya da kacara pupari sirisyan sa kagay-gayken. Ya jabe ka mata ja parisyan ang atanas kikira atanas kilits ka ngatan mite mata shikili nakilala ito aja saw kata kalian napasasay nga patata bala sa kagay-gayken. Wala na mapatay tayo mata na majaya karamata ni jalan ni kaulatan kautelya sa kanay jen. Wala na mapakyakat sa mata na majaya karamata na makisya kamata sa kay kasumata pinanya sumata sinagkana tayo sa sumu na jas paribarita sa kapusidikili baka mata din na mapunyata. Katakalya na saw sumususa sa paribarita sa kaulya na maana mata na maruku sa mata na mapatay mata na majaya karamata. Kalau nasi kigara yang ada nama kia, babang ada nama putsul yang ada sapu sidikili bakang ada nama kerja buat kerja sama secara pupia dia macam pupari sih nak pakai jalan. Tu aja si kuda tu aja pia kata parisnya sakau jadi bicara kaki ngapai wala matahari gua ngada seperti selia seperti tak jalan menjadi pia kalau ada parisnya nama tak sebeci bakal selesai nggak pada tak berapa sakau jadi minta saya nggak di mana nanga. Semazua kalian atau kadunangan na banyak sa kanay gayten. Uday zamon tao ta tumamata nga limapila ko sa lamalya na makasal mga kamalya na matapukan nitian to desiga sa yang maparumaya na kirala ito ajas kata kalian to saw ta kadunangan sa kawya. Namalya ko lang mata na mapatay na mata kinasya ka na mata kinaluputya na mata sa yaya rato akto sutudo ras makilala sa machin katsakan sa kawya ko sinikili makamata sa kachiro ka mga kakigarangan na. Kalau kita mamilya na kita masa sebalita na seperti silia seperti jalan-jalan na kiai kita maka jadi macam pada teka-teka sakana itu menjadi jamu tahu tahu urus macam segala dengan jemajas. Wajah siapa pada parisyan pada lingkusan jemaju dan semua banyak sakau yang serandang antara mapai itu atau mapai dalam pada kita macam ini pada siapa pada parisyan. Lagay na padarian na pagjapi ang parisyan da kinakama na kinipakatukuan da kinang subungan na semalo boleh na pakyakas na pakisalyasud. Tuot sa yaya rasa katuan na jaribada ka na jagagaya sa kanay ngaitin. Itaray do mo tao tatya mata tatya mapala da kiniva ka ko da skata kanyan ko da skata. Ko da saw sa ko da do mo tao ta na kipalyaga kipajarian sa ko da japya ka da parisyan. Sekiranya telah siliskan suika nama bangkai kana balik kerja sakaunya kita magili kita masa sebaik kita tiap aparisyan tiap ini kauman ang kinipakatukuan. Jadi boleh dah tahu kita salon kita lupa jadi kita kauman kita berakan apa jadi tiba-tiba kita kau kita berakan.
Hi, my name is Zuzana Pavlovich. I greet you from a small country in the heart of Europe, Slovakia, to send you my blessings in the name of the native faith of this region and the old Slavic gods. May you join me in this blessing and in the creation of the sacred circle, so that it may encircle you, your nearest and your dearest, the place you find yourself today, but also the planet at large. In the name of Rod, I draw a circle symbol of the most holy power, so that evil spirits do not enter it. Our gods are here to protect us. Sacred circle protects everything that is inside of it and keeps out what is evil. Let us create this magic circle of prayer together. Blessed be everything in it, and may it provide us with the most powerful protection. Thank you. Slava. And I just want to share with you a special friend that joined us for this blessing. The peacock was behind me during the whole time that we were doing the prayer and blessing together.
Masitama kuseni mabuthetha umnyama kuvela ukhanya sinqula kumathambalela ukuthula sinqula kwizihlwele zethu kaloku zona zizo ezingumkhombandlela phakathi kwethu noqamata umdali wethu. I am invoking the ancestors, those who were together with us, those who have departed, those who are between us and Kamata, the Creator. They are together in the spiritual world. They are our guardians. They are the ones who tell us when we are doing wrong. They say that this is not right. And they reward us when we are doing right, because they are in the spiritual world with Kamata. In the African context, we always say no one is living in an island. That is why we say umntu ngumntu ngabantu. That is, I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. Which means that I must always do the right thing to the person next door to me. And doing the right thing is to do what affects the other one positively, not negatively. So we are living as a community. And in order to share, we perform our rituals, because this is one of the methods that we communicate with the departed. Therefore, it is important that when we are living, whenever we go, we must have that communication between the living and the departed. And by so doing, we know what is expected of us, what are the moral teachings, how to live with one another, how to live with the environment, how to satisfy those who are around you, and because you are part of them. And we always say, I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am umntu ngumntu ngabantu. If we can have that, we'll be living peacefully in this world. Tamako.
Beloved Mother, beloved Spirit of the sacred waters, the waters around the globe, beloved Creator. This beautiful, beautiful energy of water, of life, beloved beauty. I call upon you to bring blessings to all of humanity, to all that exist, all of the animals, all of the large animals, the little bitty, tiny little animals, all of those animals that fly, beloved Creator. Through this element of the water, beloved beauty, my prayer is for the continuation of life around the globe. We are in this difficult time, beloved Creator. My prayer is that we, as a nation of humans, come together as brothers and sisters. We, at this moment, are in incredible state of crisis. We're surrounded by the rise of water, by fire, by this COVID that is going around the globe. We're surrounded by so much, beloved Creator. Allow the spirit of the sacred waters to move around us, to bless us, to clear us, clear our minds, beloved Creator, to nourish our heart, that we make decisions from the heart, beloved beauty, because we have this heart that guides us. My prayers go out to everyone in the four directions. My prayers go to all of the waters around the globe. My prayers go to all of the valleys around the globe, all of the mountains, beloved beauty, all of the volcanoes. Beloved Creator, on this sacred day, we as nations of humans, in which we have our own language, our own traditions, our own way in which we praise our beloved Creator. On this sacred day, beloved beauty, I call upon everybody, each and every one of us, to come together in prayer and to raise the vessel of light, because each and every one of us are children of the light. We are light first, the light that exists forever and ever. But we need the sacred waters so that we as physical beings can be nourished, nurtured, cleansed, and protected. Let it be so, beloved Creator, that we, at this very, very moment, receive your blessings around the globe. All of us, male and female, young and old. My prayers go out to all of the children of the future, beloved Creator. In the name of the great mystery.
O divine poesy, goddess, daughter of Zeus, sustain for me this song of the various-minded man who, after he had plundered the innermost citadel of hallowed Troy, was made to stray grievously about the coasts of men, the sport of their customs good or bad, while his heart through all the seafaring ached in an agony to redeem himself and bring his company safe home. Vain hope for them. For his fellows he strove in vain, their own witlessness cast them away, the fools, to destroy for meat the oxen of the most exalted sun, wherefore the sun god blotted out the day of their return. Make the tale live for us in all its many bearings, O Muse.
Dear God, creator of the heavens and the earth, we pray for all who gather online at the Parliament of the World's Religions. Bless them. Help us to see one another through eyes enlightened by understanding and compassion. Release us from prejudice so we can receive the stories of our sisters and brothers with respect and attention. Open our ears to the cries of a suffering world and the healing melodies of peace. Empower us to be instruments in bringing about your justice, peace, and equality everywhere.
Jai Jinendra, I bow down to the Lord in all of you. Samyak darshan, samyak gyan, samyak charitra, moksh margaha. Right perception, right knowledge, right character are three tenets of attaining salvation. Salvation is a state of bliss, constant happiness, where the mind is without fear and the soul has infinite energy and strength. Mankind in the 21st century continues to explore its journey to salvation. The world today is fundamentally no different from what it was in 1893, where we, the human race, met for the first time in Chicago to start to understand our differences and create a path of global friendship, peace, and harmony. Almost 128 years later, mankind continues to struggle with issues of violence, hatred, racial identification, gender inequality, economic imbalances, environmental degradation, poverty, sadness, grief, and in the last year, we have all suffered from the pandemic. Parliament came into existence to identify our issues that confront us, and through our faith, our religion, find solutions to our problems. Through our convenings, we strive to create a platform where we agree on our issues, discuss the possible solutions, and agree to find a common path or process to their resolutions. Through this, we create the possibility of the right perception, samyak darshan, find the right understanding and knowledge about our issues, samyak gyan, and then work on the process of finding and executing these solutions, samyak charitra. Without the coming together of all three, we will not be finding the right solution to the right problem by having the right knowledge. Our theme of the convention is opening our hearts to the world, compassion in action. The world today is in pain, grief. There are days and moments we believe there is no better for tomorrow. But then we hold each other's hands in support and compassion, and in love and harmony. And in this way, we action our problems with careful execution, making sure no one is left behind, and our diversity becomes our biggest asset. Our resilience is our strength. Our tomorrow is better than today. Our hope is a guiding light. On behalf of a great team of trustees, management, and staff of the Parliament, and being their chair, I welcome you all to the 8th Parliament of the World's Religions. And though we may not be physically present to see each other, smile, or give a hug, we remain connected to create a beautiful tomorrow. I encourage all of you to enter with open hearts, broadened minds, and a 2020 vision, hear the unheard, and reach out to each other's souls. The dialogue we generate today will lay the foundation of what will be our tomorrow. Looking forward to a great convention with all of you. Jai Jinendra. I now request our Chief Operating Officer and Acting Executive Director, Stephen Avino, to welcome and address all of you.
Thank you, Nitin. My name is Stephen Avino, and I am the COO and Acting Executive Director of the Parliament. I want to echo Nitin and welcome all of you to the 8th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions. I greet you today from the city of Chicago. I would like to acknowledge that the city of Chicago is the traditional homelands of the Council of the Three Fires, the Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi nations. And it also has been the traditional homeland of many other tribal nations. I have been working for the Parliament for nearly a decade now, and I have seen great change in the interfaith movement in that time. Some of these changes are reflected in the program in the next few days. In the past decade, the Parliament added a 5th directive to our signature document, the Global Ethic, that affirmed our commitment to climate action and care for the earth, and launched an interfaith climate action program, the publication of a book on faith for earth, and we also had 2 spectacular Parliament convenings in Salt Lake City and Toronto, among other accomplishments. In 2015, the Parliament called upon the religions of the world to uphold the dignity, well-being, and human rights of women and girls. And we have seen women across religious and spiritual communities across society stand in solidarity, stand against harassment and violence, and stand up against inequality. In each Parliament convening since, including this one, women have made up a majority of our attendees. Similarly, the voices of Indigenous peoples and young people have been consistently upheld. I was deeply disappointed when I first began to work in the interfaith sphere that there was a resistance among some to include LGBTQ voices in the community. But nearly a decade later, there has been a genuine increase in the desire for inclusion and acceptance of LGBTQ voices in the movement, and I'm proud to say they are an important part of our program this year. In planning this virtual Parliament, we wanted to take advantage of the reach and access of the internet. We committed to be as inclusive as possible. I want to highlight the diversity of this cohort of luminaries. We have speakers from 6 continents, and more faiths and spirituals communities are represented, some of which have never had the opportunity to join past Parliament plenaries. For the first time, we have regional symposiums at appropriate time zones for Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. Let this Parliament inspire us to strive for a more inclusive interfaith movement, one where all people are invited to the table and heard. But in preparing my remarks and thinking about the last 10 years and its successes, I had to ask myself, is the world better than it was 10 years ago? I cannot lie to myself, and I can't lie to you. It's not. The answer is not yes. And that is a problem. Despite the power of our movement, in spite of the inspiring work that religious and spiritual communities have accomplished, our mission toward a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world is still beyond reach. That means that the interfaith movement and the religions of the world have not been accomplishing our goals. The world has been under an onslaught of viruses. It is infected. One of these viruses is quite literal, COVID-19, but there is also the virus of racism, the virus of sexism, the virus of hate and bigotry, the virus of dishonesty. I am particularly bothered by the rise in lies told by our politicians and leaders, disseminated like a virus through our social media and public forums. These lies are driven by selfishness and greed. As people of faith, we must go out into the world. We must go out into the public. We must stand resolute and scream from the rooftops. Climate change is real. COVID-19 is real. The vaccine works and you should take it. Take it and you will save your own life and many more possibly. We can't just say these things to each other. We can't just say this in our interfaith bubbles, nor in our academic ivory towers or behind the pulpit. We must go outside our bubbles and open our hearts to the world and uphold the truth. That is our moral duty as people of faith. We have lost so many lives to these viruses. We are losing so many lives to these viruses. We must acknowledge this. This is the world that we live in. Each of our religious and spiritual traditions teaches us something about this acknowledgement and the reaction to it. Some might call it grief. This year's Parliament, we have put aside some time to grieve. And let us grieve for those we have lost and the state of this world. But we can't stop there with grief. Let us find hope in our newly open hearts and bring compassion into action. We must take this newfound hope and compassion and build a better world. As people of faith, we can fix this world. We can. We can be better. The world can be better. We must be better. At this point, we have no choice in the matter. So yes, let's celebrate the successes. Let's grieve the challenges and setbacks, and let's take this Parliament convening as an opportunity to hope. These next 2 days and the 30 days in which you can access the platform, let's gather to highlight action-based work, share best practices, and learn from one another. We cannot be together in person, but I want to encourage everyone to take full advantage of the platform. Visit our sponsors and exhibitors, join a networking session, have new experiences and great conversation within our virtual lounges. There are over 500 programs to be a part of. Someone once told me, in thinking about the interfaith context of my own religion, to remember that approximately 2,021 years ago, 3 Zoroastrian magi traveled far and wide to visit a poor Palestinian Jew, a member of a different religion than their own. They went there to recognize the sacredness in a small child. These 3 men did not become Jews or Christians afterwards. They kept to their Zoroastrian religion, but they recognized something sacred and holy in someone of a different faith than their own. So the next few days, have an interfaith encounter like this. Recognize the sacred and holy in one another. Only then can we build a better world together. Open your hearts and enjoy the 2021 Parliament of the World's Religions. Thank you.
It is a joy to be gathered with a global crowd, even in this virtual environment. This crowd that is intent on bringing compassionate action to a world in need. My name is Scott Stearman. As a trustee of the Parliament, as a pastor, and as a fellow human being, I invite you to join with me in prayer. Our God, in wonder, in astonishment, and sensations of the sublime, we come to this moment knowing that all of our traditions point to the one greater than all. As we might experience the expanse of the night sky, the vista from a mountaintop, or the scope of our universe, to pause and to be aware is to see and be in awe. We pause to recognize the sheer gift of life and the blessings of conscious awareness of a love bigger than our brains, a love that envelops our hearts, a love that calls to the best of us all, the best that is in all of us. Out of this awareness, we give thanks, and we are grateful for the gifts, particularly those priceless gifts of compassion, the gift of companionship, of family, of moments of joy, of rest and bread for our bodies. We say thanks. Thanks for the love that compels us to conquer fear. And thank you for the hope that empowers us to defeat despair. Our wonder at the center of our hearts and our gratitude that extends from our souls then leads us to pray for help. May the power that put the stars in motion, may the power that pulls the planets in endless circles extend a life-giving force in us. May we hear the songs of love and not fear, of compassion and not hate, of justice and not crass power. May we then dance to that music, the heavenly harmonies that lead us to love one another, forgive each other, embrace the beauty of all of our differences. Help us then to embrace our callings, to save the world by loving our neighbors. In the name of the boundless love and endless hope given to us, we pray. Amen.
First of all, let me say how honored I am to have been asked to talk to you today. I have to say we're going through pretty dark times, aren't we? There's the pandemic that's caused so much suffering, loss of life, and economic chaos. And the tragedy is we brought this on ourselves by our disrespect of animals. We've created conditions that make it easy for a virus to spill over from an animal to a human. We've destroyed their habitats, bringing some species into closer contact with people. We've hunted them, we sell them in unhygienic wildlife markets as they're trafficked around the world. We crowd billions of domestic animals into so-called factory farms. And remember, each of these wild and domestic animals is an individual, a sentient being, capable of feeling fear and pain. Even before science proved this was true, all the major religions urged people to treat animals with kindness. The twin threats to our future, climate change and biodiversity loss, we've also brought on ourselves by our disrespect of the natural world. The absurd idea there can be unlimited economic development in a world of finite natural resources and a growing human population. The thing is, we depend on the natural world and we rely on it for clean air, water, food, everything. But we depend on healthy ecosystems. And an ecosystem is comprised of a complex interrelationship between its plants and animals. Each species has a role to play in what I think of as a beautiful living tapestry. And every time a species disappears, a thread is pulled from that tapestry until it hangs in tatters and the ecosystem collapses. We've polluted air, water, and land with industrial farming and its toxic chemical pesticides and herbicides, along with industrial, agricultural, and household waste. We've recklessly burned fossil fuel, sending up massive amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, one of these greenhouse gases that circle the world, trapping the heat of the sun. We've destroyed forests and polluted oceans, the two great lungs of the world that absorb carbon dioxide and provide us with oxygen and rain. The materialistic and unsustainable lifestyle of the affluent places intolerable demands on our finite natural resources, while those in poverty destroy the environment in order to survive. And it's the poor and those living on the land who suffer the worst as a result of climate change. And climate change is now felt by everyone. Weather patterns have changed, ice is melting, sea levels are rising. There are more terrible hurricanes and typhoons, worse flooding, longer and more frequent droughts and heat waves, and the horrendous fires burning around the world. There can never be peace between peoples until we learn to live in peace and harmony with the natural world. Already there are conflicts over access to water and land due to more frequent droughts, or when corporations try to take over the land of the indigenous people. It's not too late to change, although we're running out of time. We can phase out our exploitation of animals and industrial farming and turn to regenerative farming, permaculture, and so on. We can move towards a plant-based diet so that vast areas of land can be used to grow healthy food for people instead of grain for livestock. We can move away from fossil fuels, but we only have this short window of time, and everyone needs to take part. I'm told that over 70% of the people on the planet belong to a faith group, and this means that the leaders of the world's religions have a hugely important responsibility to raise awareness and urge their followers to take action to protect the natural world. Encourage them to obey the golden rule that's shared by every single major religion. Do to others as you would have others do to you. And it's necessary now to make clear that others must include animals and Mother Nature. Finally, we must emphasize that every individual has a role to play. Every individual makes some impact every day. And if everyone makes ethical choices in how they live their lives, what they buy, eat, wear, asking, did its production harm the environment, cause cruelty to animals? Is it cheap because of unfair wages or sweatshops? Then we shall move towards a better world for all. But we have to alleviate poverty so that the poor can make these choices too. Finally, we must reconnect and make peace with the natural world before it's too late. And religions can play a very major role. Thank you.
It is my great joy and privilege to be able to address this assembly of the Parliament of the World Religions. And I congratulate the organizers on the choice of the theme for this Parliament, World Compassion in Action, which not only expresses the idea that all our religions seek, strive, and aspire for a more compassionate world, but is particularly pertinent in the wake of the last year and a half as we have been through and continue to go through this terrible pandemic. where we are called to show compassion not only to the bereaved, the sick, the needy, the fearful, and even those that are scared of the gifts of science that can enable us to curtail, control, and perhaps even defeat this pandemic. Our sages declare that God's name is the merciful one. And that, of course, is echoed within so many different religious traditions, perhaps the most notable of Islam, where God is referred to as Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, the all-merciful, the most compassionate. And Judaism centuries before had used the similar word Rahmana, the compassionate one, to refer to the Almighty. And we are told that the divine qualities are the qualities which we, in our human context, have to emulate. In the words of our sages, Mahu chanun v'rachum, af ata hiye chanun v'rachum. Just as he is gracious and compassionate, so you must be gracious and compassionate. Thus, the manifestation of compassion is the way we demonstrate our awareness of the divine within us and around us. It is the degree to which we are true to our religious heritages and callings. But it is not only that, it is also a tool by which we can overcome evil, by which we can fight evil, and sometimes even triumph over it. The manifestation of compassion in evil times is something that we know throughout history. For the Jewish people, it was particularly evident at the most traumatic and tragic of epochs, during the Second World War, when 6 million Jews were murdered simply because they were Jews. But as in so many cases, at these times of darkness, one also sees some of the greatest light and some of the most noble actions. And many people who were not Jews put their lives on the line and jeopardized those nearest and dearest to them in order to save Jews. Perhaps the most dramatic example of that as a nation was Albania, where the Jewish population was saved by that nation, a Muslim nation, which was the only country which at the end of the Second World War had more Jews than it had had at the beginning of the Second World War. And indeed, within Jewish tradition, we refer to those many non-Jewish saviors as the righteous amongst the nations of the world. In more recent times, we have seen some dramatic actions. And one I give again from within the Jewish experience was when a shooter broke into a synagogue, the Tree of Life synagogue in Pittsburgh, and murdered 11 Jews at worship, and wanted to do more. Indeed, on his way to the hospital in a stretcher, he was shouting out death to all Jews. And he was tended to by a Jewish nurse by the name of Arimala, who had not only seen the consequences of a terrible anti-Semitic attack, but naturally had reason to fear for himself. And yet he tended to this assassin. And he explained afterwards, he said, I wanted for him to feel compassion. And in those words, Ari understood one of the most important charges of our sages, one of the rabbis millennia ago who said, who is the true hero? He who turns his enemy into a friend. Of course, it can't always be done, but so often fear and alienation is what drives violence. And when we can show care, compassion, even love for another human being who may feel unloved and therefore allows that to brood inside him and to erupt in hatred for others, we can give that person a sense of worth and enable him to see that value in others as well. Our sages also declare that God's mercies extend to all his creatures. And to be truly compassionate is not only to be compassionate to all those created in the divine image, it is to be compassionate to all that is created by the divine. That applies to the sentient world, that applies to our environment around us. The Hebrew Bible is replete with statements that declare that if you keep God's commandments, then you will have good rains, you will have productive harvests, you will have fecund produce. But if you fail to keep God's charge, then you will not enjoy those natural gifts. Maimonides, the great sage, religious rationalist of the 12th century, couldn't understand these texts literally. For him, they had to be metaphors of consequences to our actions, but phrased in language that even the simple farmer could understand. Today, we can see the importance of the literal understanding of these charges as never before. We see the eruption of devastating forest fires, of terrible floods, of natural disasters on a scale heretofore inexperienced. These are surely, in no small measure, the consequences of our failure to be compassionate in our lives, caring for the vulnerable within human society, but also caring for the consequences upon the natural world. And in the end, if we have no natural world, no home, we have no future. So the call for compassion is a universal call to humanity, to the sentient world, to the creation at large. And may we be the generation that can show how we can turn enemies and threats of all kinds into friends and into sources of productivity and peace for all humanity and for all our world. God bless you all.
世界宗教会议各宗派代表，福生无量天尊，默写是台湾省道教会副理事长林明华，荣幸在此仅代表台湾区参与此次世界宗教会议，甚感殊荣。从去年至今，全球新冠疫情爆发，疫情扩散全球，人民死亡非常严重，确诊的病例也超过了2亿多人。我身为道教徒，我内心非常的哀伤。师手应该如何帮助众生脱离险境，得以平安健康？但以目前的状况下，除了去募集善款，协助地方政府做防疫，捐赠高能量的氧气机、防护衣，尽微薄之力，尽一点道教徒的职责。在这深秋的时节，我带着祷告祈福的书文，我前往道教总庙三清宫，我向天祈求，上苍祷告，请你苍生为念，早日能够疫情消退，还地球村众生一个民生乐利、平静安详的生活。以下是我的祷告文：执服金章，沉静景风，三言大法师。本师祈求瘟疫习灾众生安康吉事，福以圣德秉乾坤，赤子金刀莫右，神恩朝日夜，苍生息木扶持。今继大中华民国台湾省宜兰县东山乡三清路123号道教总庙三清宫，弟子是天师门下深受太上正一蒙威进入三天辅教长法弘法夫人，补充知天一斗府驱邪士，围城宁大华，诚惶诚恐，忌手顿手，上元日吉时良，天地开张，良时吉日，立案焚香，陈书上达，大吉大昌。 恭请金阙一皇大天尊，无上虚空地母至尊，十方救苦天尊，天一妙应真人，和温教主匡复真经，东海广德王，三川大王，及道教总庙三清宫诸神，仅以平早之功，莫彰尽福诸圣，其天退瘟疫，消灾弥恶，影响保泰，演练人民身居温毒中，天人交战，人毒共生，水火相灾，万民求渡，其一里真火降，福真灵，耀八方，斩邪妖，除瘟毒，甘露现世，救万民。福愿广度地球众生，救民之德，施持邪瘟之苦，扶正之危。文天运辛丑年8月23日，即时进城文师，叩拜上身，以上感恩。
Good evening. It is my pleasure to read you a letter that is received by Archbishop of Chicago, His Eminence Cardinal Blaise Cupich, from Apostolic Nuncio Christophe Perry. The letter was forwarded to my fellow trustees Michael Terrien and Father John Pawlikowski. It is my great honor to share this blessing from His Holiness Pope Francis. His Holiness Pope Francis sends cordial greetings to all taking part in the meeting of the Parliament of World's Religions to be held virtually on 17th and 18th of October 2021. He trusts that this experience of fraternal dialogue will draw attention to the universal aspiration of the human spirit to peace and the moral imperative to act with compassion in meeting the needs of our brothers and sisters in the larger human family, with prayers that the meeting will contribute to a more just and humane global society, respectful of each person's invaluable dignity and rooted in the values of peace, mutual understanding, and harmonious coexistence, document on human fraternity for world peace and living together. His Holiness invokes upon the participants the divine blessings of wisdom, joy, and peace. Thank you.
Dear friends of the World Parliament of Religions, I bring you greetings from the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development of the Vatican, the Holy See. And on its behalf, I wish this session of the World Parliament of Religions great success and deliberations and everything that you, especially in these tough, challenging moments of not only the COVID pandemic, but as Pope Francis has said, this healthcare pandemic has revealed and made known a whole lot of other social pandemics. So you all recall that 6 years ago, Pope Francis presented to the world his groundbreaking encyclical, Letter Laudato Si, on care for our common home to the global community. This encyclical is being discussed in all the different places of the world, and especially in these sessions of the Parliament. More recently, as you may recall again, Pope Francis created in this same dicastery a COVID commission for dealing with and following the experiences of the world with this health crisis or health pandemic. Both of these papal efforts signaled a profound conviction that the environmental degradation and the pandemics were exposing a need of a wholesale social reconstruction and the need to rebuild our social structures and system again, and as Pope Francis gladly puts it, to prepare the future. It's not to prepare for the future, but to prepare the future, for which he requests this dicastery and asks this dicastery with this COVID commission to become the seedbed for the new future that needs to be generated and that needs to be prepared. So to lay the groundwork for a new normal, as it were, Pope Francis wrote a subsequent encyclical letter called Fratelli Tutti on fraternity and social friendship. In that encyclical, the Pope set out his vision of what the human community will be required to do to develop what we are now referring to as the new normal. In Fratelli Tutti then, Pope Francis sketched an outline of post-COVID-19 world in which the deep wounds of society have become apparent in stark fashion during the past year. The process of building the new normal, according to Pope Francis, must be based on fraternity and social friendship. We in the global community must begin to see ourselves as neighbors without borders if we are to meet the challenges of the present, if you want, twin crisis, not only of a health pandemic, but also of the climate change and health of our environment. So at the outset of Fratelli Tutti, Pope Francis acknowledges that dark clouds loomed over a closed world. Those clouds were rooted in gross violations of human dignity, individual human rights, shameless aggression on the resources of nature, on the endowments of Mother Earth, and forms of subjection, and a self-contempt combined with information without wisdom, as he puts it, all of which have generated considerable conflict and fear. The search then for a compassionate action that will help to heal our world, our exposed social wounds, which undergird the convening of this Parliament of religions, mirrors the vision of Pope Francis in Fratelli Tutti. Pope Francis calls upon the human community to tear down its silos. He calls us to an open understanding of love and a compassion that integrates all peoples in the social fabric on the basis of dignity, equality, and shows profound concern for the totality of creation. In so doing, Pope Francis invites us to recognize the fact that in the present globalized world, we live in a system with a network of relationship, interwoven, interdependent, interconnected relationship, which does not permit any of us to consider ourselves as independent variables in this network. None of us, or none of our social structures and systems, may be considered as an independent variable. And that's why we cannot allow the marginalized to become mere associates for the ruling classes. The vision then requires humanity to develop a heart open to the entire world. Borders between us need to crumble, or at least be minimized. We must reorganize. We must also recognize that all people possess gifts from their particular cultures and traditional wisdoms that can be brought to the global family as a source of communion and as a source of common enrichment. So, my dear friends, Pope Francis insists that his vision of a new normal will require a different approach to the social, economic, and political order. I mention all of this because there are details that can be brought to bear in all of this. For example, you may have heard of, or you may have read about, the Pope's initiative about the economy of Pope Francis, which gathers young people from all around the world, 800,000 close, to pursue and discuss the possibility of an alternative to the present economic system, which according to Pope Francis kills, and to develop a system which is more people-centered and which has the human person at heart. And so, our era of profound environmental degradation in the midst of a pandemic calls us to create societies rooted in the centrality of love in the realm of our political structures, a love that explodes into, affects into effective concrete action. At the heart of societies in this time of the new normal, we in the human family are called to practice a form of political cohesion and alliance, a form of politics that is marked by a sacrificial spirit in service of the common good. This service of the common good must become like the social ethic or the social principle that binds all of us together. For recognizing the human family as a unit, you may recall the words of Aristotle from way back, who considered and told us that as long as we live in a community of people, each one of us must feel a sense of responsibility towards fashioning the common good. And that's what we need to remind ourselves about in this period. We do not only face a crisis, but we are challenged by both Pope Francis and his predecessor to work on a new normal, or as it were, on a new future, to turn a new leaf. Just as Pope Francis tells us that from this crisis, nobody should think about emerging and coming out the same way as in the past. We should become out something different, having turned a better leaf, as it were. For the same reason, Pope Benedict, in 2008-2009, when he also wrote his encyclical letter, Caritas in Veritate, in the midst of the financial crisis, also challenged us that the situation of the crisis should not lead us to adopt an attitude of resignation and despair, but it should rather challenge us to replan our future. And having replanned our future, set ourselves new rules and new paradigms, and under the guidance of these new rules and paradigms, step out to fashion a new future for ourselves. It's the same advice that we give to ourselves these days and now as we face these two pandemics and seek to, as it were, cross the Rubicon, as it were. On account of this, at the heart of societies in these times then of new normal, we in the human family are called then to practice a form of politics that has at its side a human person, as we've said. It must be a politics that has what again Pope Benedict has described as political love, political charity, as it were, and it must mean that we must all commit to the well-being of another. For there's no way that we can live together without having the social well-being of the other at heart.
Agni Naya Supataraye Asman Vishwani Deva Bayunani Vidwan Yuyadhasma Jurana Meno Bhu Ishtam Te Nama Uktim Videma. O embodiment of wisdom, O radiant one, the knower of all actions, lead us on the good path for the attainment of prosperity. Free us from hypocrisy and wicked intentions. We bow down to you again and again. Glory be unto you. Om, peace, peace, peace. Om Sarvastaratu Durgani Sarvo Bhadrani Pashyatu Sarva Sadbuddhimapnotu Sarva Sarvatra Nandatu Hari Om. May everyone be free from difficulties. May everyone see only auspicious sights. May everyone have their desire fulfilled. May everyone everywhere be happy. Om, peace, 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 peace unto all.
I will begin with gratitude to the Parliament of World Religions to have considered me to be one amidst you, respected and esteemed dignitaries, to share a prayer of blessings as benediction from the immortal souls. Before that, I will share with you what Swami Vivekananda said in September 1893 whilst addressing the same forum, the Parliament of Religions. What he had said then holds true even today. He had specified that if the Parliament of Religion has shown anything to the world, it is this, that holiness, purity and charity are not the exclusive possession of any one religion in the world, and that every system has produced man and woman of the most exalted character. Every religion would stress the importance of helping and not fighting, assimilating and not destructing, living in harmony and peace and not dissenting. In accordance with our theme today, I think each of us must assimilate the spirit of the other and yet preserve his religion, identity, and grow according to his own law of growth. As I recite the offering prayer, which is a multi-part ceremony of blessings, we will invoke the immortal souls in order to seek the boons of prosperity, the leadership to guide our flock, and good health coupled with divine energy to live a fulfilling life. Hama Zorbao, Hama Zorama Shobao, Hama Zor Hamane Ki Bao, Hama Zor Hama Kore Bao, Hama Zovesh Kerfe Bao, Hama Zor Kam Guna Bao, Hama Zor Bao, Zaratushta Din Rasti Aboktar Bao, Dine Maz Dayas Naun, Hakikat Doros the Bao. Hamazor Bao, Dineve Maz Dayash Naun, Hamazor Bao, Haf the Keshva Zamin. Kupa Daud Vehdine Poryot Keshi Hao, Kupa Vize, Vedine Maz Dayas Naun, Astavan Hen. Eshaun Avaimaun, Emaun Avaishaun, Hamazor Hambaher Hamyare. In my attempt to fit into a capsule the translation of this prayer, I wish to pass on its essence. May we, the human race, be united with all that is righteous and virtuous, with all the goodness in the world, with all the bountiful good deeds, and with all virtuous teachings of Zoroastrian religion. May we attain knowledge and salvation through the path of righteousness. May we be united with the brilliant and glorious Ahura Mazda, May we be united with the brilliant and glorious Ahura Mazda through his Mazdaean religions and with his angels. May we be united with the Creator through creation. May we be united with all the good religions across the 7 regions of the world, and they with us and with them coexist and become doers of good deeds and gain the blessings and praises of the victorious souls and of Ahura Mazda. May we constantly attend the blessings of the beneficent and the victorious celestial beings, whom we remember through dedication, belonging to our country or to a foreign land. May we continue in our quest to perform good deeds so that our souls progress towards paradise, the holy abode of Ahura Mazda. It is worth leaving you with a deeply insightful message written nearly a century ago by a much respected and a profound sage, a Zoroastrian scholar and a high priest, Dastoorji Manikji Nasarwanji Dala. His belief was that all prophets of one and the same God should be honored and loved by all men and women of the world as their own. Mankind knows many religions, but God, the giver of religion, knows only one religion. His advice was to pride ourselves, not in claiming our race as the first favorite of the God, but hold all races as equally beloved of the Lord. Our earth would then turn into paradise. Yata zamyam, yata afrinami. May it be so as I prayed. Thank you.
My name is Lawrence Barish. I'm the senior Shinto priest of Tsubaki Grand Shrine of America, located in Washington State, in the mountain countryside north of Seattle. In any case, now it's my great pleasure to conduct a special Oharai, a Kigansai Shinto prayer on behalf of a great undertaking. The Kami-sama enshrined here, main energies, main deity, are Sadaiko Kami-sama to Avino Zumi no Mikoto. It's Kami-sama of the earth itself, and Kami-sama of the guidance, Kami-sama of opening the path, of progressing in harmony with nature, and also Kami-sama of arts and entertainment, meditation, and soul pacification. Now I'm going to pray for great success of your event. Gokigon Gokito Toshimashite Norito Soju no ga o Goteito kudasai. Please bow slightly. Kakima kumo kachi koki Jinni nani jiviki nani jino Oya tsubaki daimyojin Sarutai kono okami Aichi ni wa ne no zume no mikoto Mamai ni Iwainushi Amarika Tsubaki Dai Jinja Negi Lord Sokujibaishi. Minasama, arigato, arigato, arigato. Thank you so very much. And again, every wish, every prayer for your realization of personal and collective mission as we go forward in these critical times. Arigato.
پارلمان ادیان محل تلاقی و گفتگوی پیروان عقاید مختلفه و در این روزگار که جنگ‌های بسیاری به خاطر اعتقادات قلبی و باورهای مذهبی در جریانه، وجود یک چنین سازمانی که همه افراد مختلف از ادیان گوناگون رو دور هم جمع میکنه واقعا با ارزشه. ما بایستی همدیگر رو بشناسیم، با اعتقادات یکدیگر آشنا بشیم. اون وقت میبینیم ادیان مختلف در جهان چقدر به هم نزدیکن و ریشه همه اونها نیکی و انسانیته. من دینی رو نمیشناسم که مروج قتل و خشونت و غارت اموال مردم باشه و اگر در گوشه از جهان افرادی مرتکب جنایت شدن مانند داعش و یا طالبان، بدانید اینها از نام مذهب سوء استفاده کردند. مذاهب جز دوستی و برابری چیز دیگری ندارند و هدف همین است: ایجاد صلح در جهان با اعتقادات مختلف. یک بار دیگر درود میگم به شما که در این پارلمان شرکت کردید و سپاسگزارم از کسانی که این پارلمان رو تأسیس و برپا نگه داشتند. موفق و پایدار باشید.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed religious leaders, allow me at the beginning of my message to thank the Parliament of World Religions for bringing us together and for giving me the opportunity to address this esteemed and enlightened audience. Under the theme, Opening Our Hearts to the World, Compassion in Action, we virtually gather today to celebrate the enduring spirit and work of religious leaders and spiritual communities from across the globe striving toward a peaceful, just, and sustainable world. I strongly believe that religious leaders have an active role in converting challenges of our contemporary world, and the COVID-19 pandemic is just as an example. For those who still doubt the important role and possible contribution of religious leaders on the local, national, and the global levels, I tell them to just look at the active role in responding to COVID-19. Religious leaders of all faiths have moved much of their pastoral work online and continue to provide guidance and solace to those who suffer. Faith-based organizations and communities have been at the front lines mitigating the pandemic's impact and providing support and guidance, as well as taking action to ensure that there is adequate social provisions for vulnerable groups. Ladies and gentlemen, I chose to open my remarks and message with a brief reference to what CAICID stands for and what it does on the ground. CAICID has been and is committed to promoting dialogue and collaboration between policymakers and religious leaders, as it is the heart of its mandate. Our unique governance structure of both religious leaders and policymakers provides us an unprecedented capacity to act as a bridge between religious and political spheres. This is what we have been doing for the past 10 years and will continue to do. CAICID has advanced the agenda and called for closer and more intensive engagement between policymakers and religious actors by implementing hundreds of activities focusing on one main message. Policymakers and religious actors need to work together to address the many challenges our societies face. Since our establishment in 2012, we have translated our mandate into a concrete, sustained interfaith platforms in Nigeria, Central African Republic, the Arab region, and Myanmar. In Europe, the Center established the first platform between Muslim and Jewish leaders to enhance the cooperation and collaboration on common issues faced by both communities across Europe. Through CAICID's fellowship programs, we have trained 450 youth from across the globe in professional approaches to dialogue and peaceful coexistence and common citizenship. It is these types of initiatives that touches the life of people in the ground and give hope for people that they too, in their own capacity, can change and bring change to their communities. We are here today to find new ways for religious and spiritual leaders to join forces, to propose new partnerships that promote dialogue in order to respond to global challenges. That's a huge task. No single organizations can carry the burden of these problems and claim to solely have a solution to them. Borrowing from terms used in the posted letter announcing the 2021 Parliament theme, I affirm that yes, we need to combine our expertise to jointly confront these viruses that faces us all. Our joint work is the antidote to the viruses that threaten our shared humanity and our common vision and aspiration for peaceful development free from fear. And our bet is on the youth of today, the future leaders of our world who are more creative, more risk takers, more resilient, and more technology savvy than any generation before them. They have shown us how social media can ignite social change and how modern technology can be used for a better purpose for mankind. We are entering one of the most uncertain periods of our modern age, but I do believe that we need greater dialogue, even as it becomes harder to do. We need to cross-sectoral cooperation between governments, the UN, religious communities, and civil societies. We need to act to ensure that an entire generation of young people do not lose the opportunity they deserve. the consequences of getting it wrong will be immense. Thank you for your attention.
Suffering has taken on a new dimension in the past year and a half, perpetrated by the pandemic that, like the many-headed mythological Hydra, has been rearing its monstrous heads across the breadth of our planet, causing unfettered pain and suffering, especially to those least equipped to bear it. While the vaccine may ultimately bring about immunity in those fortunate enough to have access to it, what our world needs is the elixir of compassion. Not just a kind word or some teardrops, but tangible actions and a lending hand. We need empathy like we've never needed it before, so that we can feel and understand the pain of not just our fellow humans, but of the countless other species who cohabit the earth, and indeed for all of Mother Nature. For never before in the history of humankind have we been so close to an environmental meltdown as we are now, with anthropogenic climate change and biodiversity loss amplifying pre-existing inequalities and disproportionately impacting people and regions that are least responsible for it. How can we be so insensitive to allow this to happen? How can we be so engrossed in our own self-preservation that we continue to ignore the fires that are burning down pristine rainforests, and with it, the livelihoods of millions who have for generations lived symbiotically within these biomes? How can we be so myopic that we cannot see that these fires and typhoons are now inching towards our doorsteps in the Western world? The thread from which the sword of Damocles is so precariously hanging above our heads may snap at any moment, hurtling us towards a precipice from which there is no clawing back, unless we pledge to change, unless we seek to not build back better, but to build forward equal. Because going back to where we were will not be better, but just a reimposition of the same inequality that has been so endemic to our societies, evident even in this hour of crisis, one that still allows rich nations to hoard and then dump unused expired vaccines while millions in the global south are still waiting for their first shot. As a young person who has been working on the front lines amongst the world's most marginalized communities, I urge everyone to come together and move beyond the rhetoric to stop these endless discussions and procrastinations, and instead convert policies into meaningful actions on the ground that are people-centric, that are empathetic, and those that have the long-term equity and planetary balance as their purpose. There is also an urgent need for self-introspection and to ask ourselves, what can we do more? What do we need to do differently? Because I firmly believe that change must first begin with the individual. And that has been my mantra that has fueled my drive for challenging the status quo and finding localized solutions to these multifarious global issues. While we have witnessed tremendous technological advancement over the past decades, continued economic and social insecurities and inequities have lessened trust in institutions. Sadly, economic success has thus far remained unequal and almost always has come at the cost of environmental degradation and social equality. Irrefutable evidence of accelerating environmental degradation and the climate crisis grows more compelling each day. In an era of fragmentation and frustration, societies are gradually turning away from the spirit of multilateral cooperation. Over the past 6 years, with all of these issues reaching a crescendo, there has been an agreement in the form of the Sustainable Development Goals that we have been on the wrong path and that we need to change the course of development to one oriented around interwoven economic, social, and environmental dimensions, as first established by the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 1992 and ratified thereafter at Rio Plus 20 in 2012. The 2015 adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on climate change created a new development paradigm, a blueprint for prosperity, people, and planet, predicated on partnerships and multilateralism. Yet, the agenda is already off track. Policy commitments have not translated into policy actions. The greatest hurdles remain in the fact that the change in behaviors and mindsets do not yet match our ambitions for sustainable development and peace. And it is this behavioral change that I'm urging everyone to bring about. It is time to think beyond our individual needs. It's time to come out of our cocoons and open our minds to meaningful change and facilitate the restoration of planetary balance that will ultimately lead to the creation of the future we want, one where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Let us pray. Begin by taking in a deep, deliberate breath, and then exhale all the air. Now imagine you are breathing into your heart space at the center of your chest at heart level, and then exhale. As you breathe in your next breath, imagine that as you breathe into your heart space, it expands and opens like a portal, streaming forth healing light, healing love that aligns with our intention for coming together at this time, in this place. We have been beckoned by the call on our heart to be pivotal players in the transformation and the evolution of consciousness that will transform and heal our planet and all its inhabitants at this time. We are up to the challenge when we breathe and be and have our being in this radiating vibration of healing love and healing light flowing from divine source by whatever name or nature we know and understand it to be. And so we affirm our strength. We affirm our clarity and wisdom. We affirm our unity of purpose in working together in harmony on this trajectory of change that brings forth into manifestation a world that is sustainable, caring, hospitable, equal and just for all sentient beings. Breathe in and breathe out knowing that this truth that has been spoken on our behalf and now goes forth to quickly, swiftly, and without complication or further delay, bring into manifestation that which has been decreed. It falls on fertile ground, blossoms and blooms for harvest as an expression of healing and love in the world. So it is, and so we let it be. Amen. Namaste.
Years ago, I was ordained to the priesthood in West Virginia. I lived in a very small world, a good world, but a small one. Then step by step, my understanding of the world expanded as I served different congregations. My first congregation was mostly made up of dairy farmers who milked the cows 2 times a day. My next congregation was in a Civil War town, not far removed from the issues of slavery. My next 2 congregations were in steel towns, where mostly immigrants from Central Europe flocked to work in the mills. My next congregation was in a pottery town, where most of the workers were formerly pottery workers from Great Britain. I started my next congregation at Waterford Park Racetrack for the jockeys, trainers, hot walkers, and their families. My next congregation was in Washington, D.C., where the President of the United States and the Secretary of State were parishioners. Then, for 27 years, I was the Episcopal Bishop of the Diocese of California. Then I had Japanese congregations, Chinese congregations, deaf congregations, Native American congregations, Hispanic congregations, and on and on. Plus, I spent 8 of those years officially linked with congregations in Jerusalem, and 10 years officially linked with congregations in China. For a young man from West Virginia, my world just kept getting bigger and bigger. When you come to serve, you open your heart in sympathy to all sorts and conditions of human experience. If you follow your heart, I guarantee you that you will end up taking actions. I came serving people in the Episcopal Church and then found myself starting a capital development bank, saving a hospital, housing the homeless, responding to the AIDS pandemic, among a multitude of other actions. It all happened kind of naturally. Then along the way, at age 60, I opened my heart to the world and founded the United Religions Initiative. Instantly, I was serving Hindus and Jews and Sikhs and Muslims and people of indigenous traditions and all manner of humanists. It made me think of a popular Christian passage which says, God so loved the world. Wait a minute, stop there. It doesn't say God so loved the Christians. It says God so loved the world, the world. It isn't enough for any of us simply to be religious and practice our faith. If we go in the direction of God's heart, we are inevitably pulled into a larger world that compels our hearts towards actions for the good of everybody. Our faiths are just not enough. The 10 Commandments don't say, thou shalt not destroy the environment. The 10 Commandments don't say, thou shalt not create nuclear weapons that will destroy the world. As our world expands, our commandments and their obligations have to expand. Religious people have to elevate their games and love the world that God loves. I had a friend in Washington, D.C., who was teaching a class on the campus of the National Cathedral. Since it was a sunny spring day, he moved the classroom to teach sitting on the grass outside the cathedral. Halfway through his class, a workman high up on the building started making a great racket with a jackhammer. My friend lost patience and yelled up, "Be quiet, I'm teaching a class." The workman yelled down, "Too bad, I'm building a cathedral." We of faiths do appropriately get caught up in our teachings, but a time comes when you have to surrender to God's larger agenda for the world. No matter who you are, a much bigger world beckons to you and depends upon you to acquire new passports, cheer for new teams, get down in the dirt, and touch the pain of all kinds of new people. I want to thank the Parliament of the World's Religions for this truly great honor of speaking here, and especially for the theme of opening our hearts to the world, compassion and action. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulil Kareem. I begin in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. My name is Naeem Beg. I am member of Board of Trustee of Parliament of World Religions, and welcome to our Parliament 2021. I will say a prayer, Islamic prayer. It is Surah Fatiha, the opening chapter of Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to each and all. My name is Azza Karam, and I have the distinct privilege to be able to serve as the Secretary General of Religions for Peace. In case you do not know, Religions for Peace is a little bit like the United Nations of Religions. The United Nations has governments as members, Religions for Peace has religious institutions and leaders of faith communities as members. This is a privilege for me to be able to be with you here today. I remember the very first time I attended a Parliament of World Religions meeting was in Melbourne, Australia, and I was absolutely blown away by this intense energy, the wonder of so many people of faith coming together across their different traditions, across with different colors of everything. It was a microcosm of the best of humanity coming together. The best of humanity coming together is what we very much need now. We don't just need it for ourselves as human beings, we need it for every living species very much, including and starting with our planet. Our planet is giving us danger signals every day in every corner of the world. COVID is one of those signals that has come to everyone and hurts everyone without discriminating. It is time that in our response as humanity to save our planet, we also don't discriminate against one another. Enough the prejudices, enough of the hatred, enough of the othering, enough of thinking one party, one side, one religion, one color, skin, one gender is better than the other. Enough already. Our own earth is screaming enough. And our bodies today are screaming enough. And COVID is screaming loudest of all. It's not just screaming enough, it's saying very clearly, it is either we live together or we die together. That reality is primarily the impetus for why compassion in action has to be not just a good couple of mottos, but actually the mantra, the way forward. In my faith tradition, Islam, I am told that as we are diverse, that is how God created us, and in our diversity is an obligation to learn about one another, and in learning about one another, we learn about ourselves. Substitute that word learn with the word love. As we learn to love one another, we learn to love oneself. And then substitute that word with serve. As we serve one another, we serve ourselves. And that's the fundamental teaching of COVID today to everybody. No one is going to be safe as long as anyone else is still impacted and affected by COVID. It's a fact. It's a fact of life. The call for compassion in action is not a luxury. It is an absolute mandate. It is an imperative. Religions for Peace created the Multi-Religious Humanitarian Fund, naively thinking that the religions would like to come together to serve together. What has happened is religions are indeed serving communities 1,001%. But what is yet to happen is for religions to work together to serve everyone. Imagine our society when, God willing, we can be beyond this particular COVID disaster that we're all living. Imagine a society where we have learned through working together to serve together, we have learned to love one another more. Or a society in which we learned that we just look for our own and look after our own religious institution, our own political institution or political party, our own country, our own community. Imagine the difference between the worlds that we would have. Working together to serve everyone is compassion in action. It would be really not terribly useful if you survive and I die, or I survive and you die, because I don't think that would be a world fit for all. A world fit for all, a world that recognizes the divine, is a world that mandates each and every one of us to serve together. That is compassion in action. Not to look at the differences, but to serve, to love, to survive and thrive together. That is the mandate that we have to realize. Religions for Peace is committed to working with the Parliament of World Religions and with all faith communities around the world to serve together everyone, so that truly no one is left behind. And in fact, we may all not just survive, but please God, we can also thrive. Please remember, please serve together all. Please serve together all. That is compassion in action. Let's make it happen. It is entirely in our own hands, hearts, and minds. And with that, I bid you a blessed, blessed consultation.
Know thou of a certainty that love is the secret of God's holy dispensation, the manifestation of the all-merciful, the fountain of spiritual outpourings. Love is heaven's kindly light, the Holy Spirit's eternal breath that vivifieth the human soul. Love is the cause of God's revelation unto man, the vital bond inherent in accordance with the divine creation in the realities of things. Love is the one means that ensureth true felicity both in this world and the next. Love is the light that guideth in darkness, the living link that uniteth God with man, that assureth the progress of every illumined soul. Love is the most great law that ruleth this mighty and heavenly cycle, the unique power that bindeth together the diverse elements of this material world the supreme magnetic force that directeth the movements of the spheres in the celestial realms. Love revealeth with unfailing and limitless power the mysteries latent in the universe. Love is the spirit of life unto the adorned body of mankind, the establisher of true civilization in this mortal world, and the shedder of imperishable glory upon every high-aiming race and nation. O ye beloved of the Lord, strive to become the manifestations of the love of God, the lamps of divine guidance shining amongst the kindreds of the earth with the light of love and concord.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Mandeep Singh from Khalsa Aid. Before I begin, I want to thank the organizers for the Parliament of the World Religions for inviting Ravi Singh to say a few words for the opening plenary. Unfortunately, our brother Ravi Singh is awaiting his surgery for a kidney transplant and couldn't be here today with you. I may not be as handsome or as bold as Ravi Singh. Not many are as bold as Ravi Singh, but I will do my best to convey his message of seva and recognizing the whole human race as one while doing that seva. The concept of seva has been covered here at this parliament every year, but as a reminder, seva is when any individual performs an act to serve another with no expectation in return. Before we begin, it is a common practice for Sikhs that before we start a major event, including the opening of this parliament, we always take a message or a hukam from our Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Today's hukam is from Guru Arjan Dev Ji, written to the musical measure of Rag Gujari. Gujari Mahalla Panjma Gur Prasadi Prabhte Aya Gei Sanka Toot Dukh Anera Pe Binase Paap Ge Nikut Har Naam Ki Man Preet Mil Saad Bachan Gobind Tyaye Mahanirmal Reet Raham. In this Rahatuk of the Shabad, or the theme of the Shabad, Guru Arjan Dev Ji is saying, my mind is filled with love for the one Har, God, the divine light. In the presence of those who seek the truth, listen to what they have to teach. Let us focus on that one Gobind, Lord of the universe. Here our Guru Arjan Dev Ji is saying, when you have the opportunity to meet people who are seekers of truth, take that time to listen, to hear what they have to say. At this parliament, you will hear divine wisdom from many great scriptures. You will hear and learn from those who absorb these teachings, and you will have the opportunity to hear their views. Within the Sikh Dharam, we believe that all great religions express their own ways, the greatness of Waheguru, God. To solidify this point, Guru Arjan Dev Ji included not just the writing of our Sikh Gurus, but including the writing of Muslim and Hindu saints, making the point that no one religion has the ownership or monopoly on the truth, and that all faiths should be respected. To Sikhs, this is a clear message from our Guru that our religions may be different because of culture, language, customs, traditions, our skin color, the location on our great earth. But the underlying truth is we all share the love for that one great life force, that spirit, that supreme being, that divine light, that Paramatma, that Allah, that Brahma, that God, Waheguru. And it's also why when Guru Arjan Dev Ji built the Harmandir Sahib, also known as the Golden Temple, he built 4 doors, one on each side of the building. This is a message that says all are welcome. no matter what your background, no matter where you're from, no matter your caste, no matter your spiritual inclinations, you are welcome. This is the same Harmandir Sahib where Guru Arjan Dev Ji, the Guru of the Sikhs, invited the Muslim Pir, Mian Mir, to lay the first brick of the foundation for the Sikhs' holiest temple, signifying the importance of interfaith relationships. Our ninth Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, took the importance of interfaith relationships further by giving his life so that others could express worship in their own way without religious persecution. Under the oppressive Mughal regime, there was a suppression for the freedom of religious worship. If you chose to express your faith in opposition to how the emperor and his court expected you to pray, you would face a final choice of conversion or death. In this difficult situation, the Pandits of Kashmir came to the ninth Sikh Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib. They came to him for advice and protection. They came to him after seeing and witnessing all the piles of Janu, bloodied, laying on the ground. Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib told the Emperor of India that if you could convert me, then you can go ahead and convert these Hindus. Instead of converting from his faith or allowing the Hindus to convert, he gave his life to defend the right of the Hindus to pray and express their faith without the threat of persecution. In this ultimate sacrifice or seva, our Guru taught us the value of service, the value of our faith, no matter the price. Today, Khalsa Aid and many Sikh organizations are working across the globe in serving humanity and have no expectation receiving anything in return. We don't expect payment, favors, or even a pat on the back. It is also Sikh belief that we do not preach while we serve those in need. When we serve, we don't discriminate. We see everyone as one. Our 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji said, Manas ki jaat sabbe ek hai pehchanbo. Recognize the entire human race as one and the same. Guided by our faith, Khalsa Aid has provided free aid to areas affected by climate change. Floods in Bosnia, Kerala, Punjab, the UK, landslides in Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, floods in Ottawa, in Montreal, forest fires in British Columbia, and droughts across Africa. Khalsa Aid has it in its mandate to respond to man-made disasters and wars as well, providing aid to Syrian refugees, Iraqi refugees, Yemen refugees, Sudanese refugees, and assisting those who have fled Afghanistan. We have provided support to Indonesia, the Philippines, and Cambodia. We have provided relief to communal riots in Uttar Pradesh. We've been to South America to provide community support after volcano eruptions. We have a long-term project in Haiti where we support over 10 orphanages, and we have been providing natural disaster support since 2010. Through the devastating earthquakes and hurricanes that have rocked Haiti, Khalsa Aid has always been there for them. We also have a clean water projects across Africa and in Haiti. Our other projects we are currently working on are supporting our Indigenous communities across Canada and the United States. Also, right now, we have a long-running project supporting the Indian farmers who are currently in their 10th month of protesting in Delhi and across India of what's called the 3 Black Laws. The Indian farmers have stated to the government that these 3 black laws will devastate their way of farming. And they have refused to step down until the government will continue their fair negotiation with the farmers. So at this parliament, let's listen to the words of Guru Arjan Dev Ji and let's review the message from before. In the presence of those who seek the truth, listen to what they have to teach. Let us focus on that one Gobind, the Lord of the universe. So let's take this opportunity at this Parliament of World Religions to listen, to share, to serve each other with love and respect. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala, Tere Pane Sarbat Apala, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
friends, it is a great honor for me to be invited to share a prayer at the opening of the Parliament. As you can see, I'm sitting here in the Sukkah, several weeks ahead of the Parliament. The Sukkah is the temporary hut that we dwell in as part of the high holiday cycle season, a recognition of our temporary living and being in God's shadow and protection. I intentionally offer my prayer from this context, both so that I can share this spiritual reality with the viewers, but also because the theme of the prayer is related to compassion, and it is related specifically to this notion of the Sukkah. Sukkah is the divine covering. The Kabbalists understand this divine covering as the covering of the Shekhinah, the divine mother that covers her in her protection. And what she gives us is compassion, and all come under that covering and protection. Sukkot is the most universal of Jewish festivals. At the time of the temple, we used to offer 70 oxen on behalf of all the nations of the world. So our minds are very outwardly turned. And that also means that the covering and protection of compassion, the motherly protection that the Sukkah provides, is a protection for all. And against this background, I would like to share a prayer that says, I will first recite the Hebrew, then I will translate, and then I will sing it. Ufros aleinu sukat rachamim v'chayim v'shalom. Cover us with the Sukkah, with the divine covering of your peace, a Sukkah of compassion, life, and peace. So as we enter several days of reflections on the theme of compassion, I offer this prayer situated in Judaism, reaching out globally at a moment of global reflection in the context of a global convening, with the emphasis of the peace that we're all after, which is why we convene, the compassion, which is the goal of what we seek, and the good life that we aspire to, being the common heritage of all faiths, and our deep prayer, which can only be answered motherly divine covering of the Sukkah, the divine Sukkah. Let me then share this in the form of a song. Ufros aleinu Sukkat shelomecha, Sukkat rachamim v'chayim v'shalom. Ufros aleinu Sukkat shelomecha, Sukkat rachamim v'chayim v'shalom. Ufros aleinu Sukkat shelomecha, Sukkat rachamim v'chayim v'chayim v'shalom. Ufros aleinu Sukkat shelomecha, Sukkat rachamim v'chayim v'chayim v'shalom. Shalom.
总是那样的悲痛哀戚，难以言喻。看到了这一波疫情呢，笼罩全球，已经呢1年多了啊，到现在呢，好像越来越顶峰，越来越高，到底呢要升级到什么程度？看看印度，我一直都在叮咛的，一直都在注意的。我就说，这个时候是急难呐，我们一定要快速的成为不请自私，不要等待他们来求援。我们现在呢，要借力使力。巴比亚神父呢，他们最近啊，就是要投注到医院里啦。啊，在神父呢有27位，他们就是抱着呢入去这间病院去支援，被感染啦，没机会活不出来啦。我就说不可以，不可以让他们没有机会出来。我们要尽心力，给他们呢足够的防护。他们抱了仁德慈爱这一份充分的爱心啊，勇气呢进去，希望啊他们欢喜平安再出来。所以现在就是需要呢全球人的爱心，平安人啊，要去救拔苦难人，有形的资源给更需要的无形的，但是呢非表达出来不可，那就是虔诚，那就是要用斋戒的表达，真正的要复生爱生。想想在地球上呢78亿多的人口，每1秒钟呢有2500多的动物进入了嘴巴，一年当中呢800多亿的生命总是这样消失掉，这样的吃它，那只不过是贪口欲而已哦，不是对人的生命健康有帮助。现在啦，疫情这样的严重，就是要警惕了我们人，要赶快改变一个方式的生活，从那样的混乱的心态，那样的意念升高的习惯，是否把它转变过来，转荤如素？现在的灵方妙药，转荤如素，这就是智慧。真的，我们的社会人间呐，才会快速恢复到了健康，恢复到了以往的自由。这一波的疫情，实在是令全球呢 都心里很不安。我们都很期待不同宗教要有共同的虔诚，祈求的能平平安安，疫情呢早日过去。所以呢，期待我们要共同爱心。这份爱心呢，不分语言、种族、宗教，有苦难一定及时呢到位去帮助，祝福人人所住的地方都是能和平，都是能健康平安。
天下无灾，岁岁年年。
ॐ नमो अर्हन्ताणं ॐ नमो सिद्धाणं ॐ नमो आयर्याणं ॐ नमो वच्छायाणं नमो लोये सबसावूणं एसो पञ्चणमुक् कारो एसो पंचनमुक्कारो सब पावपनासनो मंगलानं च सब्बेसिं पढमं हवै मंगलम् मंगलानं च सब्बेसिं पढमं हवै मंगलम्. We bow to the enlightened spiritual conquerors, to the liberated souls, to the ascetic leaders of the congregation, to the ascetic teachers of the scriptures, and to all devoted seekers of salvation in the universe. These salutations that destroy all sins are preeminent as the most auspicious. We remember the enlightened souls, the holy arihants, the jinas, the conquerors of all adversities, those among us who have become victorious over the root enemies of their individual lives, attachment and aversion, aggression and greed, pride and deceit. Through this inner conquest of all flaws and weaknesses, the jinas have achieved spiritual purity, liberation from birth and death, unbounded bliss, and the realization of the true and complete nature of the universe. We meditate on this holy example of divine freedom and bliss, so that we, along with all precious living beings of the world, may strive to live by it and achieve the same eternal peace. O Lord Jina, we express our gratitude to you for blessing us with your shining example of detachment and spiritual love that we strive to achieve in our own lives. Your teachings protect us and guide us. From the midst of this noble assembly, in all humility, we meditate on your teachings that we may gain the inner strength we need to achieve our inner truth. For it is only then that we may be of service to our fellow men. May well-being be unto all things living. May peace be to all. May all beings be happy. May all be free from disease and pain. May compassions guide our thoughts, words, and actions to achieve the greatest good for all. May we have the wisdom so that non-violence, peace, and unity may prevail upon the world. Om Arham.
Good afternoon, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. I'm Scott Stearman, trustee of the Parliament, and I'm joining you live today during this 2021 Parliament Live premiere Giving Tuesday broadcast. The opening plenary was just a wonderful and extraordinary and powerful way to begin our 2021 Parliament virtual convening. And so next up in this broadcast will be the first thematic plenary, the theme of grief. And as we stream these messages out to the world today, we are here asking for your support. The Parliament staff is jumping right into the planning of our 2023 Parliament convening, which is happening in Chicago, live in-person Parliament. And we need your support to carry out this very vital and important work that we're doing, trying to bring harmony and some collaboration among the world's great religions. So please consider supporting the Parliament with a donation of any size today, and every bit makes a difference. Consider becoming a member, in fact, to support the Parliament or to give regularly, annually. The Parliament members are really a crucial foundation of support for us at the Parliament, and the members will have access to special opportunities such as access to full library, past programs, discounts to Parliament convenings, engagement opportunities, etc. So you can explore ways to support the Parliament by looking and clicking on the website, which I encourage you to do. But for now, I hope you will enjoy and appreciate this ongoing broadcast from our convening this fall. Thank you and blessings.
يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. O Lord, all praise and gratitude belongs to you as befits the glory of your countenance and the greatness of your might. Dear Lord, we thank you for the blessings of being able to come together virtually at this 8th convening of the Parliament of the world's religions during these extremely difficult and trying times. As peoples from many faiths and spiritualities from across Mother Earth, your humble worshipers, members of the human family. Even as we mourn and grieve all of our loved ones who have passed away as a result of the COVID pandemic and other illnesses and afflictions, and the victims of unspeakable violence and the horrors of war, and those who have died as a result of extreme weather events and natural disasters spurred on by human-caused climate change. As we remember their names and their lives, and the lives of those whom they have touched, we still trust in you and hold out hope for a better, more just, peaceful, and sustainable world for ourselves, our families, our future generation, and all of God's creatures, great and small. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. Almighty God, O merciful and compassionate God, you have assured us in the Holy Quran and other scriptures and revelations across time and space. Inna ma'al usri yusran, inna ma'al usri yusra. Indeed, with every hardship comes ease. With every pain and suffering comes relief and healing. And with every challenge comes opportunities. And so we ask through this convening that you open our hearts to one another and to all of our fellow earthlings through a radical and transformative love, and that you join us together in compassion in action. For as your messenger and servant Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, peace and blessings be upon him, who you sent as a mercy to all the worlds, rahmatan lil alameen, instructed us. Ar-Rahimuna yarhamuhum, Ar-Rahmanu arhamhu, man fil ardi yarhamukum man fis sama'. The merciful will be shown mercy by the most merciful. Be merciful and compassionate to those on this earth, and the one who is in heavens will have mercy and compassion upon you. This we pray in your holy name. Ameen.
I'm honored to be joining you at the Parliament of the World's Religions as we explore the many different languages of grief. I want to offer Psalm 23 in the Hebrew language and also offer it in a setting by Gerald Cohen, for music is often the universal language for experiencing that which our hearts cannot always express. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. We are reminded that even when we walk in the valley of the shadow of death, that we will fear no evil, for God is with us.
Adonai roi lo echsar bino desher bitseini al menuchot yenach aleini nafshi shovev yancheini b'maglei tzedek yancheini b'maglei tzedek leman shemo gam ki lech begitz al mavet lo irara ki ata imadi shivtecha umishantecha hema yenachamuni. Taroch lefanai, shulchan yetzorerai, dishanta vashemen roshi kosi revaya. Ach tov chesed yirdefuni kol yemei chayai, kol yemei chayai, v'shovti b'vet Adonai רואי לא אחסר. אדוני רואי לא
We honor the beloved memory of our righteous ones who have passed. These are the ancient words of Kaddish Tome, our mourner's prayer. Yitkadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah, be'alma divrach rute v'yamlich malchute, b'chaye chon u'v'yome chon, u'v'chaye dechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'vizman kariv v'imru amen. Yehi shmei Rabbah mevarach le'alam u'lalmei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yithadar v'yit'aleh v'yithalal shemei dekudesha brichu. Le'elam min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechamata, da'amiran bi'alma v'imru amen. Yehi shlama Rabbah min shemaya, v'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshvei tevel, v'imru amen.
Hello, best wishes and greetings from the ecology sector of the Vatican Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development. It is indeed a great joy for me to join the Parliament of Religions, especially this plenary on the theme of grief in the context of the climate crisis. Please allow me to share 5 C's with you. The first C is about cry. The cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. As we know, earth is crying out. The floods and the droughts and the hurricanes, in so many ways, earth is crying out. And as Pope Francis reminds us in Laudato Si, paragraph 49, the cry of the earth is intimately linked with the cry of the poor. And our own poor brothers and sisters around the world are crying out. Our children are crying out that we are robbing them of their future. So the first C is about listening to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. How can we respond to these cries? And there comes the second word, compassion. When our children cry, we won't remain indifferent. But unfortunately, paradoxically, before the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, we are unfortunately indifferent often. And that's why we need to rediscover the virtue of compassion. And ours is a religious gathering, and all the religions, compassion is a core value. In Judaism, in Christianity, in Islam, but I think especially of the Eastern religions, in Buddhism, in Hinduism, in Jainism, where we speak of karuna, this compassion. So it's so important that in front of the cry of the earth and of the poor, we become compassionate. But we also need to go into a third C, and that is a C of contrition. We need to repent. We need to acknowledge that we are sinning against Mother Earth, against our own brothers and sisters, especially the most vulnerable in our midst. I think of the great ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew, who said many years ago, see, meetings and conferences can help, but what we need is a baptism of tears. We need to confess our sins, our ecological sins, and from contrition, we can go to the fourth C, and that is the C of caring. We are invited to be caretakers of our common good. Laudato Si has, Pope Francis' encyclical letter on care for our common good, has this beautiful subtitle on care for our common good. And care is what makes us really human. God is caring. God is all caring. And as Robin Williams, the former Anglican Archbishop, used to say, it is when we care that we really imitate God's own caring nature. And that's what we need to do. And care is again in all the religions. I think of the Bible, Genesis 2:15, where we have been asked to cultivate and take care of this garden. But also in all the religions, the concept of Khalifa in Islam is so beautiful. But allow me to highlight the indigenous communities. They are really caretakers of our planet. And as all of us know, 80% of biodiversity is protected by just 5% of the human population, that they are the indigenous communities. And we think our indigenous sisters and brothers are masters of care, and we need to learn from them. And I go to the last C. All this is possible when we begin to see the natural world as creation, as God's creation. Earth is not just inert, dead matter. Earth is sacred because it is God's creation. It has been created by God. And in Hinduism, we speak of God as Antarayami, the inner spirit that governs, that indwells in everything. In Christianity, in Judaism, the Bible opens, Genesis 1:2, the Spirit of God hovered over the waters of Greek, in all the religions. I again think of the indigenous communities who are attentive to the presence of this God Spirit in creation. And unless we recover the sacred view of the natural world as God's creation, we won't manage to care for our common good. And in this context, I would like to conclude recalling the very important event that took place at the Vatican on the 4th of October. Along with Pope Francis, all the major religious leaders came together to sign a statement in view of COP26 and reminding us all, especially we believers, followers of religious traditions, that earth is God's creation. So I pray that our meeting, our plenary today, as we grieve over the climate crisis, may help us to listen to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, that we are moved by compassion, that we are contrite of the ecological sins that we are committing, then we move towards care. And all this is possible when we see earth as God's creation. May God bless our work. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone. I love my faith. I love my community. But for thousands of years, men in my community truly believe that they are the recipients of God's divine message. They believe that they are better than, more capable than, and more favored by God than women. When I was 13, I went to the local mosque in my neighborhood. They said that I couldn't come there and that I couldn't pray there. I often questioned how and why the men in my community had opportunities to have their views expressed while mine was suppressed. Even though not written in the Quran, many religious leaders in my faith and in other faith communities are caught up in this mindset. Single, narrow, ideological perspectives have blinded critical thinking. This destructive and discriminative mindset has created hierarchical structures not only in my faith communities, but in all major faith communities. This mindset has led to the multi-layered discrimination, oppression, domination, and violence against women. Religious actors see gender equality as an ideology that threatens religious norms. Often, freedom of religion and belief are used as a justification to discriminate against women. The discrimination of women in the religious sphere is subtle, it's complex, and it's often hidden. My work takes me to the margins where we live, listen, and learn from the women in the margins. Often, I have felt like a physician trying to resuscitate a paralyzed organ. In our faith interactions, in interfaith interactions, we have failed to raise the issue of dignity and human rights for women of faith. We have instead bargained for comfort and moral complacency. It took me years to speak up. It was a revolutionary act because freedom of religion and belief always trumped gender discrimination. Even though I am privileged to speak, millions of my sisters of faith do not have that luxury. I say to them, be bold. Sometimes we must rely on someone else's faith in us until our faith kicks in. I wouldn't stand here if it wasn't for one man who believed in my story and my struggle. And he is Dr. Reverend Shanta Premavardhana, who heads the Omnia Institute for Contextual Leadership. At Omnia, we build interfaith peacemaker teams. We deconstruct received theologies and we dismantle supremacies. Dear friends, we must begin to look at our scripture as it is applied to marginalized women in our communities. Harmful practices such as female genital mutilation, forced marriage, child marriage, sexual violence, honor killings, denying women education and the freedom to work are often overlooked. These practices continue even though not written in our divine scriptures. As a consequence, women are emotionally scarred. I often think the most richest place on earth is where women of faith are buried with all their gifts, their talents, and their abilities unused and unrecognized. In the name of religion, 1 in 4 girls are married off as child brides. In Nigeria, in northeast Nigeria, polygamy is rampant and thriving. Women put up with this emotional horror due to economic necessity. Honor killings claim over 1,000 lives a year in Pakistan, while blasphemy laws have targeted Christian minority women like Asia Bibi, who served 10 years in a jail and today she has sought refuge in Canada. Today, I am the voice for over 3,000 Buddhist bhikkhunis in Sri Lanka. On their behalf, I have filed a petition at the International Religious Freedom Roundtable. Though these bhikkhunis have taken the same monastic vows as their male counterparts, they are being denied a national identity card with their religious designation. Even as I speak here today, certain religious actors in my community are determining and demanding that child marriage and polygamy be legalized. They have claimed that women are not fit to be judges. Changing the status quo and not prolonging it is our collective work. We must call out the abuse of our theologies. Religious dogma cannot replace human rights. I believe it, that settles it, is an old bumper sticker. I raise my voice not because I have permission to do so, but because I don't have the luxury to stay silent anymore. Centuries-old functional distinctions imposed on women have become religious laws. Religious actors and scholars alike have failed to grasp contextual realities in patriarchal societies. Working in the margins, I know every day that when faith-based leadership and scholarship for women are strengthened and uplifted, the world will choose peace, not war, love, not hate, collaboration, not competition. My friends, our good is not our best. Most of our theological interpretations are frozen in the dungeons of orthodoxy. We have a notion of God so deluded by doctrine. If we truly want to foster the engagement of religious and spiritual communities, to address the critical issues of our times, we must empower women, particularly those women of faith in the margins. To my sisters, the women in the margins, I say to you, don't be powerless. Build your community of like-minded women and men. Continue to take action. Celebrate small victories and stay committed. Today, I ask you to commit to 4 things, my friends. Patriarchy is legitimized by religion. Mentor a girl on how to stand up to patriarchy. Help them reach their full potential. Develop initiatives to support and empower women and girls. I also ask you to call out countries where legal systems are based on religious norms and traditions, where women are consistently disadvantaged because of their gender. I ask of you to democratize and legitimize the voices of women who are standing up to and challenging patriarchy and superiority. Promote theological interpretation and reflection of women who have been historically denied and excluded from the interpretation of sacred text. I ask you, internalize and be cognizant of the suffering of women of faith and enable and provide resources and capacity building for women of faith, particularly those in the margins. We need a religious revolution, my friends. In the words of Robert F. Kennedy, few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their peers, the censure of their colleagues, the wrath of their society. Moral courage is rarer commodity than bravery in battle or intelligence. Yet, it is one essential vital quality for those who seek to change the world that yields most painfully to change. We need a religious revolution. Thank you.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ। ਸਭੇ ਜੀ ਸਮਾਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਿਹਰ ਕਰ, ਅੰਨ ਪਾਣੀ ਮੁਝ ਪਾਏ ਦੁਖ ਦਾਲਦ ਭੰਨ ਤਰ। ਅਰਦਾਸ ਸੁਣੀਂਦਾ ਧਾਰ ਹੋਈ ਸਿਸ ਠਰ, ਲੇਵੋ ਕੰਠ ਲਗਾਏ ਅਬਦਾ ਸਭ ਹਰ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਧਿਆਏ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਫਲ ਘਰ। ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ। ਸਭੇ ਜੀ ਸਮਾਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਿਹਰ ਕਰ, ਅੰਨ ਪਾਣੀ ਮੁਝ ਪਾਏ ਦੁਖ ਦਾਲਦ ਭੰਨ ਤਰ। ਅਰਦਾਸ ਸੁਣੀਂਦਾ ਧਾਰ ਹੋਈ ਸਿਸ ਠਰ, ਲੇਵੋ ਕੰਠ ਲਗਾਏ ਅਬਦਾ ਸਭ ਹਰ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਧਿਆਏ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਫਲ ਘਰ। Nanak Naam Tyahe Prabhu Ka Safal Kar. Revealed to the fifth Nanak, O Vaheguru, provider of sustenance, have mercy on all living beings of the universe and keep them under your care. Fulfill their basic necessities of life, remove poverty, hunger from the world, get rid of their pain and sufferings, and detach them from the materialistic greed. Look, our prayers are heard by Vaheguru, the greatest gift giver, and Vaheguru has comforted the entire creation. O Vaheguru, keep all your creation under your care and keep them out of trouble. O Nanak, always keep such a merciful and blissful giving Vaheguru deep down in your mind and soul. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Let me begin by saying what a privilege it is to be a part of this 8th Parliament of World Religions and to bring you and share with you some thoughts about the time. Let me begin by saying what a privilege it is to be a part of this 8th Parliament of World Religions and to bring you and share with you some thoughts about the time in which we find ourselves gathering. As the health pandemic of COVID-19 spread across the globe, it laid bare another long ignored global pandemic, that of white supremacy. It was no surprise, therefore, that as Black Lives Matter protests erupted in the United States in response to the murder of George Floyd, they sparked Black Lives Matter protests across the globe, from Australia to Africa to Asia to Europe. Thousands of people took to the streets with the cry for Black Lives to Matter, and thus demanding an end to the kind of life-negating realities of inequity, inequality, and injustice that foster death for people of color, and hence make clear that Black lives do not, in fact, matter. And so it is. In this time of global protests and reckoning, if you will, for a more just society and world, one free from the pervasive breach of our humanity that is white supremacy. It is in this time that we must ask ourselves what it means for us to be religious and faith leaders. What even does it mean for us to gather in conferences such as this during this time that is ours of global suffering, be it suffering from a health, economic, or ecological crises, suffering that continually has disproportionate fatal impacts on the lives of people of color across our globe. I am convinced that this time in which we are living is nothing less than our Kairos time. As so aptly stated by South African clergy and theologians in their 1985 Kairos document, this is for us, and I quote, a moment of grace and opportunity, a favorable time in which God issues a decisive challenge to action, end quote. Yet, as this Kairos document went on to say, it is also, and I quote again, a dangerous time because of this opportunity is missed and allowed to pass by. The loss, it says, for the church, as well as for wider society, is immeasurable, end quote. The point of the matter is that the immense inhumanity that has been perpetrated upon the bodies and lives of people of color as a result of the complex and intersecting realities of white supremacy have happened on our watch as religious and faith leaders. And so it is. This time of Kairos, in which the pandemics of COVID-19 and white supremacy have converged to make unmistakably clear the conditions of death in which far too many Black and brown lives are trapped across the globe. This is a time in which we are being called to account. That we proclaim to be religious and faith leaders means that we are to be accountable, not to the way things are or to the mercurial and compromising declarations of human beings and hence human societies regarding the meaning of justice. Neither are we to be accountable to the frailties of human history. Rather, as religious and faith leaders, we are to be accountable to the infinitely transcendent divine possibilities for justice and freedom. We are essentially to be accountable to the call of our souls. Our souls are that which connect us to that transcendent moral arc of the universe, as Theodore Parker put it and Martin Luther King Jr. popularized, that arc that bends toward justice, that which is the loving justice of the being I call God. Our soul is the very core and essence of who we are as human beings. It is that which connects us to our higher selves, our aspirational selves, if you will. It is that which enables us to be connected to our divinely created goodness. Put another way, our very soul is that which animates us, pushes, if not compels us, to do better, to be better. It prompts us to live into our better selves, into the fullest potential of what it means to be human, and hence what it means to be just, to be good. My friends, make no mistake about it. In this time of global reckoning with the virus that is white supremacy and all of its variants and transformations, more is at stake than the well-being of our societies and nations. The very well-being of our collective souls is at stake. And so it is left for us, as religious and faith leaders, to hear, if you will, the urgings of our very soul, so to reconnect a global people to their very souls. In so doing, if nothing else, we as religious and faith leaders must embody and show forth an alternative moral vision in witness to the fact that there is a possibility beyond a moral imaginary that equates the unjust privileges that come from whiteness with justice. In short, we must help free our nations, our people, our global world's moral imaginary from its captivity to a white supremacist view of the world, and indeed view of justice. We must expand the moral imaginary so that it can actually hold and envision a future where the first are last and the last are first, not because there is a reversal of fortunes, but because there are no first, there are no last. Rather, every single solitary human being is treated and respected with fairness and equality as the sacred creations that they are by virtue of the very sacred breath they breathe, regardless. If Black life is ever to matter in this world, one thing is clear. It demands a moral imaginary that can contain just such a vision of God's just future. Anything short of that signals a nation, a people, a world, and perhaps even faith in religious leaders who are still held captive to white supremacist sin. I have no illusions that the task is going to be easy. It will require a steadfast commitment to doing the work that will carry on well beyond even the protests, global protests for Black lives to matter. But this, I do know to be true, that if we as religious and faith leaders do not respond to this Kairos moment that is ours, and thus hold ourselves accountable to the urgings of our very souls, then we cannot expect the world to be any closer to a more just future for tomorrow's generation than it is for today's generation. And so, at this 8th Parliament of the World's Religions, let us each take seriously the task that is ours, to at least get on the arc that bends toward infinitely transcendent justice, so that there will in fact be a time when we can all come together again and say with that divine being that created us all, that Black lives indeed do matter. Thank you.
When Israel was in Egypt's land, oh, pressed so hard they could not say it. When Israel was in Egypt's land, oh, pressed so hard they could not stay in. Why don't you tell them to go down? Moses, we way down Egypt to tell them
Hello, my name is Reverend Angie Buchanan. I am a minister with Earth Traditions Pagan Church community in the Midwest, United States. I'm a lifelong pagan and an animist. First, I'd like to say thank you to all of you here attending this important event. I wish we could be together in person, but one day we will be again. I'd also like to say thank you to the Parliament of the World's Religions for consistently providing a forum for members of different beliefs to come together, to share perspectives, to dialogue about common issues that are of concern to all of us, and to dispel the misconceptions we may have about one another. Paganism is a religious and spiritual tradition that is most often misunderstood, but it is actually where the recording of human history begins. It is through pagan civilizations that we get much of the language, architecture, writing, tools, and the calendar we use today. Our days of the week, the planets, and most of the constellations are named after pagan gods. Ours is a history still alive in the halls of memory. We pagans share a reverence for nature, the honoring of the land and its cycles as sacred and sentient, with a myriad of different personalities and a language of its own. The land remembers everything. Its layers reveal the unblemished truth, stories of sorrow, secrets long buried under buildings and hidden in caves, tales of conquest, of the extinction of animals, the oppression of people, and the erasure of languages, cultures, and traditions intentionally destroyed by those seeking power and dominance. This grief is generational. It is written in our DNA, carved upon the bones of our venerated ancestors, held deeply in our cell memory, and imprinted on our psyches. Today, we are all grieving, and we are all living together in a world that is grieving, and largely in denial about the impact that the state of grief is having on our overall well-being. Grief is often the emotion we experience after a loss, but this grief is more than that, because the losses are still happening, and we can see even more to come in the future if we don't find a way to resolve this together. How are we to cope when we live in the anticipation of losses that just keep coming? Losses of our beloveds from COVID and other illnesses, and from civil unrest, from religious and racially motivated violence, and from war. Pestilence, poverty, environmental extremes wash across our planet, leaving death and destruction in their wake. And we grieve the loss of our planet itself as it used to be, versus as we have come to know it now. Our cells remember a place where crystal clear rivers were filled with salmon, where skies darkened with flocks of birds, and where the sounds of human goings-on harmonized with the sounds of other than human lives and beings existing and thriving. Earth, our flesh and our bones, our mother, our physical bodies are made of her. Our bones quake with her as she withstands our assaults upon her, with our bombs and fracking and other violations that deplete resources, define boundaries, and turn us against one another. Air, our breath and our voice, also the breath and the voice of our mother, as her winds whip into hurricanes and tornadoes, their screams and moaning echoing our own deep sobbing and grief. Fire, our passion, our spirit, our creativity, mirrored in her volcanoes as they erupt, and as her flames rage through forests and neighborhoods, destroying hope and turning dreams to ash. Water, our blood, sweat, and tears. Her weeping is also torrential. Her blood runs through the streets, mingling with our own. Tsunamis, cyclones, floods. Somewhere along the way, we lost our ability to connect with all of this grief of the soul that underlies all of our personal grief as we fight a tiny virus, a microscopic entity that has brought us to our knees. And we grieve our dead in a world that has lost the ability to feel compassion, that has forgotten how to be compassionate. Author Megan Devine says, grief is the howling at the center. It is raw and real. It is love in its most wild form. The time for transformation is now. Destruction brings transformation, hope, and possibility. As we stand in the wreckage of what has been wrought by greed and the hunger for power, we still have the power to transform. There's wisdom hidden in nature. Go there. If you cannot go to the forest, go to the stones, because each stone holds an observance of history within it. Go to the tree, for each tree holds the knowledge of the past and the potential of the future forest within it. Go to the water and listen to its music as its song shapes the land through which it flows. We must relearn how to speak the language of nature, for it belongs to all of us. And it is there that we will find humility, comfort, and compassion in the realization of our smallness. If COVID has taught us anything, it is that the very small can also be very powerful. That 2 weeks of refraining from the status quo of consumerism clearly revealed the Earth's ability to regenerate, to heal itself. And the more of us that work together, the faster this healing will take hold. Together we can change the big things. Air is life. Life is breath. Breath is prayer. May we transform our grief to love by harmonizing our breath and the sound of our grieving, our keening, with the song of creation, the song of the earth, together, one breath at a time.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم يا صاحب الحكمة والتقدير ومسير العالم بلطائف العدل والتدبير، ألهمنا اللهم للمحبة وفتح أبواب السلام، وأعط بصائرنا الفرصة لترى النور بعد الظلام. اللهم اجمع برباط التفاهم قلوب الرؤساء والقادة. اللهم برد بعفوك الطيب نفوس المتخاصمين. ترى متى سنفهم أن العز في السلم والقوة في التسامح والحلم؟ متى سنبدل القتال بلغة التفاهم والحوار، ونصنع فوهات البنادق لتذهب الأزهار، ونعمر الأرض حبا بعد دمع ودمار؟ اللهم لا تبقي بعد هذا الدعاء قلبا كسيرا، ولا إنسانا حسيرا، ولا مظلوما أسيرا. اللهم فرج عنا الهموم وأن صعبت وضاقت. اللهم أنقذ عالمنا، وقد عم وباء الكورونا الضروب، وأغلقت الدول أبوابها وتعاظمت أصوات الكروب، وضعف الإنسان أمام حكمك واستغاثت بك الشعوب. فانظر إلينا برحمة وأصلح اللهم القلوب. اللهم مكن السلام فوق الرؤوس مرفوعة، واجعل الشر عن سائر البلاد مدفوعة. اللهم علمنا كيف نحب الناس كما نحب أنفسنا. اللهم علمنا أن التسامح هو أكبر مراتب القوة. اللهم اجعل علم السلام فوق الدول مرفوعة، ونداء المحبة بين الخلائق مسموعة. ينادى في البرايا بأعلى الصوت النداء: يا أيها الناس، حي على الولاء، حي على الوفاء، حي على العطاء، حي على الهدى، حي على الحب والفلاح، حي على الصلح والإصلاح، حي على نزع السلاح، حي على الاتحاد والنجاح. اللهم أنت السلام ومنك السلام، تبارك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. آمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
वर्तमान में पूरा विश्व एक बहुत बड़ी त्रासदी के दौर से गुजर रहा है और मुझे सुन करके बड़ी प्रसन्नता है कि ऐसे त्रासदी के दौर में विश्व धर्म संसद के द्वारा एक धार्मिक वातावरण के निर्माण के लिए एक बड़ा आयोजन रचा गया। मैं तो यही जानता हूं कि जब जब इस धरती पर संकट आया है, धर्म के माध्यम से ही उसका निवारण हुआ है। वर्तमान में विश्व धर्म संसद का ये अधिवेशन या ये कार्यक्रम इस अर्थ में मुझे बहुत अधिक प्रासंगिक प्रतीत होता है और मैं समझता हूं कि आज के समय में सारे विश्व को धर्म की आवश्यकता है। ये जो त्रासदी उत्पन्न हुई है, इसके मूल में अधर्म है। दुनिया में जितने भी संकट खड़े हुए वे सब अधर्म के कारण हुए। हम सबको पता है कि ये महामारी किस निमित्त से उत्पन्न हुई, हिंसा के परिणाम स्वरूप, और आज के मनुष्यों ने किस स्तर तक पूरी की पूरी प्रकृति के साथ खिलवाड़ कर दिया, जो हमारे पूरे विश्व में पर्यावरण का संकट बनकर के खड़ा हो गया। हमारे विश्व में बहुत सारे धर्म हैं और हर धर्म के अनुयायी हैं। इस संदर्भ में मैं यही कहूंगा कि आज हमें पूरे विश्व भर के हर धर्म के अनुयायियों को एक बात अपने हृदय में स्थापित करना चाहिए और उसे ही अपना सबसे बड़ा धर्म मानना चाहिए, और वह है इस पूरे के पूरे प्रकृति के संरक्षण का। यदि प्रकृति के संरक्षण की तरफ लोग जागरूक हो जाए तो विश्व की अनेक समस्याओं का समाधान मिल सकता है। हमें चाहिए कि हम प्रकृति के कण कण के साथ, चराचर के साथ अपना सही संबंध बना सके। आज के इस विषम दौर में सबसे ज्यादा यदि कुछ प्रभावित हुआ है तो मनुष्य के मन की संवेदना। तकनीकी युग के इस दौर में मनुष्य की चेतना एकदम मोथली हो गई। दिनों दिन मंद होती हुई, मोथली होती हुई चेतना ने, संवेदना ने मनुष्य के सोच को अत्यंत संकीर्ण और चित्त को अनुदार बना दिया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप उसकी प्रवृत्ति अत्यंत क्रूर, क्रोधी और कलुष हो गई है। हमें इसे बदलाव लाने की जरूरत है। हर व्यक्ति के हृदय में संवेदना जगे। एक दूसरे के प्रति जब संवेदना जगेगी तभी हम परस्परता, बंधुत्व, प्रेम, आत्मीयता, अहिंसा, करुणा, दया जैसे उदात्त जीवन मूल्यों को आत्मसात कर सकेंगे। इसकी आज सबसे ज्यादा आवश्यकता है और अपनी संवेदना को बनाए रखने के लिए सह अस्तित्व की भावना होना बहुत जरूरी है। भगवान महावीर ने
विश्व को इसी सह अस्तित्व का संदेश दिया और ये कहा कि तुम जगत के प्रत्येक प्राणी को अपने समान मानो। आया तुला पयासु, अपने समान मानो, जैसे तुम अपनी आत्मा को जानते हो वैसे ही दूसरी आत्मा के बारे में जानो। जैसा तुम अपना ख्याल रखते हो वैसा ही औरों का ख्याल रखो, क्योंकि जैसी आत्मा तुम्हारी है वैसी आत्मा औरों की भी है। जैसा तुम्हें सुख प्रिय है वैसी औरों को भी सुख प्रिय है। जैसे तुम्हें जीवन प्रिय है वैसी औरों को भी जीवन प्रिय है। जैसे तुम्हें दुख अप्रिय है औरों को भी दुख अप्रिय है। जैसे तुम्हें मरण अप्रिय है औरों को भी मरण अप्रिय है। इसलिए तुम्हारा कर्तव्य है कि तुम जियो और जीने दो, जियो और जीने दो। ये संदेश पूरे विश्व के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और ये तब संभव होगा जब हम अपनी आत्मा की तरह जगत के अन्य प्राणियों की आत्मा का मूल्यांकन करें। सबकी आत्मा की समान सत्ता। भारत की संस्कृति में ये बात बहुत पुरातन काल से गूंजी। यही इसी कारण वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का संदेश विश्व में अनुगुंजित हुआ। आत्मोपौम्य की उदात्त भावना सर्वत्र विकसित हुई। तो उस बात को हम अपने हृदय में जागृत करें, संवेदनशीलता बढ़ेगी। अगर अस्तित्व की भावना पर हम बल देंगे तो सबके हृदय में अस्तित्व की भावना निरंतर बढ़े और हर धर्म के लोगों के हृदय में यही होना चाहिए। इससे हमारे हृदय में सहिष्णुता बढ़ेगी और प्रेम बढ़ेगा, जिसकी विश्व को आज बहुत अधिक आवश्यकता है। धार्मिक कट्टरता भी इससे कम होगी। हमें इससे भी बचने की जरूरत है। हमारा धर्म उदारता का पाठ पढ़ाता है, कट्टरता का नहीं, और हमें धार्मिक सहिष्णुता का परिचय देना चाहिए। हमारे शास्त्रों में कहा है, धर्मो यो बाधते धर्म न धर्म स कुधर्म तत् धर्मा विरोधी यो धर्म स धर्म सत्य विक्रम। जो धर्म दूसरे धर्म का विरोध करता है, बाधा करता है, वो धर्म नहीं कुधर्म है। सच्चा धर्म वही है जो दूसरे धर्मों के प्रति भी सहिष्णुता रखता है। हमें हर व्यक्ति के प्रति सहिष्णुता का भाव रखना चाहिए, उसके प्रति संवेदनशील होना चाहिए। अपने अंतरंग में वो संवेदना को विकसित करे और पूरे के पूरे वैश्विक प्रकृति को हम संभाल सके, सुधार सके। मेरा आज विश्व धर्म संसद के इस मंच पर यही संदेश है। ये संदेश सारे जगत में जाए कि जियो और जीने दो, लिव एंड लेट लिव। अहिंसा का यही आधार है, यही आत्मीयता का आधार है। मैं इसी भाव के साथ विराम लेता हूं। ओम शांति।
Mary Oliver, in her poem Song of Autumn, notes, "Don't you think that the leaves dream now of the comfort of the ground after all that time experiencing the nothingness of air?" Even in this paraphrase, we recognize something of the power and impact of grief on our lives. We're living through a time in a pandemic age where many of us all around the world have difficulty acknowledging the impact of grief every day on our lives, on our families, on our communities, and in our societies. And yet, religious traditions, spiritual pathways, indigenous wisdom, and a personal habitus for how we live our daily lives gives us comfort. We ask that this time, in the arc of this year, as we acknowledge grief, we recognize that we don't experience grief alone. We don't have to go through the experience of grief alone. And there is, in fact, across the arc of these religious traditions, something akin to this classic term from the Greek tradition called koinonia, which at its root implies a deeper sense of community, of fellowship, or of being, which is to say, even though we may experience grief and acknowledge it every day, we recognize that in our being, we are meant to be sinewed together as a species, to share these experiences in a way that we never feel isolated or abandoned. Because your grief and my grief in this time in a pandemic age, however unequal, however unevenly distributed, is still taking place in this century, in this year, in this month and week and day, and in this moment. It's our shared spiritual practice in this moment to acknowledge grief and to pause to do that together. Amen.
In my work in hospice as a chaplain, I deal with grief a lot. And people deal with grief in many different ways. And grief is usually, as I've experienced it, a type of loss. Now that loss could be, you're going through a divorce, a loss of relationship. It could be the loss of a loved one, like as in a death, or even the loss of a career, or the loss of independence. I've had patients who are grieving the loss of their independence now that they're getting older and they're on hospice. So, grief deals with loss. And when we're dealing with that loss, it's beneficial to have somebody that we can talk to help us process that loss. And I have found that active listening is an excellent means in which to be a presence with somebody who is experiencing, either trauma or grief of some sort. And what I mean by active listening is just being a presence in somebody's life. Now, I think all of us have experienced situations where we're going through some trouble or something traumatic or just frustrating even, and we talk to somebody, whether it's a friend or a caregiver, and we start talking about what's going on, and suddenly they chime in and start talking about their issues, and it almost feels like we're being one-upped, as if the people that we're talking to can say to us, well, you think that's bad, let me tell you about my problems. Well, being of service to somebody and doing active listening is not doing that. It's active listening. It's listening to what's going on and being a presence in their life. And I'll give you an example. So if somebody is talking about the loss of a loved one and how it's affecting them, I'm going to listen. And then I might chime in every now and then and say, so what you're saying is, this happened to you today, this happened to you, etc. You must be feeling very overwhelmed. And then they'll respond either, yes, I'm overwhelmed, or they'll correct me and tell me what they're actually feeling. People code their language all the time. For an example, you're walking down the hallway at work and you say to a coworker asks you, how you doing? And you're downcast and you say, I'm all right. And you could either say, oh, great, me too, and keep going, or you could stop them and say, what's wrong? What's bothering you? Because people code their language. Oftentimes they'll say something, but they actually mean something else. So in my process of providing care to those who are grieving, is to decode the things that they're saying to me, parse out the emotions that I see in their words, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong. So if I'm talking to somebody and they're explaining to me their day, and I make a comment like, well, you're angry. Sometimes they'll say, yeah, I am angry. And sometimes they'll say it like, I didn't realize it, but I am. Or sometimes they might say, I'm not angry, but I'm frustrated. And then we can take the conversation wherever they're going. So active listening is really important. But there's also another factor to that, and that is being comfortable with being uncomfortable. You might ask, well, what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by being comfortable with being uncomfortable is that awkward silence. So if I'm visiting with a patient and patient just passes away, and we're there with the family, and there's that awkward silence, no one's saying anything. Don't be afraid of that, because oftentimes people want to fill up all that silence with chatter. But sometimes people need that silence to start processing what's going on, to start dealing with how they're feeling. And then when they're ready to engage, they'll let you know. But you don't have to fill up that silence. Just be comfortable with that awkward, uncomfortable silence.
Dear friends, I'm so glad we can share this time together. I wanted to begin with a personal story. A few years ago, both of my parents died within weeks of one another. My father, once a brilliant man, a neurosurgeon who studied the brain, had lived with Alzheimer's disease for many years. My mother was a nurse devoted to helping others, and her death so shortly after his was faster, more unexpected. I adored both of my parents, and I was bereft. As an ordained interfaith minister, I know that making sense of our loss matters. We are, after all, meaning-making beings. So I turned to one of my great teachers, nature. The change of the seasons, the ebb and flow of the tides, the waxing and waning of the moon offer poetic lessons about the fact that everything changes, and there is a rhythm to life and loss far greater than ourselves. I found myself walking regularly among the trees, and over time, they helped reveal a metaphor that is the cause of my healing. Within each tall tree is a central pillar prized by woodworkers for its strength and its durability. It's called heartwood. And what's surprising is that heartwood is dead. It no longer participates in the flow of water and nutrients. But the tree cannot grow and thrive without this inert, solid core. It turns out we are a lot like the trees. Those that we've loved and lost become part of our heartwood, a source of lasting strength around which we continue to grow. Today, both of my parents are in my heartwood, and someday I'll be someone's heartwood too, for my children and my children's children. In the time since my parents' deaths, the world has reeled from one crisis to another. We've experienced a global pandemic, economic uncertainty, political and social turmoil, the degradation of the environment. And for many of us, there have also been personal traumas, such as health issues, loss of a job or a home, separations, and many more. As religious and lay leaders and people who feel so deeply about our spiritual traditions, we look to story and parables and metaphors to grow our heartwood. They're like the medicine of our trade. We all take on a heavy load. Driven by our sacred callings, we give of our time and inner resources to alleviate suffering. And we're charged with being selfless when others struggle. Now, in addition to the losses and hardship of others, we also carry our own. Recent studies reveal that clergy are far greater at risk for depression than individuals in other professions. I'm here to say that no one should shoulder grief alone. We must share our stories with one another. I am a disaster chaplain in the city of New York, and at the start of the pandemic, I was tasked with calling other chaplains to see how they were holding up. Some of them broke down crying, telling me that in the never-ending crush of misery, this was the first time that someone had asked them how they were doing. One chaplain, I remember, told me that his wife was at home with their 3 small children, and she had just arrived in our country when the pandemic hit and didn't speak a word of English yet. On top of the hours upon hours he spent at the bedside of the dying, he absorbed her pain and isolation so deeply that he hadn't had a proper meal for days, and he hadn't really slept in weeks. There's power in having someone who we can call when the weight of the world gets heavy, who gently asks us, "How is your heart today?" Someone with whom we can allow our voice to crack, our eyes to sting, tears to flow. Someone who doesn't need us to craft our words like sermons, who guards our secrets and isn't intimidated by our sadness, our fears, our confusion, our exhaustion, who doesn't try to fix that which is unfixable. These are the people who can be fully present, even if we prefer to remain silent, and who never get tired of hearing stories about who and what we've lost and why that matters. Finally, they'll remind us when the time is right of joy and laughter and play, and they stand ready to hold the promise of our dreams when they start to slowly rise again, like a sliver of light on the horizon at sunrise. This is the power of spiritual friendship, of being vulnerable, and of taking the risk to share our core, the lessons of our own heartwood, no matter how messy or complicated they may seem. As we walk away from this session, please consider the question, who will you turn to for support? My friends, I wish you many blessings on your journey. You have my deepest gratitude for all you do. Thank you.
Hello. Our prayer today is a poem by the beautiful poet Rosemary Watola Tromer entitled More Love, More Love. It begins with an epigraph from the author Rita Mae Brown. Sorrow is how we learn to love. If sorrow is how we learn to love, then let us learn. Already enough sorrow's been sown for whole continents to erupt into astonishing tenderness. Let us learn. Let compassion grow rampant like sunflowers along the highway. Let each act of kindness replant itself into acres and acres of widespread devotion. Let us choose love as if our lives depend on it. The sorrow is great. Let us learn to love greater. riotous love, expansive love, love so rooted, so common, we almost forget the world could look any other way. The sorrow is great. Let us learn to love greater. Amen.
Yes, COVID-19 hit us all hard. We've been beaten up, but humanity is still on its feet. We're gathering our strength. We're ready to hit back. We've got vaccines now, and UNICEF is helping deliver them to the world. Because getting vaccines into arms is the way we all come back. Get children back in school, get infants nourished and healthy again, return their stolen lives, and restart their dreams. UNICEF is proud to have been entrusted with helping deliver COVID-19 vaccines to more than 180 countries equitably. UNICEF has been preparing for this moment for 75 years, building the supply chains, the networks, the relationships. Let's make it happen. By air, by boat, by drone, on foot, on bikes, on donkeys. 2 billion doses in 2021. UNICEF won't stop until the job is done.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Dolly Dastoor, a trustee of the Parliament, joining you today live during the 2021 Parliament Live Premiere #GivingTuesday broadcast. Before we go into the next session on hope, we are here to ask you for your support. Your donations will help to support outreach for creating and sustaining the crucial partnerships that make the Parliament so special. He'll help support the marketing efforts that bring the impact of the Parliament out from the interfaith bubble to the public sphere and make it possible for the hardworking Parliament staff to be properly compensated, and so much more that goes into the Parliament's ongoing work and operations. Please consider supporting the Parliament with a donation of any size today, anything what you can afford. Every bit makes a difference, or becoming a member to support the Parliament's work annually. Parliament members are the most crucial foundation of support for the Parliament from year to year, and members have access to special perks such as access to a full library of past program recordings, discounts to Parliament convenings, and engagement opportunities in the years between the convenings. You can explore all ways to support the Parliament, from membership to making your shopping an impact by leaving a legacy for future generations at www.parliamentofreligions.org/give. Thank you. We appreciate your support, and please give generously as much as you can. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Thammadibasek, who is a Buddhist monk and abbot of USN Institute in United States. Also, I'm serving as a trustee of Parliament of World Religions to celebrate this virtual event. I'm going to say a prayer in Pali, which is a language used by the Buddha 2,600 years ago. Ahong saha samabining mita sayudhantang kiri me kalang udita kora sasena marang tanati dhamma vidhina Cita wa muninto tang te jasa bhavatu te jaya mangalani. I wish you all have a life of longevity, beauty, strength, and happiness. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you.
The last 2 years have been challenging. The tragic murder of George Floyd was a stark revelation of the inequity of our societies. And here in London, a rich city, the people who have suffered most from the COVID virus have been the poor, who live in inadequate, crowded housing. It's now difficult to say that America is the land of the free, while here in Britain, we've been forced to review the sins of our colonial past. This challenges our religion. For many, religion has become a private matter. They may practice yoga or Tai Chi or meditate daily, seeking inner peace and harmony. And this is all fine. But these spiritual exercises are just a preliminary. The world religions all insist that they must propel us out of our comfort zone to heal the suffering of our world. Not one of you can be a believer, said the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, if he can sleep when he knows that someone is hungry. We usually see the Buddha sitting in the yogic position, deep in meditation, but that's not the whole story. The early Buddhist scriptures tell us that after the Buddha had achieved nirvana, enlightenment, he wanted to enjoy the blissful peace that he had acquired. Then it occurred to him that perhaps he should go out into the world and teach other people how to achieve this. But no, he decided, that would be too troubling and tiring for me. At that point, the god Brahma in the highest heaven cried aloud, "Then the world will be lost. The world will be utterly lost." And the god descended to earth and knelt before the enlightened man. And, the scriptures tell us, the Buddha looked at the world with the eye of a Buddha, saw the pain and suffering, and spent the last 40 years of his life tramping round the villages and towns of India, teaching people how to live productively with their suffering. Jesus made it clear that only those who reached out to a world in pain would enter the kingdom of God, and that he would tell them, "I was hungry, and you gave me to eat, thirsty, and you gave me to drink, sick, naked, and in prison, and you visited me." Perhaps we need another reformation. Not one concerned with doctrinal matters like the last one, but a reformation that takes us back to the golden rule. Never treat others as you would not like to be treated yourself, which was promulgated in every single one of the major world religions and declared to be the essence of faith. It was first enunciated by Confucius in the 6th century BCE. "Do not impose on others," he said, "what you yourself do not desire." And this, he added, must not just be done sporadically when we felt like it, but all day and every day. By constantly reaching out to others, to all others, whether we like them or not, putting ourselves to one side, we achieve the transcendence of egotism that brings enlightenment. I would like to read you a prayer in the early Buddhist scriptures that we should recite to ourselves every day and meditate upon it, while we're on the bus, walking in the park, or sitting in the garden among the things of nature. You'll see that it's not addressed to a god, but is a reminder of the importance of compassion, our main religious duty. It is attributed to the Buddha. And please note that it is concerned with all beings and not just human beings. Let all beings be happy, weak or strong, of high, middle, or low estate, small or great, visible or invisible, near or far away, alive or still to be born. May they all be entirely happy. Let nobody lie to anybody or despise any single being anywhere. May nobody wish harm to any single creature out of anger or hatred. Let us cherish all creatures as a mother her only child. May our loving thoughts fill the whole world, above, below, across, without limit, a boundless goodwill toward the whole world, unrestricted, free of hatred and enmity.
Namaste. Friends, I want to thank you for having me on this panel in the Parliament of World Religions 2021. I am speaking to you from New York, and it is in the context of this city and our world that I want to speak to you about religions today and the power of hope that we can get from them. There are two instances which I want to take up. First is this global pandemic. We are faced with a grave crisis all over the world. Perhaps every generation has to face their challenge, and this is perhaps the challenge of our generation. Here in New York, last year, the COVID pandemic was at its worst, the largest number of infections, the largest number of deaths anywhere in the world. Here in this city, every day we saw nearly 1,000 persons dying from COVID. I talked to doctors and healthcare workers and people who suffered from COVID and people who lost near and dear ones to COVID. One thing which emerged from it all was the power of spirituality. All of them, they said without exception, that without our spiritual life, and they come from different traditions, without our spiritual life, whatever tradition we come from, without that we couldn't have faced this tremendous challenge. Our spiritual lives, our spiritual practices, prayer, meditation, mindfulness, faith, these were sources of resilience, of strength, of continuing to be compassionate in the midst of a challenge which was grinding them down day by day, in the midst of losses which were like one healthcare worker, she said it was like being on a battlefield. It was tremendous. And yet in the midst of it, the source of hope, strength, resilience was her own spiritual life. And this is something that I heard from people across the board. At the beginning of the COVID crisis, somebody asked me, so in the midst of this crisis, are we supposed to talk about religion, spirituality, and metaphysics? And I said, this is the time to talk about spirituality. This is the time to draw upon the resources, not only of our own spiritual tradition, all the world's traditions, spiritual traditions, religious traditions are a resource that we can draw upon. It is the greatest resource that humanity has had since the beginning of civilization. The second thing which I want to bring up today is that religion, being the greatest force that humanity has ever seen, has a dark side. Here in New York again, last week, we had the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. 20 years ago, a group of misguided men motivated by religious fanaticism committed the worst terrorist atrocity in human history. More than 3,000 people died here, not very far from where I'm sitting. I saw in the evening sky twin pillars of light where the Twin Towers used to stand, twin pillars of light going up into the evening sky, 6 kilometers into the evening sky, as if reaching out into infinity, representing the 3,000 souls who lost their lives on that tragic occasion. Swami Vivekananda, speaking in the, embodying the spirit of the World Parliament of Religions in 1893 on 9/11, he said that we not only believe in tolerance, but in universal acceptance, acceptance of all religions as true. You see, in the very idea of tolerance lies the seed of violence. I tolerate you means that I think I am right, you are wrong, but I'm just sort of suffering you to live. But universal acceptance, which is the spirit of the World Parliament of Religions, it says that we accept the truth of all religions, that they all lead to spiritual freedom, that they all lead to the spiritual goal, and therefore they're all worthy of respect. If I love and respect my own religious tradition, then I must equally love and respect the religious traditions, the spiritual traditions of all of humanity. Swami Vivekananda embodied the very spirit of the Parliament of Religions. He said of his own master, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, that I knew a man whose very life was a Parliament of Religions. Now that is an example for all of us. Today, we have to draw upon the resources of the world religions to give us hope in the midst of this global pandemic, which is still going on, and strength, and to use the positive forces of religion to transform our lives, to make our lives a blessing for ourselves and a blessing for others. Our spiritual traditions, in the best spirit, they have harmony amongst each other, not conflict. They do not conflict with reason and science. Spiritual traditions are in full accord with the latest values of humanism. It is in this spirit that we must take our religions, our spirituality. We draw upon these ancient traditions to give us hope, to lead our lives in the midst of this darkness today, and to shine our light, like those twin pillars of light reaching out to infinity, which New York skyline we saw just a few days ago. Like that light, a spiritual light, to shine out through the ages. Thank you once again for having me. I pray to the Lord to bless all of us. Namaste.
Hi, I'm so glad to have the opportunity, the honor of speaking once again to the Parliament of World Religions. I can't imagine a time in history when a conclave such as this was more important. We are living in mortal crisis, this species of ours, in large part because we have desacralized the world. Our level of devotion, our level of reverence, our level of deep moral consideration for each other, for the earth, for animals, and for future generations has been so diminished, so replaced by very crass, even sociopathic economic considerations that have nothing to do with the human heart, that have nothing to do with human sustainability. Now, it could be argued that when religion, when spirituality, when concerns of the heart and of the spirit are central in the life of a civilization, that such problems like that would not necessarily occur. Those problems have occurred, however, and in large part because there has been a shrinking of the religious and spiritual life of so many of the population of the human race. These problems are understood now. I do believe there is a critical mass of people who are awakening to the level of crisis and the urgency by which the people of the world must rise up now and change direction. And much of the direction needs to be articulated by people who understand the deeper spiritual laws that have to do not only with what has happened, what has gone wrong, namely that we have so separated ourselves from moral considerations, from religious considerations, from spiritual considerations, but also it is within the traditions of the great spiritual and religious texts that we understand how humanity can atone for our errors, make amends for our errors, and begin again. That's where I feel we are right now. People understanding the shame, people feeling the horror of understanding what we have done to this earth, what we have done to each other, and the diminished possibilities for the future that result. Now it's time for us to atone for our mistakes and in our own ways to make amends. And that includes the religions. That includes the great institutions of religion, as well as the institutions of government and business and everything else. Where have we failed? Where have we not stood by what we know to be true? And in the case of religion and spirituality, where have we allowed ourselves to disconnect from the actual suffering in our midst? Sometimes even to use spiritual principle as a cover for ignoring the suffering of other sentient beings. In fact, there is no religious or spiritual tradition that gives any of us a pass on addressing the suffering of other sentient beings. That's what we must do now. We must take a stand. This business about love one another, he wasn't kidding. This idea that we are to walk humbly with God, he wasn't kidding. This idea that we should show compassion for one another, he wasn't kidding. Whether it's Buddha or whether it's Moses, whether it's Jesus, whether it is the voice for God, whether it is Muhammad, whether it is any other great religious or spiritual teacher, let us look to the lessons of peace. Let us look to the directives of love and do more than talk about them now. Let's actually put them into practice in ways that they need to be in order for the human race to forge for itself a survivable and thrivable future. I believe that religious ceremony, religious ritual, congregational worship is a kind of, it's like a vitamin that is released as time goes on, a time-released capsule. People come to us for practice, people come to us for worship, and then they leave and something has been activated within the heart. The new priesthood can be a therapist. The new priesthood can be an artist. The new priesthood can be a teacher. The new priesthood can be a business person. The new priesthood can be anyone who stands forth in the civilization at this time and says about whatever we are doing, let us do this for love. Let us create art for love. Let us create business for love. Let us do science for love. Let us do healing for love. That is the message that we must give to the congregate. That is the message we must give to the client. That is the message we must give to those we serve. In A Course in Miracles, it talks about God's plan for the teachers of God. This is, according to the Course, God's plan for the healing of the world. When Jesus told the disciples to go out into the countryside and teach the gospel, they said, according to the Gospel of Thomas, what will we say? And he said, I'll tell you when you get there, because the gospel is love. He wasn't saying, go hit other people over the head with our book. He was saying, go love. And my spirit will tell you how to do it, what to say, how to be, what to do. The Course in Miracles says the teachers of God come from all religions and from no religions. They are those who have heard the call. And it says the call is going out. All units of time and space at this time. It is, we are feeling it. People of the world are feeling it. And I believe that the great religions, the great spiritual traditions, we can look at ourselves in the mirror now. We can ask, how can we serve? How can we be part of the renewal? How can we be part of the repair? How can we be part of the regeneration? Not part of the crucifixion, but part of the resurrection. Not part of the slavery in Egypt, but rather part of the deliverance to the promised land. Because that is the ultimate message of all spiritual and religious truth. That, as it is said in the Course in Miracles, God's will has never not been done. You know, those 3 days between the crucifixion and the resurrection, that's the symbolic time it takes between the time when fear has held love hostage and the time when love has been liberated to be itself. Same with those 40 years between the slavery and the deliverance to the promised land. Where does free will come in? It is completely up to us how long those 3 days takes. It's completely up to us how long we're wandering in the desert. We are now in what my friend Sandy used to call tomb time. The crucifixion is happening. The violation of love is happening. The horror, the violence, the wars, the poverty, it's all happening. The breakdown of human civilization as we have known it is happening. We must acknowledge that. We must live in positive denial, not negative denial. Negative denial is we look away. Positive denial is we look at it. We look at it in the eyes and we deny its power over us because we know the story. That is the point of being a religious or spiritual person. Oh, we know how this story ends. But just as we need God's help, God needs our help. He needs our hands. He needs our feet. He needs us to take action. He needs us to think as he would have us think, to love as he would have us love, to forgive as he would have us forgive, and to allow the compassion, the spirit with which he fills us, to extend through us in whatever way he directs. We must be the immune cells. We must be the white blood cells that now go out into the body politic. What will we do? He'll tell us when we get there. If we feel like making a piece of art, it will be that we are to make a piece of art for the sake of love. If it's to build a business, it will be to build a business for the sake of love. If it is to farm land, it's to farm land for the sake of love, to repair the earth, to take care of children, to take care of each other, to forge a new politics, to forge a new everything. That's the resurrection. That's God's answer. That's the miracle that will follow all of the darkness and all of the pain and all of the violence. And that is why we say hallelujah. And that is why we say, praise God. And that is why we say, God, use me. May God use all of us. And may our attendance at this conclave of the Parliament of World Religions be a time-release capsule within all of us, after which we leave ever renewed and ready to go for the sake of love. God bless you. Thank you.
各位尊敬的宗教领袖，各位跨宗教的朋友们，大家好，大家平安。慈悲最基本的就是引领众生脱离苦难，而现在与未来最迫切在眉睫是气候变迁与生态浩劫。在各个信仰中，世界万物都是同根同源，只要静下心来，就可以感受到彼此之间的连结。灵性与生态既为一体共生，不可区分。曾有一位霍皮族老酋长说过，大自然的变化都是反映人类的生态所造成的伤害。去进行转换与净化，就如同洗涤污垢与缝合伤口一般。灵性无所不在，只要没有回归灵性，你就不知道珍惜生态。唯有回归灵性，才能真正解决生态与人类永续的问题。希望依循这样的精神，展开化解地球的危机。具体行动就是灵性觉醒、跨界合作。我提出3项合作目标。首先，所有宗教应该团结合作，让教众都能灵性觉醒，呼吁生态环境的共识，从各自信仰传统出发，推动正确的生态观念，认知到大自然与人是多元共生、相依共存的伙伴关系，同时也由内在忏悔人类对地球所造成的种种破坏，净化心中对立、仇恨、掠夺的因子。同时，我们也想邀约大家一同响应素食爱地球全球畜牧业排放的全球总温室气体的20%，仅次于能源污染。希望我们宗教界也来亲身示范，多响应吃素爱地球的实际行动，从每天的饮食出发，以实际的行动为地球的健康尽一份心力。其次，我们要找到问题根源，解决问题。科学家已提供各种方法，告诉所有人怎么保护地球，复原地球的固有的永续动力。最重要是要让生态浩劫的一个造作者觉醒，自身终将是地球灾难的受害者，进而意识到生存危机，并迅速改变，积极出发，正确行动。再来，我们宗教界要共同制止战争，废除核武。核武战争是地球毁灭不可逆的关键点，而核弹一引爆，此时没有胜负，只有共同毁灭。所以，为了人类的永续与所有生态共存的伙伴的安全，我们必须用宗教最大的力量来一同制止 核武的战争，甚至核弹试爆等不智的行为，这是我们宗教的使命。地球是一个有机结构体，然人类无止境的开发，有如抽干了地球母亲的血和精气神，接踵而来的只会是地球为了自救的反扑。万物皆为灵性平等的显现在生态环境的系统中，人类勿妄自尊大，也莫唯我独尊。在万物的互济共生中，串联起爱与灵性的一个生命网络，能够觉醒灵性及生态，就是慈悲的展现，带来和平与永续的希望。非常的感谢大家的聆听，也感恩大会给我们的平台，宗教的连结共识，创造世界的平安和谐。祝福大会圆满成功，谢谢，谢谢。
A short 1800-year-old prayer. Rabbi Nechunya ben Hakana would pray a short prayer upon entering and leaving the Beit Midrash, the study hall. The rabbi said to him, "What is the nature of this prayer?" He said to them, "When I enter, I pray that no mishap should occur because of me, and when I depart, I give thanks for my lot." Our virtual parliament is our modern day equivalent of a study hall. We gather here, our presenters gather here with the opportunity to teach and learn. To do so is an awesome responsibility. No mishap should occur because of our concerns and passions for the important subjects we confront together. This is our opportunity to learn, to be challenged, to be engaged, to be inspired, to agree, to disagree, all in an atmosphere that we share the same concern for a better world. We draw upon the wisdom of the masters of our sacred traditions and the insights we can all bring to those traditions. Let us celebrate this magnificent opportunity to gain awareness and knowledge of what pains the world and the accomplishments we have made to better this world for so many. May our traditions offer us helpful critique and hope for the possibility of transformation. And when we leave this gathering, may we express gratitude for the good fortune to have been together.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the celebration of this 2021 Parliament of the World Religions takes place among a series of global and multidimensional crises that are threatening international peace and stability, sustainable development, human rights, and the rights of future generations. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused more than 4.5 million deaths and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The crisis has led to a setback in the fight against poverty, with estimates of the World Bank that indicate that the number of people in extreme poverty rose to 115 million in 2020, marking the first increase in global poverty in more than 20 years. Poverty affects women disproportionately. Even before the pandemic, women are more likely than men to live in extreme poverty, especially indigenous women and women with disabilities. With the impact of the health and economic crisis, new projections indicate that by the end of this year, 47 million additional women and girls will be pushed into extreme poverty. And the pandemic coincided with an intensification of the climate crisis as well. The signs that we are approaching a point of no return in climate change and moving towards an ecological and civilizational catastrophe are unequivocal. The scientific evidence that anthropogenic greenhouse gases are provoking irreparable damage was confirmed in August 9th by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In its sixth report, the panel warns that we are dangerously closing to breach the Paris Agreement goal in limiting average global temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius, above, of course, pre-industrial levels. The panel found that in 2019, atmospheric CO2 concentrations were higher than at any time in at least 2 million years. The changes in global temperatures are already affecting every inhabited region across the globe in the form of heat waves, droughts, wildfires, tropical cyclones, heavy precipitation, rising sea levels, and floods. The impact of extreme weather events is resulting in 60,000 deaths and pushing 26 million people into poverty every year. With these trends, by 2050, the impacts of climate change will force more than 140 million people to migrate in order to avoid its worst effects, which in turn will provoke more poverty and exclusion, increase social tensions, and conflict. In addition to that, we're also witnessing with great concern the endurance of what we call a clash of civilizations mentality in world politics. This discourse that divides the world in several schisms, such as West and East, North and South, Christian and Muslim, tends to provoke and justify armed conflicts and wars, having its most critical expression, let's remember, the terrorist attacks on 9/11. 2001 was a critical year, and the war on terror that followed is also an issue of concern. An irrational modern crusade that has caused that global stigmatization of the Muslim faith, unspeakable suffering worldwide, millions of civilian deaths, and the destruction of entire countries. And this is only one example. This pervasive political discourse of intolerance, of hate speech that has gradually plagued the world after the end of the Cold War is providing a fertile ground for the emergence of xenophobic, racist, religious fundamentalist behavior. The clash of civilizations mentality has been calling into question for more than 20 years the prospect of international peace, international cooperation, multilateralism, and the global progress in the promotion and respect of fundamental rights. The Manichaean divide between nations and cultures is truly hampering global solidarity and cooperation to address current global challenges, including concerted action to respond to the current COVID pandemic, to reverse inequalities, and to eradicate poverty and violence, to mitigate climate change, and to stop environmental degradation and biodiversity loss. So, countering this dangerous trend is a moral imperative and a civilizational necessity. And we find ourselves in a critical moment, a moment of change and transformation in which we have the golden opportunity to rebuild our societies and our economies, our political systems, in our multilateral architecture. The historical turning point that we are experiencing today offers us the opportunity to collectively craft what I call a new social contract that allows us to tackle the multidimensional crises and build back better our world. This new global social and ecological pact has to be based on principles of solidarity, tolerance, cooperation, co-responsibility, and community. It has to be grounded in notions of human and planetary security, that is, to an understanding and practice of the politics of human security that sets the individual development and well-being of all human beings and the protection and conservation of nature as its highest priorities. This social contract has also to include a feminist perspective, both from the promotion of gender equality and women's rights, as well as for a deep transformation in our interactions away from strength, competition, greed, aggression, and domination that produce and reproduce the clash of civilizations mentality. And finally, a new social contract needs to foster an intercultural, intergenerational, and interreligious dialogue through which we can value our differences, learn from each other, and find innovative and creative solutions for our common challenges. It is on this basis that I salute and congratulate the realization of the 2021 Parliament of the World Religions and this plenary of hope. I am convinced that horizontal, inclusive, interfaith dialogue, such as the one we are having today, contributes to the promotion of tolerance, understanding, and fraternity among nations and cultures, and to the construction of more peaceful and sustainable societies. Let us use this forum to renew our vows for peace and share with the world a message of hope in these troubled times. Let us remember the wise words of the South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said, and I quote him, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite of all the darkness." End of quote. Let us then ignite more beacons of hope and illuminate the path towards a better world. I thank you for your attention.
My name is Rabbi Hanan Schlesinger. My heart has always been open to the world, but I did not know how narrow the opening was until interfaith encounters while I was serving as a rabbi in Dallas, Texas, began to open it up ever wider. Through ongoing interfaith meetings and study, and especially through deep friendship with clergy of other faiths, I found myself enriched and expanded. It was as if I was given access to more of my soul and more of my heart. Appreciation and empathy for Islam and especially for Christianity were born within me. After a few years in Dallas, I returned home to Israel. What I had undergone in Dallas brought me to seek out Palestinians, people who until then had been completely invisible for me, part of the scenery or the background noise, but certainly not part of the central drama of life in the Holy Land. People who were the other, the enemy. We met. We told stories of who we are, and we listened to stories of who they are. It was so hard to listen. It was challenging. It was unsettling. It was disturbing. Many times it was as if I was hit in the gut. It was so hard to listen because each side, so it turns out, each side's experience and perspective completely contradicts and erases the other side's experience and perspective. We came to see how both sides completely deny the other side's identity and reality. My meetings with local Palestinians transformed me. I was brought to confront and to reconstruct the most basic fundamentals of my own self-understanding and of my construction of reality. And I, together with others on both sides, began to internalize the need, the possibility, and the blessing of finding room for two truths in one heart and two peoples in one land. It turns out that I'd been sick with the hubris of exclusivity, infected with the conviction that my religious and national truth are the only truth, that my connection to land is the only legitimate connection. I began a process of healing. I'd been blind, and I began a process of opening my eyes. My heart had been callous, hardened, and I began a process of softening. We created Roots, the Israeli-Palestinian grassroots initiative for understanding, nonviolence, and transformation. Roots, that's Shoashim in Hebrew and Judor in Arabic, brings together Israelis and Palestinians to meet on an equal footing, to really begin to get to know each other in the deepest sense, to really learn about the other, to heal, and to join forces to work for a better, more just reality. In Roots, we've discovered that at the core of this conflict are two mutually exclusive identities. Political differences around land, sovereignty, national resources, security are only symptoms of the conflict. We need political negotiations and political solutions, but we also need to grapple with the other side's identity and to come to terms with it. There will not be peace until each side fully recognizes and embraces the other side's identity. And this, of course, entails identifying and reinterpreting those elements of our own identity, religious and national, that effectively prevent us from legitimizing the other side's identity. There will also not be peace until each side recognizes the other side's pain and loss. We must be able to experience their pain and loss almost as we experience our own. We must own up to what we have done to cause their pain. Yes, we on both sides are also at fault. We must engage in personal and national introspection and repentance. Furthermore, there will not be peace until each side recognizes the other side's fears as well as its own role in exacerbating them. We must be able to put ourselves in the shoes of the other and to feel their fear. We must ask ourselves on both sides, why are they afraid of us? What have we done? And what did we say? And what do we think that fuels their fear? And we must dig even deeper and ask ourselves why we do and say and think those things that cause their fear, and how can we recalibrate and change course? We must take responsibility to do what it takes to put to rest the other side's fear of us. Lastly, we have discovered the transformative effects of joint actions. We must join forces to combat discrimination, inequity, revenge, and violence. We must show up for the other side, defend the other side, work for justice for the other side. We have become convinced that there will not be peace until both sides receive what they need, what they want, and what they deserve. The good of my side requires that I work for the good of the other side. To be pro-Israel requires one to be pro-Palestine, and to be pro-Palestine requires one to be pro-Israel. To be pro-Palestine, at the same time pro-Israel, may be the only effective way to be pro-peace, pro-justice, and pro-security. I, Rabbi Hanan Schlesinger, am pro-Israel, and I'm also pro-Palestine. I hope that you as well will be pro-Palestine, pro-Israel. Thank you.
In 1993, at the Royal Free Hospital in London, I had a near-death experience. The doctors couldn't stem my bleeding and had prepared my family for my death. The pain was indescribable. It was at this point I experienced being held upright in a chariot by a golden being who said he was Lord Krishna. He explained that I could not die, as I still had not gone into battle. When I regained consciousness, the nurse said that no one could have saved me, only God. Interestingly, a psychiatrist friend, a pioneer in using meditation for healing, had at the same time seen me riding in a golden chariot with a glorious being. He contacted my family to find out how I was. I was not well for years and waited to find out what battle I was supposed to fight. I had already experienced many battles in my life as a human rights campaigner, fighting for women's equality, for the homeless, for those enslaved, and against every form of apartheid. What more did God want me to do? It took me 3 years to find out. The new battle was to start an interfaith centre in London. It was fierce. It even involved taking the British government to court. But the higher beings had already made another plan. The centre was not to be in London, but in Britain's beautiful Royal Forest of Dean, in the heart of nature. Today, it is a thriving interfaith, intercultural hub called the Asher Centre, a place of hope, beauty, and innovation. Few people know about my Zoroastrian religion, which underpins my life and is considered the oldest monotheism in the world. Our prophet Zarathustra has in so many ways set the world's moral compass, from our understanding of the created God, the cosmic battle of good against evil, the concept of heaven and hell, the hierarchy of angels, the coming of the Messiah, the resurrection, and finally the day of judgment, when we will be judged for our thoughts, words, and deeds. Although such an ancient religion, it is modern in its emphasis on protecting the animal world, not polluting the elements and caring for our shared environment. I call it the first green religion. Many people spontaneously call the Asher Centre paradise. The word paradise comes from Persian and means an enclosed garden with a flowing stream, orchards, and beautiful flowers, usually roses. Beauty is important because it reminds us of our true state. To quote the Iranian poet Iqbal, when you recognize what is beautiful in the world, you stop being a slave. The Asher Centre has an outstanding track record in delivering transformative education in the fields of interfaith understanding, sustainable development, and the performing arts. It has also been home to the training of interfaith ministers and to yoga, meditation, and other well-being groups. Over the years, young people from 180 countries have attended sponsored residential training courses. Alongside other themes, they explore the wisdom of different faiths. An example of thousands of young people who have benefited from their time at Asher is Gianni, a young gentleman from Verona looking for his life's purpose. At Asher, he was encouraged to engage his will in service to others and decided to take a degree in peace studies. Gianni has gone on to oversee the refugee program in Venice and has recently taken the challenge of working with trafficked women. We all talk about involving the young in creating a more hopeful, sustainable, and compassionate future. At Asher, we know from years of working with young people that we must enable them to do so on their own terms. To this end, Asher has piloted a 10-day gathering of young Zoroastrian leaders to look at the challenges facing their global community. With the blessing of their elders, they found their own voice as a generation and created a dynamic manifesto for change. They have gone on to become vibrant leaders, connected to each other while working for the good of the wider community. My commitment to the World Parliament of Religions is to offer the Asher Centre for other such gatherings of young leaders across all faiths. Living, working, and breaking bread together, they will experience the beauty and the truth of each other's faiths, as well as their own. United, they will be empowered to respond to their own callings. Throughout my life, I have been inspired by the most extraordinary people, working for the higher good, but not sufficiently connected to each other. I've also seen the dark forces at work. They are very adept at working together. Today, they are running amok with their arrogance, greed, cruelty, and corruption. They mock those that try to do good. Surely it is time to stand up to them. As a Zoroastrian, I know that our God, Ahura Mazda, has gifted us free will, but needs us as co-warriors in the fight against evil. As an interfaith warrior, I know that we also need divine grace to finally defeat the forces of darkness and together herald in the light.
Divine Creator, we ask your blessing upon our virtual assembly. May our shared experience instill in all of us a greater sense of compassion, courage, and hope. May our time together in a spirit of human fraternity deepen our commitment to protect the creation with which you have gifted us. Through our shared experience of your continuing presence, may we come to recognize the divine strength you willingly share with us as your co-creators. Stand with us as we work for justice and complete peace. Amen.
This is the message from the ancient Samaritan community from the Holy Land. I hope that the peace will be all over the world by this praying. This prayer by the ancient language in the world, the Samaritan language. ناطتي صال بارف وساق بتماوين مارد يفشم شيما اقرأ وابو قاد الليل وينو السلطة من فاعله كيك الديريكو مشفط الآمون وين قول صادق يا شرقو بارك إلو وينو لولام وبارك شيمو لولام إلى رب لتيكا باتلاميني كليرامو إلى رما نورتا عبد طبيعي لابات اللام دتيرمان تصيبا طالي شمعك ربا نافوا لتيلا الله لتيلا الله دلا كلا وبدك ما في شومي عبارة ديري تضايق نتيرف بيلاك نتيرفني كبطايق ولامي أمي كبطايق ولابي ريباري من ماكيلالام دتيرمان تشيبا طالي شمكي ربا ناصوا لتيالا الله عزي وزميراتي ويايلي ليشوى ذيلي ونابيو إلوي أبي ورومي منيو شما جبري بمالما شما شمولولم دتيرمان إلو برك شما ويشمارك يا إرشما فانو إليك ويا إيمك إشا شما فانو إليك ويا شملك شالوم.
I'm Dr. Jean Houston, and oh, it's such an honor to help open this magnificent gathering of spiritual and religious leaders and seekers from all around the world. Well, friends, this is a high time, a holy time, indeed a sacred time, a time in which the reset button of history may be pressed. And be not afraid. You were made for these times. We come together at a time of profound challenge and extraordinary change. We are facing an unprecedented moment in human and planetary history, a time of whole system transformation in which people and purpose are being asked to cross the great divide of otherness and recognize the soul-driven gifts that each of us embodies. Our lives are now regularly containing many times the amount of sheer experience of our ancestors of earlier centuries. As a result, we are heirs to an extraordinary speeding up of the evolutionary process. We move to new professions, lifestyles, religions, seemingly at will. Nothing, it seems, is impossible for us. Nature, through us, seems to be entering a new epoch, not so much biological evolution, but conscious evolution. We have become conscious of our capacities to direct the next phase, not only of our personal lives, but of the world's destiny as well. At no time in history, in the very course of history, have the stakes been so high for self, society, and the earth herself. The sheer scope of breakdown and breakthrough, beauty and ugliness, the unexpected as the expected, the upside down, topsy-turvy nature of things that previously had been ordinary and unchanging, all these elements bring us into the planet-wide life of a story that is unique and previously unknown, always surprising, and therefore what I call mythic. And this is happening to all of us simultaneously, all around the world, regardless of culture or context, economics or ecology, science or spirit. It is as if we have landed on the unknown other side of the moon of ourselves, and we have little or no training or mentoring with which to meet the immensities of the challenge. And yet, tap into the inner world of virtually anyone, anywhere, and you find the great mythic themes roiling within them. Beneath the surface of consciousness, not only are myth and an emerging new narrative alive, but so is the beginning of a new sacred history of which we are its partners and its parents. But so, I believe, is the emerging story which is strewn with the seeds of personal and cultural transformation, and no old formulas or stopgap solutions will serve. Oh, friends, we find ourselves at present in the midst of the most massive shift of perspective humankind has ever known. Clearly, we are living in a time in which our very nature is in transition. The scope of change is calling forth patterns and potentials in the human brain, mind, spiritual system that, as far as we know, were never needed before. Knowings that were relegated to the unconscious are becoming conscious. Experiences that belong to extraordinary reality are becoming ordinary. Now, speaking as one who has worked in, well, close to 100 countries, I find that with the intersection of so many ways of being from all over the planet, the maps of the psyche and of human possibilities are undergoing awesome change. Awesome change. During this time, we need to heed the call of this Parliament and open our hearts to the world and move our compassion into action. At the United Palace of Spiritual Arts in New York City, where I serve as board chair, we speak of spiritual artistry. And as we all know, the spiritual and religious traditions of the world have shared their insights and wisdom through art. Yes, I mean, art is one of the humanity's most enduring spiritual languages. I mean, understanding this, spiritual artists open their hearts and souls to all the world's arts, cultures, and spiritual wisdom. Every faith and spiritual tradition, every culture and people have unique wisdom and insight to share with the world. And through this global communion, spiritual artists seek to find their own unique voice in this world and time, a voice they put into compassionate service to others and all of creation. So friends, I encourage you to use this historic gathering to open your heart to the unknown, the unfamiliar, the foreign, the alien, the stranger, and allow your heart to grow, your soul to deepen, your imagination to soar. I encourage you to become a spiritual artist. Yesterday, having too much experience of the weight of the world, I decided to take a long car ride up in the hills where I could look down at the valleys and the plains, the lakes, rivers. But I saw below me on the plains a magnificent building. I went to visit, and this building and its surroundings was actually the Tashi Choling Tibetan temple, filled with the most exquisite statues, Buddhas, arts, the genius of the spiritual artistry of the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. The air was filled with the prayers of those who had sought the peace and tranquility of this magnificent temple to lift their souls, their minds, and yes, their possibilities. And in those moments that I had the great consolation of being there, I could feel my own spirits rising, my own sense of being, of purpose, of becoming clearer, and my own love of the earth and of all its creatures and beings becoming stronger. I was in this rare place of spiritual artistry. And so, dear friends, I encourage you, I ask you to allow the spiritual artist who lives within you to grow, to thrive, and to bring a new world into time. Thank you.
My fellow brothers and sisters, representing world faith who have assembled here virtually. I solemnly greet Jai Jinendra to all the members and dignitaries of the Parliament of World Religion who are present here. I represent Jainism, ancient India's religious tradition. I venture to speak today on the theme of opening our heart to the world, compassion in action, through the 8th Parliament of World Religion virtual platform. First of all, I would like to tell you that the essence of Jainism is ahimsa, non-violence. All Jain beliefs, practice, rituals, and traditions emanate from this. Jain practice ahimsa not only towards human beings, but also towards all living beings. Ancient Jain texts explain that violence is not defined by actual harm. For this may be an unintentional, it is the intention to harm. The absence of compassion that makes action violent. Without violent thought, there could be no violent action. There is 6 steps to adapt non-violence in one's life. First, 3 steps are avoid harm by our action, our speech, and our thoughts, which remain us not to harm anyone, become physically injuring someone is most painful. There we say as a means to hurt, other can also hurt someone in death, and we should eliminate our thoughts of harming others. Next 3 steps are loving through our action, our speech, and our thoughts, which mean to develop thoughts of compassion and sacrifice for others, to talk in a loving manner, like complimenting and praising others, to do act of kindness and selflessness. Further, I would say that every particle of our creation is interconnected, also depend on each other. In such a situation, the main slogan of Jainism, Parasparo Groho Jivanam, become every relevant, according to which we should always be ready for each other cooperation in life. There is great importance of salvation, nirvana, liberation in Jainism. Lord Mahavira, 24th Tirthankar, has considered compassion and mercy is the path of liberation. He says, Asambhivagi nahotas samokho, means who does not have the consciousness of contribute, he is not entitled to salvation. Thus, if your brother, if your neighbor is hungry and you eat enough, then according to Jainism, the doors of salvation are closed for you. Compassion, kindness, generosity, empathy, and fellow feelings are the qualities that have the potential of converting all the problem of mankind into stepping stone to heaven. These are the Catholicus has been searching for ages for solve his never-ending riddles of existence. All the sorrow, all the war, all the poverty, all the unemployment, all the gap between rich and poor, all the disease exist because of lack of compassion in human hearts. Lincoln felt compassion for the discriminate colored people and abolished slavery. Louis Peter felt compassion for the suffering mankind and dedicated his life to finding cure for rabies. Mother Teresa felt for for the poor and the sick, and dedicated her life in elevating their tents. Similarly, all the great men and women whom we adore as our role model has been compassionate person. Mahatma Gandhi was inspired by compassion in his fellow countrymen to come out of the shackles of injustice. Thus said, things is not everyone practice compassion. It required real strength of character to practice compassion in all our deeds. However, one thing is crystal clear. If the mankind is to rise higher to a higher level of gods, it must practice compassion in their thoughts, words, and deeds. At present, due to corona pandemic, people all over the world have lost their teeth and kin untimely. Many younger children have become orphaned. A large number of people have lost their jobs, due to which they have become unemployed. People need to stand by each other to such difficult time and all situations. In such a difficult situation, a single person cannot do anything. By following the path of Parasparo Jivanam of Jain philosophy and by supporting each other, one can everyone the problem. India is a faith-oriented country. Here every day, millions of people visit religious places like temple, mosque, churches, gurdwara, etc. In such a situation, according to the call of the Parliament of World Religions, all religious leaders may inspire their followers with compassion for service, cooperation, then the work which government cannot done by spending lakhs of dollars can be done easily in India, a country of sages and faith. I think that by taking this idea of message, we can make the vision of the 8th Parliament of the World Religion, opening our heart to the world, compassion in action, come true. Thank you. Jai Jinendra. Om Araham.
Dear God, thank you for creating this beautiful world, for creating us, and for putting us all in it. Please bless and heal and protect all sentient beings everywhere on Earth and in the universe. Please bless and heal and protect our species. May we grow ever closer to you, dear God, and come as close as we can on this earth, to ending war and hate and violence, to ending intolerance, to ending poverty, and greatly to decrease inequality. Please bless and heal and protect this beautiful earth, which you have provided to us and which we have so despoiled. With a fierce sense of urgency, and with whatever miracles and actions are needed by us humans, please help us end and reverse global warming and this kind of climate change, and then reverse environmental destruction and species extinction, and cause us quickly to live in symbiosis with the earth. Please take the COVID-19 pandemic away from the world. May we learn its lessons so that we can respond to a future pandemic much better than we have to this one. Thank you, dear God, for all of the blessings you have given us. Amen.
When events around me seem overwhelming, when worry and doubt darken the landscape of my mind, I call forth faith. Faith expands my awareness to recognize the presence of spirit in every person, place, and circumstance. It reminds me to trust in my abilities and believe in myself, knowing I am ever supported by the divine.
Hi, I'm Carl Murrell, a trustee of the Parliament, joining you live today during the 2021 Parliament live premiere, a Giving Tuesday broadcast. As we go next into the next plenary on the theme of compassion in action, think about how you can make a commitment to give your compassion in action within your own community and share your giving commitments on social media, tagging the Parliament. As you make your giving commitments to carry forward the momentum of the 2021 Parliament and the interfaith movement, you can support the Parliament's capacity to carry out its commitments by making a year-end gift to the Parliament today. The Parliament relies on the generosity of its donors to support ongoing operations. Consider supporting the Parliament with a donation of any size today. Every bit makes a difference. Or becoming a member to support the Parliament's work annually. Parliament members are the most crucial foundation of support for the Parliament year to year, and members have access to special perks, such as access to our full library of past program recordings, discounts to Parliament convenings, and engagement opportunities in the years between convenings. You can explore all the ways to support the Parliament, from membership to making your shopping have an impact to leaving your legacy for future generations at one word, parliamentofreligions.org/give.
My name is Jonathan Lever with the Fetzer Institute. Our mission is to help build the spiritual foundation for a loving world. We are proud to support this special 8th Parliament of World Religions for a peaceful, just, and sustainable world. The Institute is proud to have supported the new film, Mission Joy, about the incredible and inspiring friendship between His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Archbishop Desmond Tutu. To us, there is no better example of how to build the spiritual foundation for a loving world than the model of friendship between these two deeply spiritual men. Wearing this white kata that His Holiness presented to me a little over 2.5 years ago, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, to speak with us today. Thank you.
Firstly, I would like to express my greetings those member of the Parliament of Religious, say, World Religions as an organization. So now, firstly, the religion, even today, 21st century, 21st century. So I think, experience material development really brings benefit. So religion, you see, seems something old-fashioned. Pray, pray, pray. So actually, not only in past, but even today, there are violence problem. So all these, suppose you see these produce weapons, suppose you see build peace, but actually opposite, more weapon, more gun, more violence. So now, logically, when we think about peace, firstly, inner peace. Without inner peace, full of anger, hatred, jealousy, then it's very difficult to get peace. So therefore, all religion teach us we are, according the theistic religion, we all created by one God. Then non-theistic religion, you say, we all, life after life, we simply, you see, born, but basic human nature is more compassionate. And all religious, the essence of teaching is compassion here. So compassion is the seed of peace. So with compassion, mental peace come. With that, the verbal action, physical action, all become more peace. So therefore, now today, various different religious traditions have very important role to bring inner peace. Then and also now today, not only today, in the past, sometimes unfortunately, due to different religious tradition, and then some problems. Now that these people simply use religion for political reason or power. So real religious teaching is warm-heartedness and forgiveness, these things. So therefore, the theistic religion, non-theistic religion, all religions really have the potential to bring inner peace. And through that way, automatically, mutual respect. Like India is one example. All major religious traditions live together, mutual learning and respect. So therefore, the World Parliament of World Religion is something very, very useful, very important. Now we, as I mentioned earlier, you see, we, the member of the Parliament, you see, we should be more active. Not only gives idea, but practical. Wherever you see some problem, in general, particularly in the name of religion, and we should be active, you see, to bring peace, harmony. So I'm a follower or practitioner of one of the world important religion, Buddhism. So as a religious person, we all say entire mother sentient being, entire sentient being, consider as your own mother. So that really shows, you see, we have to respect entire sentient being. So, as a practitioner of Buddha Dharma, I or say, making every effort to bring peace, to bring religious harmony, not through some ceremony or something like that, but from heart. So our eighth Parliament of World Religious Conference, I want to share. You really carry very, very important and relevant to today's reality. So please be active. Thank you.
I'm delighted to be a part of the Parliament of Religions on this occasion. I'm quite aware of the massive difference between then and between now and the last Parliament. The last Parliament in Toronto was an exciting, energetic sort of movement, which I vastly appreciated. I want to be as brief as possible. But I'm pleased with this opportunity to be a part of you, even though a great distance exists between where you are and where I am, and none of the human accords that are available when we're in each other's presence in such a gathering are available. I have been a part of the nonviolent movement in America since 1958. And what I want to do is to urge all of us to recommit ourselves if we are already committed to essentially three things. One, we, the religions of the world, must conscientiously and deliberately and creatively decide that we have to help the human race develop a human race-wide ethos about our existence on this planet Earth. We must move in whatever way we can to give people all over the world a deliberate sense of their humanity and a deliberate sense that as human beings, members of the human race, we can do all things to bring our lives into greater harmony with truth. We can bring the power brokers of the earth to their knees so that they stop following their narrow-minded agendas, their pea-brain agendas, and begin to adopt agendas that will bless and influence the entirety of human race, all languages, all peoples, all cultures. All our cultures must be transformed away from where they are now, too often very arrogant, too often mobilizing around plantation capitalism rather than around an economy for the earth, too often engaged in various forms of violence, the violence of speech and fist, and supporting agendas that are violent. Much of this, in my mind, is led by my own nation, the United States of America, to my great, great regret. I received a prison sentence from my government of 3 years in jail because I said the Selective Service Act of 1945, 47, 48 was an act of tyranny and not an act for justice or truth. We, the peoples of the religions of the earth, must move to change the agenda of the few into the agenda of the many. I have seen much change in the United States since 1958, but we have much more to bring. We have done this through what the late Congressman John Lewis called the Nonviolent Movement of America, which I have put into the years 1953 to 1973. This was the chief explosive generator of energy and visions and ideas and actions for what is called in the United States the Civil Rights Movement, the Nonviolent Campaign. The Nonviolent Campaign proved to be highly effective. We were able to challenge for the very first time the system of segregation in the United States along racial lines. We were able to organize tens of thousands of people into demonstrations, sit-ins, boycotts, bus boycotts, economic boycotts, marches, picket lines, mass meetings, meetings in the street. We pulled over 200 cities in the southeastern part of the United States into the movement and campaign between 1953 and 1973. You may not know it, but all across America, there were signs in public places, in business places, governmental places that said, white only, no colored, no Jew, no Chink, no Jap. All over the country, these signs were there. By virtue of the racism, but also the thesis on the part of some people from Europe that they were much better than all other human species who lived in this continent. We of the religious world must organize local units that offer the human race a spiritual and moral power to break down the forces of wrong, whatever they are, and to allow the building of the new earth and the new heaven to proceed. No religious group should be teaching hatred. No world religion should be teaching violence. No religious of the world should teach an apology and a tolerance for teaching hate. No religion in the world should bless violence either in the economic form or in the verbal form, and not in the cultural form. Since 1958, great progress has been made, but we have 200 or 300 years of more progress needed before the human race can be what we want it to be. An instrument for justice, an activist movement for the unity of all humankind, and the building of the forces of nonviolence and truth that will change our earth and our visions of life. Thank you.
Let me say hello this morning where I am to the World Parliament of Religions. And in this time that I have, let me honor the Dalai Lama who just spoke. You know, in a real sense, I believe that we are in the midst of a moral crisis, a moral love and justice crisis across the world. And I look at that through the lenses of the realities, the continuing realities of systemic racism. And by that, I'm not talking about interpersonal racism, but things like voter suppressions, which are not only political, but theological suppression, because when we don't allow people to vote, we are suggesting that they're not human, because we only give the right to vote to humans. We're suggesting that somehow they are non-human or less than human. I'm talking about all of the disparities in terms of how we treat Native brothers and sisters and indigenous communities, and in healthcare and the resegregation of public schools, and how we treat immigrants, especially in our country, xenophobia, unjust incarceration. But we also have a problem with systemic poverty. In the country I live in, over 140 million people right now are poor and low wealth. 8 million more fell into poverty during COVID. 250,000 people die every year from poverty before COVID. 700 people die every day. But around the world, over 1 billion people live in extreme poverty, while less than 0.1% of people in the world have more money than they will ever spend. Over 50% of the world struggles every day just for basic subsistence. And in our country, it just came out this morning that while 22 million people lost their jobs during COVID, and poor and low wealth workers were the first to go to work, the first to get infected, the first to get sick from COVID, the first to die, billionaires have made over $2 trillion in COVID, while we are arguing in this country over just providing $350 billion a year for 10 years to help people recover who've been beaten down worse than they were before COVID. We also have, as a moral crisis in this world, ecological devastation, the denial of health care. In my country alone, 87 million people get up every morning without health care or either are uninsured. 4 million families wake up every morning, can buy unleaded gas and can't buy unleaded water. We also have the underfunding of public education and the resegregation of our schools, which fundamentally hurts our humanity. And in this country I live in, we have the war economy and militarism, the fact that 54 cents of every discretionary dollar America spends, we spend it on the war economy, and less than 15 cents on things like healthcare and living wages and education. And then we have this moral crisis of religious nationalism and white nationalism that's spreading everywhere. It's never really not been in existence, but even more is coming back to the fore throughout the world, which becomes the breeding ground for authoritarian leadership that pronounces and suggests that that leadership is actually the will of God. And COVID has exposed the fissures that exist because of all of these interlocking injustices. So we have a moral crisis, a love crisis, a justice crisis, and we believe in the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival with my dear friend, the Reverend Dr. Liz Theo Harris, and all people who joined in this country. And recently we were at the Vatican and shared with world leaders, religious leaders about it there, that we must have a moral fusion movement where people impacted by these various moral crises come together with religious leaders and advocates to stand in a nonviolent way, but to stand in truth and love and justice, and to call for the kind of peace which my Jewish brothers and sisters call shalom, which is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice and the presence of peace. One of the reasons, one of the things we believe has to happen is we need a generationally transformative, major poor people's assembly and moral and low-wage workers, moral assembly and national moral march on Washington, D.C., and we hope other world capitals around the world to amass poor people's low-wage workers assembly. We're calling for it June 18th, 2022, 3 days before the summer solstice, when the light is closest to the earth. We need to shine a light. We need not a day, not just a gathering, but a declaration that we won't be silent anymore on these matters. And it needs to be led by voices and faces of the poor and low wealth people, those who are most impacted by these interlocking injustices. And it needs to be religious and moral leaders of every faith and advocates there. Why? To shift the narrative and to build power, to begin talking about we must change this world from the bottom up. I was recently talking to the special rapporteur of the extreme poverty at the UN, and he clearly said, we do not have a scarcity of resources, nor do we have a scarcity of ideas to address the interlocking injustices. What we have is a scarcity of moral consciousness, and we must have a gathering, a day, a declaration, if you will, a time of coming together that commences a continuous unified movement to eradicate poverty and low wealth from the bottom up. Moral fusion politics. That's what the abolitionists were when they stood up against slavery. That's what the civil rights movement was when it stood up against the evils of Jim Crow. That's what happened in South Africa when they came together. Moral fusion organizing, bringing people together around various traditions, around an agenda from many different places of every race, creed, color, and sexuality. And we have some basic theological commitments that we look to in the Poor People's Campaign that I would share with you now. One of them is from the prophet Isaiah that is honored by Jews and Muslims and Christians. In that prophetic book, in chapter 10, it says, woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the people and make women and children pray. Where will that nation stand in the day of reckoning? What will happen to its riches? There is this theological suggestion that if the nation abuses the poor and robs the rights of the poor and worries more about the rights of the landowner or the rights of the wealthy and robs the rights of the people, something happens. Politicians become animalistic and the people become like prey, and ultimately that hurts the entire nation. Isaiah 55, one of our that's honored by Jews, Muslims, Christians, and many religions, says that we must cry loud. We must be like a trumpet and sound the cry against injustice. That's what love and truth must do. And we must call for a loosing of the bands of wickedness. And in Hebrew, that literally means to pay people what they deserve. And it says we must welcome the poor. We must bring in those who are hurting. We must have an agenda of repairing. And if we don't, then the nation actually sets up its own destruction. But if we do, then in fact, the nation will be called a repairer of the breach. And the light of God will shine on the nation, and the peace of God will be in the nation, and the love of God will be upon the nation. And so as religious leaders, not as political leaders, we have to warn the nations. We have to say to them that justice is what love looks like in public. And we have to hear the ancient prophets. In fact, we must be like the ancient prophets and not merely be tied in a sanctuary or a temple, but we must be engaged in the public square. We must be engaged in the public square. We must, as religious leaders today and in our religious, condemn hate and condemn injustice and condemn those things that make for confusion and not peace. And not only in the personal realm, but our theological convictions say that we must do it in the public square. Too often, Ezekiel 22, another text honored by so many, says that the religious community has endorsed predatory activity because it didn't speak out. It stayed silent. It didn't stand in the gap, Ezekiel said. And God had to go to the valleys of dry bones among the people to find the prophetic witness that should have been coming from the religious cultus. So we must have a moral movement in this world. It must be a united moral movement to address systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, the denial of health care, the underfunding of public education, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism. I'm a Christian, and I happen to follow the teachings of Jesus and the leadership of Jesus and the leadership of the Holy Spirit. And Jesus clearly said in his first sermon publicly to the whole world, he said, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me to preach good news to the poor." And the word poor there is the Greek word translated that means is patokos. It means those who've been made poor by exploitive systems. So Jesus was saying that there is no evangel, no good news that is not actively addressing what's happening to the poor and the brokenhearted and the least of these and those that are left out. In fact, the first day that Jesus simply announced that he had come in the Spirit to preach good news to the poor, the text says that they tried to kill him that day because he was talking about love toward the poor, not just a love between brother and sister or husband and wife, but he was literally questioning the empire, questioning Rome, questioning Caesar's mentality that claimed that Caesar was God and money was God and ownership was God. Jesus was saying, no, if it's not good news to the poor, if faith and religious traditions and practices do not preach good news to the poor and do not ultimately challenge injustice, then that spirituality must be suspect in terms, rendered suspect in terms of authentic faith as Jesus talked about. And then finally, in our tradition, there's a great text in Amos. We often have heard it said when Dr. King used to say, let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. But if you go back a few verses in that ancient text, it talks about a time coming when injustice is rampant and mean leaders are rampant and lying is rampant and people are about to give up. And then God says to the prophet, if I can find a remnant, I don't need everybody, but if I can find the remnant of people who will go in the streets and cry out in the marketplace and shut down the factories non-violently, he says, if I can find the people who will grieve over the realities of injustice and will grieve publicly, not privately, who will grieve in the streets, then he says, I will give you divine assistance. I will help the people, and then justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty spring. I believe that God is waiting on us in the religious community to wail, to grieve, to cry in the public square with those who cry every day from these interlocking injustices. And in that process, the Spirit will give us divine assistance to transform the world through love and truth and nonviolence and peace. You know, Jürgen Moltmann, the German theologian, said that faith, wherever it develops into hope, causes not rest, but unrest, not patience, but impatience. That faith, wherever it becomes hope, does not calm the unquiet heart, but is itself this unquiet heart in man, in humanity. Those who hope in God, Those who hope in God can no longer put up with reality as it is, but began to suffer under it with love and truth and justice in order to contradict the reality. And we must be clear, we need this moral contradiction. When the Spirit of God fell on Pentecost, the Bible says that one of the things that happened when the Spirit came is that they formed a community that was the contradiction of Caesar's community of neglect and harm. And they formed a community in the Spirit that showed it was possible to live in a way where nobody had need. And then finally, Jesus said again, every nation will be judged not by how many worship services she has, not by how many times she prays in her Senate or in her Congress or in her parliament, but when people were hungry, did the nation, not individual benevolence, but did the nation establish justice? Did the nation feed them? Did the nation give them water? Did the nation release the prisoners? Did the nation heal the sick? Did the nation welcome the immigrant and the stranger? This is our calling now. We cannot be silent anymore. Too many people are hurting our people, and we cannot be silent. Silence would be betrayal of our spirituality. We must have a moral revival in the world and in this country. We must have a third reconstruction. We must have a mass poor people's low-wage workers assembly and moral march on the capital of these countries, not as a day, but as a declaration, as a commencing. From that day forward, we will be united. There is no time to waste. Democracy versus autocracy is the battle of our time. We have to escalate the nonviolent moral struggle of our moment. It's time to make ending poverty a priority, and it's possible. It's time to expand democratic participation across the world and in the United States and stop the suppression. It's possible. It's time to protect free speech and ability to organize. It's time to ensure that we have policies that change the condition of the 140 million poor and low-wealth people in this country and the billions around the world. It's time to be a world where anybody who works makes a living wage. It's time to enact fair taxes on corporations and the wealthy. It's past time to make sure that there is what the UN Declaration said in 1948 becomes a reality, and that is that housing is a human right, that water is a human right, that basic income is a human right, that education is a human right. It's time for us. We've put too much money in war. In my country alone, $21 trillion in war and militarization since 9/11. Since $21 trillion. $1 trillion of that or less than that could deal with the issues of poverty and hurt and injustice in these areas in our world. It's time, it's past time. There is a Kairos moment. The Spirit is calling us. We must cut these military budgets. In America alone, if we cut our military budget in half and put it toward the things that lift communities, we would still have more money in military spending than North Korea, China, Russia, all combined together. And to put more money in death than we do in life is a moral spiral downward. It's time. It's time, and we must have a coming together of poor and low wealth impacted people of all religions and faiths and creeds and colors and sexualities. And we must have religious leaders of all faith. As the Dalai Lama said, at the essence of all of our faiths is this idea of love and compassion and peace and justice. And we must have advocates, and we must have a worldwide poor people's movement. A poor people's assembly, and low-wage workers assembly, and moral gatherings all over in capitals throughout the world. We're going to begin it on June 18th, 2022. Hope you will join with us because the time is now. And if we wail properly, if we cry properly, if we stand properly, if we unite properly, there is this ancient promise that God has shown he answers. She has shown she answers time and time again. I will be with you. I will give you power. I will help you make it so. Justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. God bless you, and let us forever stand together in our moral commitments to love, to truth, to justice, and to nonviolence.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a soul like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. So amazing, so amazing, so amazing, so amazing, 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 amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a soul like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. So amazing, 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 so amazing. God's grace has brought me this far. God's grace, God's grace has brought me this far. God's amazing grace. God's grace has brought me this far. God's grace, God's grace has brought me this far. God's amazing grace. God's grace has brought me this far. God's grace, God's grace has brought me this far. God's amazing grace. God's grace has brought me this far. God's grace, God's grace has brought me this far. God's amazing grace.
Dear family and friends in the faith, my name is Bruce Knopps, trustee of the Parliament of the World's Religions and director of the Unitarian Universalist Association office at the United Nations. Please pray with me. Spirit of life and love, we pray at a time of great fear, which has grown into hate, anger, intolerance, suspicion, distrust of our neighbor, and pain. We need your help and each other to find our way to love, compassion, understanding, sharing what we have, welcoming the stranger, and finding common ground with our enemies. We ask for the blessings of grace, understanding, compassion, equanimity, forbearance, trust, kindness, and love. Help us to move beyond our fear towards confidence in our ability to live together in peace with radical love to embrace all creation. Amen.
Hey, I am Maya Tiwari. It is an honor to be back with the Parliament of World Religions, whose tireless work has been shifting humanity into a place of peace and unification. We dearly need the work of our colleagues and our greater community, and my deep regards to each and every one of you. I call upon us all to reclaim the primordial feminine force. Collectively, we stand at the gateway of a new era, and we have forged that into reality. A new world is being born. We are feeling her painful contractions. We're shifting from the position of control and fear into trusting and surrendering. The divine power is once again being birthed into light. And collectively, it is we who are solely responsible for this turn from the dark to the light. You see, it is not the universe that's deciding our fate or our destiny or the cadence of this new awakening. It is not the great mother or great father who lifts us up or puts us down. The great mother has granted us the power of intelligence called the buddhi, the power of sentiency, the largest of the human species, the faculty of awareness. We are able to make changes, to adjust, to adapt, to make mistakes, to forgive, to transform, and ultimately to transcend into our sublime nature. It is only humanity's action on this earth that can change and transform our living world. We were born with this beneficial gift, the intelligence, awareness. Let us use it wisely. The nature of the Goddess Mother is often misunderstood. She does not judge, condemn, or condone human actions, nor does she destroy her universe. Once she gave the staff of sentiency to the human species, she assumed the role of witness, the observer, who patiently surveils our development into our own significant nature, which is replicated from her primordial self. She gave us the power of choice, of free will, of self-reflection, and we have matured. We have arrived at the collective decision to reverse the free fall. We grew weary of witnessing the breakdown of the maternal memory, the erosion of the divine feminine force. We have a strong desire to revive the only living power that can regenerate and safeguard humanity. And that is the power to nourish, nurture, and heal that comes from the divine feminine. We recognize that we have taken for granted the maternal force. We have broken our own hearts from manipulating intelligence, the good seed, and the sacred reproductive regenerative forces of the Mother Earth. We see the catastrophic fallout from industrialization, climate change, pandemics, the crimes of hunger, disease, and violence. These are situations that thrived because our vision had been shrouded. Like the ancient ancestors, we've come to understand that the earth's fertility and abundance are tied to the movement of the divine feminine. We know our physical body, mind, womb, and children grow out of the sacred spirit of that mother consciousness. The sacred feminine energy is unifying. We are created with loving awareness to heal wounds and rifts and chasms. Once we remove limiting ancestral beliefs and behaviors, we may filter our thoughts and actions through the lens of ahimsa, harmonious coexistence, learning to live with whatever arises in our lives. The divine feminine is nurturing, soft, yet fierce and grounded. She can transmogrify chaos and rage into calm. In her great design, the divine feminine, masculine energies are complementary without division. One supports the other. Each person possesses both. Women are blessed with the awakened state of the Shakti, which is the primordial feminine power. We have the innate power to escalate awareness of giving, receiving, rectifying, and nourishing. A circle of women can heal anything. As we awaken the divine feminine force, we unfold the most sacred task, that of unifying humanity. First off, we must not isolate the light from the dark. Each one of us is on a unique evolutionary path to awareness. Those who are awakened to their true nature act accordingly, and those who are yet to discover their self-illumined nature will act from darkness. Neither can we judge or condone evil actions that denigrate life. However, as a progeny of the divine feminine, I observe with self-compassion and empathy. The light we broadcast in this way can be summed up simply. We are here to bless each other. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Ibu Patel. I'm founder and president of an organization called IFYC, or Interfaith Youth Corps. I'm so thrilled to be with you today. We gather, of course, near the anniversary of 9/11, one of the most dramatic events to ever happen in the modern world, certainly in the modern history of religion. I'm here to say that there are actually two important 9/11s that we commemorate. There's 9/11-2001, a day that we remember when religion was used as a bomb of destruction. And there's 9/11-1893, the first day of the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, the beginning in so many ways of the modern interfaith movement in the West. On that day, September 11th, 1893, the great Swami Vivekananda addressed the assembly, used the opportunity to speak of tolerance between religions, highlighted a theology of interfaith cooperation from his own Hindu faith, invited the assembled august group to do the same from their diverse faiths, and ended his speech by saying that from now on, all fanaticism, all persecutions with the sword or with the pen, and all uncharitable feelings between people wending their way to the same goal would hopefully end. Let us live to the spirit of 9/11-1893, to the spirit of religion as a bridge of cooperation. And let us remember that bridges do not fall from the sky or rise from the ground. People build them. If you look closely at our era after 9/11-2001, there are actually many powerful and positive examples of faith as a bridge of cooperation. Some of this happened at the level of world leaders. Tony Blair founded a faith foundation aimed at interfaith understanding. Madeleine Albright wrote a book called The Mighty and the Almighty, which made the case for a greater capacity within the United States government for positively engaging religious actors. The Clinton Global Initiative had a religion track. The governments of Turkey and Spain launched an alliance of civilizations. And lots of grassroots and grass tops interfaith efforts took off in this era as well. My own organization, IFYC, has grown rapidly since 9/11-2001, And that's because so many young people, so many college campuses, so many faith-based youth groups, so many cities, so many communities have called out and said, we want an interfaith program on our campus, in our community, in our city. I think of these initiatives as representing the spirit of 9/11, 1893, as we commemorate the 20th anniversary of 9/11, 2001, as we mourn the terrible loss of life, as we celebrate the heroic first responders, we should commit ourselves more fully to the vision of that earlier 9/11. We should recognize that our religious diversity can be a force for good. No one should be scapegoated for actions that other human beings committed simply because they share a skin color, a language, or a religion. The terrorists of all faiths actually belong to one faith, the faith of terrorism. It is time for my own nation, the United States, to live into the vision of being a truly multi-faith country. We are not a Judeo-Christian nation. We are Interfaith America, the most religiously diverse nation in human history and the most religiously devout nation in the Western Hemisphere. Faith can be a bridge of cooperation, but only if we build it. And when we build those bridges of cooperation between different faiths, we build a world that is worthy of the highest ideals of all of our faiths. It is a vision beautifully expressed by the Chicagoan Charles Bonney in the concluding statement of the 1893 Parliament of the World's Religions. I leave you with this today. From now on, the great religions of the world will make war no longer on each other, and instead on the giant ills that afflict humankind. Thank you.
So, I was recently asked in a casual conversation, what kinds of issues do you all work on? In large part, we work on supporting healthy relationships, seeking to address intimate partner violence, domestic violence. I began to explain the work that we do at the Sikh Family Center, a community-based nonprofit that I co-founded and currently direct. His response was one I've heard all too often, a nearly universal expression of pity, sympathy. Well, people may be in terrible situations, but those circumstances don't define them. I tried to continue, but he had already moved on. An internal is understandable, perhaps. The reality of people all across the globe and all around us being subjected to gender-based violence. 1 in 3 women, according to the World Health Organization, and that too most often being hurt by someone they know, is truly a devastating reality. It should shake us all, but is just not enough. Why? Allows us to think, I'm a good person, I feel bad for someone else, but it does not always move us to action. Also relies on our reflexive reaction to situations as we understand them. Things that sadden us or things that immediately revolt us, but being limited to our understanding also necessarily means being limited to our experiences and thus also our personal prejudices. Take the judge who denied a petition brought by a woman claiming domestic violence and later then privately turned to her law clerks in her chambers to say, I've done this a long time and that woman was too loud and was too angry to be a victim. And Asians are not that loud. Or take the policeman who told me in an emergency room that a teenage rape victim was not to be believed because girls from rough Black neighborhoods like hers do not freeze, they fight. Or take the teenager who could not believe that his favorite mentor had harassed female classmates because well-educated family men don't do that. Take the son who can't believe that his elderly mother has been committing violence against others in the family. She's pious, gentle, she's my rock. System-wide or personal prejudices excuse those closest to us, those with whom we share privileges or advantages in life. And at the same time, we expect others who are vulnerable, who are hurting, to also act, perform in a way that induces the response in us. This burden is misplaced. It's incompatible with creating a world of loving collective well-being. Our faiths inspire us to do more, to be more. Allow me to now take you to a party, the shindig of the season. A wealthy businessman, a lavish host, a lavish home, a guest list that was limited, the invites were coveted. The businessman had sought out a motley crowd, wanted the wise and sophisticated of the town, including the newest visitor to the town, a thought leader, a mystic, a reputed creative thinker. The intriguing invitee, Guru Nanak, the first Sikh Guru in the 15th century. The businessman was shocked when Guru Nanak never showed. Worse yet, Guru Nanak accepted an invitation to go dine over a simple meal with another host, the town carpenter. Now remember, South Asia then, even more so than now, was mired in the caste system. And carpenters were considered of lower caste, lower social stature, supposedly, in stark contrast to the self-serving caste status of the wealthy businessman. The outraged businessman sought out Guru Nanak, demanding, "How dare you skip my feast?" The fable goes that Nanak calmly responded through a simple illustration. He took a roti bread prepared from the businessman's home in one hand and a roti prepared in the carpenter's home in his other hand, and he squeezed. Milk droplets appeared from the roti in the carpenter's home. Blood droplets appeared from the roti prepared in the businessman's home. Interpreted as, Guru Nanak explained to the businessman Pago that the man he spites for his low station and lack of money, so-called low caste, the carpenter, earned an honest living. But the money of the businessman, what he prides himself over, had been earned by sucking the sweat and blood of others, exploiting them to amass his personal wealth. How then could Nanak feast on this roti? Guru Nanak did not or pity Lalo and then kowtow party with Pago. Guru Nanak did not ask the businessman Pago to pity Lalo either. Nor did Guru Nanak employ compassion as some sort of excuse for the businessman Pago. Oh, he's good at art, just in the wrong business. Guru Nanak did show solidarity and love for the world through his actions. Guru Nanak did not live Lalo's life, walk in his shoes, sharing his social ostracism. Yet he was able to express his solidarity in a simple but profound way by breaking bread with Lalo. He protested the exploitation by Pago by boycotting his party. And then when Pago expressed remorse much later and was ready to stand accountable and change his ways, Guru Nanak was able to offer forgiveness and embrace him too. This story reminds us of the transformative power of faith in action and challenges us to consider, how can we redirect our to those who abuse power and use our action to challenge attitudes, policies, beliefs that are unjust and unfair? And how can we do this consistently, regardless of whether those who are in power and those who are abusing are of the same faith background, the same skin color, the same gender, sex, etc. as us? And can we then also have it in our heart to embrace others should they truly wish to change and take responsibility for their actions? Like many spiritual leaders, Guru Nanak and the 9 Sikh Gurus who followed him exemplified upliftment for all, not as pity, not as charity, but as a right. And all abuses of power must be confronted. Afghanistan is now in our overspilling hearts. The current events are appalling. Minorities, Hazaras, Afghani Sikhs, Hindus, Christians are vulnerable, reportedly already being attacked. Many women, many activists are scrambling. At the same time, the predictions of what is to come at the hands of the newest rulers of Afghanistan does not absolve the former invaders or ruling powers. Farida jetu akal latif kale likhna lekh apne girewan mein sirni wa kar dekh. O Farid, if you are sensible, write not of the nefarious deeds of others before you. Lower your head, down your collar to look within. Words by Sheikh Farid, immortalized in the sacred Sikh text, the Guru Granth Sahib, at 1378. We must look within. Art cannot be reserved only for victims of violence that is perpetrated by others. What about violence perpetrated by our own soldiers, our own governments, our own leaders, or our own friends, our own brothers, our own fathers, even our own faith leaders? We never actually walk in someone else's shoes, even if we might literally fit in their shoes. but we can walk alongside them, and we can break bread alongside them. And we can hope for a world where we all move in the same general direction, led by our hearts and the unconditional solidarity that refuses to turn away, that solidarity that doesn't turn away even when it's difficult or inconvenient. Sat Sri Akal. Truth is timeless.
What I've been given, and it isn't life. It's mine to keep. I've tried to give everything I can, and hope I get everything I need. I felt the truth reaching out to me, like I'd been reaching from inside that little gap, still so painfully wide, but somehow I was on both sides. It's like starting to become the light at the end of the tunnel, like the spaciousness inside the church of ancient trees. It's like opening my eyes in the crystal clear water, like a flower that's finally opening. I saw the sun coming over the mountain, just like love at first sight. I saw the moon on the still water, and it seemed like things would be alright. It's like starting to become the light at the end of the tunnel, like spaciousness inside the church of ancient trees. It's like opening my eyes in the crystal clear water, like a flower that's finally opening.
Bow in deep reverence to Lord Mahavir, the omniscient Lord, who espoused the completion and culmination of compassion. I bow in utmost reverence to Srimad Rajchandraji, an epitome of pure and selfless compassion, who played a pivotal role in the making of Mahatma Gandhi and inspired many revolutions of non-violence and compassion across the world. I bow in supreme reverence to my beloved living enlightened master, Pujya Gurudev Sri Rakesh Ji, the one who in this modern day and age is carrying forward the legacy of the omniscient Lord, and is teaching and transforming millions to continue to walk the narrow and selfless path of compassion. Compassion and religion, how are they related? There was once a saint in Japan who was eager to translate a Buddhist scripture from the Indian Pali language to Japanese. However, this work demanded a great deal of energy and financial resources. He was determined. After 10 years, he gathered the necessary funds, and just then the region was struck by famine, and he offered all the funds for famine relief. Another 10 years, he worked relentlessly to gather funds, and just then the region was hit by floods, destroying almost everything, and once again, he offered all that he had collected for the relief. Old yet undeterred, he set out once again to raise the funds, and this time he was finally able to complete the translation, and he published it in Japanese, and it read, 3rd edition. Each of the efforts of relief were also a translation of the Lord's message. There are many great organizations today working tirelessly to provide aid and support, whether it is through humanitarian relief, addressing poverty, or mitigating the effects of climate change. While it is important to reach out to the manifest problems of the world, it is equally, if not more important, to nurture the strong spiritual roots that create these cultures of compassion, to uphold the fabric of humanity itself. It is incumbent upon us to decode the heart of our religious practices. Let it become the home and launching pad of the great. Compassion has no religion. Compassion needs no religion, rather compassion is religion. And in the words of the great luminary, Srimad Rajchandraji himself, there is no greater religion than that of compassion. True love is unconditional, has no selfish motive, and flows freely, extending to all. It is when the passage of compassion from the heart hardens that the lifeline of love is blocked, and it affects the well-being of all. The Jain motto of Parasparo Graho Jivanam recognizes that all life is bound together by mutual support and interdependence. We are all linked in a fundamental natural phenomena of symbiosis or mutual dependence, and thus, just as the blockage of blood in one part of the body will affect the entire person, the blockage of this free-flowing love of compassion to one being, human or animal, will necessarily affect all. It is this blockage that has created a world where even today, over 1 billion tons of food is left to rot, and yet over 250 million people are potentially at the brink of starvation. It is this stagnation that has created the stench of distrust and insecurity in the world, creating the humanitarian crisis of Afghanistan, South Sudan, and so many more. Without this free flow of love, that is compassion, we see a world that is increasingly dying and washing out due to the climate crisis, with species over species dying out. During this downward spiral, it is not just our moral duty, but also a divine call to extend love and care to all living beings without exception. Compassion is a virtue of consciousness, the divine flow of life. The more you are in touch with this inherent flow of compassion within yourself, the greater your own inner peace and tranquility. Subsequently, and quite naturally, the more effective your own presence in the creation of peace around you. The great saints of the world embodied this peace, rooted in their inherent compassion. As Lord Mahavir walked in the jungles, deadly snakes found refuge in his divine aura. As Srimad Rajchandraji simply walked, in his mere presence, even raging bulls fell silent. In the Atmasiddhi Shastra, an epic scripture composed by Srimad Rajchandraji himself, he has defined 7 cardinal virtues of a spiritual seeker, and of course, it begins with compassion. As my own Guru, Pujya Gurudev Sri Rakesh Ji expounded further on this great work, he explained that the true seeker does not and cannot indulge in harm and endeavors to contribute to the happiness of others. Compassion is the river that allows the love of God to flow to all. It is the flow of life itself. The depth of love is measured by its extensiveness. The strength of love is measured by its free flow. So today, let this be a clarion call to all the keepers of religion. No matter what the color of our dress may be, no matter what the shape of our practice and devotion may be, let every act and ritual inspire this love of God to flow to all life without exception. Above all, in our different manifestation and garbs, let us never forget we are all children of the one religion, which is compassion. Om, peace, peace, peace.
My name is Steve Sarowitz, and I'm here to talk a little bit about my Baha'i journey and how the Baha'i faith has influenced my life, my work, and my philanthropy. I'm here at my office today, and behind me is a picture of Abdul-Baha. Abdul-Baha was known as the master to Baha'is. And as Baha'is, we strive to walk in his way. He was our exemplar. And what was his message? That we were all one human family. Compassion is not just compassion for your immediate family or your community. Compassion is compassion for every human being on the planet. Compassion is the understanding of the oneness of humanity. Too many people only fight for their tribe and their people, their religion, their nation. But aren't we one human family? Do we not inhabit one earth? Aren't we flowers of this gigantic garden, all created by the same God? And doesn't it mean that if we help one, that it helps everyone? When we start understanding our oneness is when we'll succeed. True compassion is not compassion for your next door neighbor, but not your neighbor across the street. True compassion is compassion for everybody. Philanthropy doesn't work unless everyone is fully participating in the prosperity of their own community. Through the Baha'i process of consultation, we work with communities as humble partners, so everyone can be a participant in making sure that there's justice, equity, and prosperity for every human being on the planet. Religion is an indispensable part of any effort to unite humanity. Religion, according to the Baha'i writings, is the outer expression of the divine reality. Therefore, it must be living, vitalized, moving, and progressive. The Baha'i writings emphasize the need for global unity. This is the age with the communications and transportation where everything has been revolutionized. And shouldn't faith be revolutionized as well? How long will it take us to hearken to the call of the Master, Abdul-Baha, who over 100 years ago told us that world peace was inevitable, not only possible, but inevitable? The Universal House of Justice, the highest Baha'i body, made this statement in the 1985 letter to the peoples of the world. Whether peace is to be reached only after unimaginable horrors precipitated by humanity's stubborn clinging to old patterns of behavior, or is to be embraced now by an act of consultative will, is the choice before all who inhabit the earth. At this critical juncture, when the intractable problems confronting nations have been fused into one common concern for the whole world, failure to stem the tide of conflict and disorder would be unconscionably irresponsible. And yet, victory is still in our hands. We need to unify now. Ask yourself, what am I doing for peace? What are we doing for peace? It's up to us. We are all noble human beings. We are all part of the same human family. And we all have a role in the problem, and we all have a role in the solution. Over 100 years ago, Abdul-Baha said, "The day is coming when all the religions of the world will unite. For in principle, they are one already. There is no need for division, seeing that it is only the outward forms that separate them." What the Baha'i faith has helped me to do is really look at every problem and say, what is the ultimate solution? And the ultimate solution is almost always a spiritual one. We need material and spiritual solutions. So what the Baha'i faith says, again, the marriage of religion and science, the marriage of the material and the spiritual, and the idea that Baha'u'llah says, let your vision be world embracing. And may we get there as brothers and sisters in a single human family. There's only one God who loves all his children and has given us the instructions that we need to live today. What kind of world do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a world that has war, strife, and conflict? Abdul-Baha said something quite beautiful. He said, we've had war for 6,000 years. He said, perhaps we could try peace. And if we don't like that, we could always go back to war. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today at the Parliament of the World's Religions. I wish all of you nothing but love and light in all your paths, and that we may come together sooner rather than later as one human family to make our world a better place for all of us.
My name is Karan Lord Bellamoria. I live in London, and I was born in Hyderabad, India, and brought up in India before I came to the UK at the age of 19 from my higher education. I'm a Zoroastrian Parsi, one of the smallest communities in the world. There are barely 100,000 of us globally, and in India, a country of 1.4 billion people, there are fewer than 60,000 Parsis, and yet wherever you go in India, everyone knows who a Parsi is. I'm very proud of our tiny community and our tiny religion, an ancient religion founded by the prophet Zarathustra in around 1500 BC. An ancient religion that was the religion of the Persian Empire, the largest of the ancient empires. Cyrus the Great, the emperor, was renowned for not only being a very powerful emperor, 45% of the population of the world was within the Persian Empire at that time. But in his reign, around 530 BC, there was the Cyrus Cylinder, the first document of human rights in the world. It is actually, to this day, in the British Museum. And this document speaks of Cyrus as an emperor, but speaks of his being a magnanimous ruler. And that is the essence of it. There are many examples of his magnanimity, but one in particular is when he allowed the Jews in Egypt to go back to their homeland, recognized by the Jewish community in the Torah. So with this backdrop, this ancient religion, this ancient people left Persia, what is today Iran, and came and settled in India over 1,000 years ago. The legend has it that the Indian ruler on the coast of Gujarat, when the Parsis sought refuge, said, "I'm sorry, we have no room for you." And the leader of the Parsis asked for a glass of milk to be filled to the brim, asked for a teaspoon of sugar, and gently immersed the sugar in the milk and stirred it without spilling a drop. And he said to the ruler, "We will be like the sugar. We will sweeten your people and your kingdom." And the Parsis were allowed to settle. And the rest, as they say, is history. This tiny community has contributed so much to India in every field, whether it's lawyers, accountants, the armed forces, the legal community, entrepreneurs, business people, sportsmen and women. In every field, the Parsis have excelled. But what has set them apart? What has been appreciated about them is expressed so well by Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "Parsis in numbers beneath contempt, in contribution beyond compare." And he said, "Parsi, thy name is charity." And the Zoroastrian Parsi have always been renowned for not just looking after our own, but for putting back in the wider community. And I could give you example after example. The latest news just now is Air India, the national airline of India, has now been privatized and has been bought by the Tata Group, a Parsi, Zoroastrian Parsi company. The Tatas founded Air India over 70 years ago, and now, today, they are back to owning it. And the rejoicing that will take place will be from everyone, not just the consumers, but also the employees of Air India who know that they will be treated fairly. And that has been the reputation. Jamshedji Tata, who founded the Tata Empire, built a steelworks in what was then Bihar in northeast India. And the chief British civil servant at the time said, "Oh, if he produces any steel, I will eat every rail that is produced from there." Well, he had to eat his words, because Tata Steel to this day is one of the largest steel manufacturers in the world, and in fact owns British Steel. And right from the beginning, he set up a charitable trust. To this day, Tata Sons, 2/3 is owned by the charitable trust. 2/3 of the profits are distributed to charities. Charities are the benefit of the whole of the UK, whole of India. I, for example, am proud to be a Tata scholar when I came to study in the UK. So that sense of charity, right now, the world is coming out of a pandemic, a global pandemic that affected the whole world, 18 months. And yet within that, the biggest vaccine manufacturer in the world, before the pandemic, the Serum Institute of India, is owned by Cyrus and Adar Poonawalla, Zoroastrian Parsis. 2/3 of children born on this planet are vaccinated by their vaccines. They have saved tens of millions of lives by producing affordable vaccines. And similarly, with the COVID vaccine, we're very proud in the UK that Oxford University and AstraZeneca, a British-Swedish company, together produced the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. And AstraZeneca is headquartered in Cambridge. And they partnered from the beginning with the Serum Institute of India to produce 1 billion doses. And as we speak, almost 1 billion of those doses have been produced in barely 1 year, less than 1 year since the production started, at a very affordable cost, a vaccine for the world. And when I started my own business, Cobra Beer, 3 decades ago in the UK, without anyone telling me, we started putting back into the community. We have the Cobra Foundation. We help charities from Macmillan's Cancer to the Armed Forces charities to Water Aid with clean water and sanitation, saving lives in South Asia. It is part of our DNA to be magnanimous and to put back into the community. My father, the late General Villamoria, was Commander-in-Chief of the Central Indian Army with 350,000 troops under his command. And people were happy under his command because not only was he a good soldier, but he was a fair leader, a leader who was a soldier's soldier who his troops absolutely loved. And I could give you example when he was in battle, when he would refuse an order if it meant he would lose lives of his men. And he would disobey and say, I will do this later because I need to save lives. And he would achieve the objective in a later time, but saving lives. If we look at my other roles, I sit in the House of Lords. For 15 years, I've been an independent crossbench peer. And the first 3 parliamentarians in Westminster were all 3 Zoroastrian parties going back to 1892. And I'm proud to be the first peer, the first member of the House of Lords from the Zoroastrian Parsi community. The Zoroastrian community is also renowned for its compassion. There is an ethos, the tenets of the religion, good thoughts, good words, good deeds. And when I welcomed the Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams, to the Zoroastrian Centre in Harrow a few years ago, I welcomed him in my speech, and then he started his speech and said, Lord Villamoria has used the word integrity twice, and the Zoroastrian community is renowned for its integrity. And he said the word integrity comes from the Latin and Greek words integra and integral, which means wholeness. You cannot practice integrity if you're fragmented in front of the light. You can only practice integrity if you're complete and whole. And I've never forgotten that. And finally, the last word that is very important is trust. And one of my professors at Harvard Business School, Francis Fry, in a lecture described trust as being a triangle of authenticity, logic, and empathy. And the Zoroastrian community and the Parsis have always engendered trust because we are authentic, we have the capability to deliver, and there is the empathy. So to conclude, we are a religion, a community that believes in not just what you do, but how you do it. Not just being the best in the world, trying to be the best in the world, but being the best for the world. And so it's compassion, integrity, trust. And with that, I'm very proud of our tiny, tiny community.
My name is Shanta Premavardhana. I am the president of Omnia Institute for Contextual Leadership. We are here to offer you an invitation. We want to ask you to join us in a journey towards anti-supremacy. You have heard the African proverb, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together. We want to walk far. We invite you to walk with us. First, let me tell you a bit about Omnia. We train religious leaders to form interfaith peacemaker teams. These teams work together across religious and other differences to build power, acting strategically on issues that arise from the ground in their communities, molding cultures for justice and peace. We have trained over 3,500 peacemakers in countries where extremism is present. We have organized them into 166 teams, and we also have a global virtual team that meets on Zoom. Our teams have identified a destructive and persistent obstacle to achieving justice and peace. It is the deadly virus of supremacy that infects virtually all structures of society. We believe the time has come for it to be dismantled, and we contend that this dismantling must start with religion. I want to introduce Ms. Soraya Dean, the coordinator for Women's Outreach and Partnerships at Omnia. She is also the founder of Muslim Women Speakers and a community organizer for us. Soraya.
Thank you, Shanta. As a Muslim feminist, I have experienced a great deal of tension around the question of supremacy. Working with women of different faiths around the world, I know that this is their experience as well. But I've also seen how supremacies can be challenged and how they can be dismantled when interfaith peacemaker teams take action in their communities. Today, our interfaith peacemaker teams are working to prevent child marriage in Bangladesh, to counter extremism in Nigeria, and to resolve interreligious conflict in Sri Lanka. There are, of course, varieties of supremacies: religious supremacy, racial and caste supremacy, male supremacy, colonial supremacy, and our supremacy over the earth. Many of these supremacies are legitimized by religion. As a human rights advocate, I call women and men everywhere to take decisive action against the religious legitimization of supremacy, especially male supremacy. We invite you to call out your own religion's embrace of supremacies and their legitimization and work with us to deconstruct them. We also invite you to lift up the critical role your religion can play in redefining individual and institutional relationships in a way that is equitable for all. Let me now introduce to you a board member of Omnia, Dr. Paul Nitter. A Buddhist Christian, he is one of the world's foremost authorities in interreligious dialogue. Already 30 years ago, he published books on this subject: The Myth of Christian Uniqueness and The Myth of Religious Superiority. Dr. Paul Nitter.
Thank you. Thank you, Soraya. I am a member of the board of Omnia and have been part of drafting a brief recommendation, which we hope will serve as a starting point for a continuing conversation. And we would like to invite a broad interreligious constituency to walk with us on this journey. I hope you will agree that supremacy is indeed a widespread and destructive mindset. It creates hierarchical structures as well as social, political, and economic systems that lead to oppression, to domination, and so often to violence. I hope you also agree that many religions are caught up in this mindset. I know mine is. Even though these religions espouse teachings that do promote egalitarian and equitable values. Supremacy is a substantial obstacle to peacemaking. Why? Because anytime one group of human beings believes that they are better than, or more worthy than, or more favored by God than others, then it becomes difficult, if not impossible, to collaborate and build peace together. Our productive conversations about these various supremacies will continue, and we expect that they will lead to strategic actions. And we invite you and your community to join us in this crucial and hopeful journey. Friends, this undertaking is very important. If we are serious about peacemaking, and I trust that we are, we must address this pernicious problem.
Thank you, Paul. As you made clear, we need many voices in this task of dismantling supremacy, voices of many religions and many identities. We need everyone's voice. So I ask you to do one thing. Go to our website, www.omnialeadership.org, and you will see our draft recommendation. We invite you to sign up, and we will write to you about how you can be involved in our continuing conversation and actions. You may also write to me directly. My email is shanta, shanta, at omnialeadership.org. Let's walk together, friends. We have a long journey ahead. Thank you very much.
Good evening, my brothers and sisters. I'm pleased to join you on this evening when the Parliament of the World's Religions launches the videos from its recent virtual plenaries to a global audience. I'm here as well to encourage you, to urge you to support the work of the Parliament, which you are seeing in this telecast. The Parliament, which goes back to 1893 at the Chicago World's Fair, and in the contemporary era back to 1993, the 100th anniversary of the Parliament, is a vital organization in terms of transforming religion in two areas. First of all, in transforming our personal relationships among people throughout the world who hold to a whole variety of religions. Religions have tended to be hostile and antagonistic towards each other. That cannot be if religion is going to be a powerful, constructive voice for healing, for compassion, for really coming to grips with the many crises that face our world. I'm asking you with great earnest to consider becoming a donor or even more, a member of the Parliament. If you join the Parliament, you get many benefits, some of which you're seeing tonight. You get access to a hub of parliamentary videos from past convenings throughout the world, from Cape Town, from Melbourne, from Barcelona, from Toronto. You get an opportunity to join into various Zoom meetings, webinars, but also some that are more of a discussion nature. You get a discount on the upcoming 2023 Parliament, which will be held at McCormick Convention Center in Chicago in mid-August of 2023. Your support is vital to help the Parliament become a viable, sustainable entity so it can contribute to this kind of healing among religious traditions. But the second challenge is also great. The Parliament is a powerful force for many issues facing society today. The Parliament has become identified with, in a particular way, with the climate crisis that affects all of us. And we have to find ways to collaborate. There is no Catholic answer to these questions. There is no Buddhist answer to these questions. But all of us can contribute and must contribute to this effort. But to sustain this effort, we need a strong, viable structure. And that is the Parliament. And it can become even stronger with your assistance. The Parliament has been working in the last several years on a number of key issues: the global ethic, the whole sustainability issue. And in that regard, I would mention from my Catholic perspective that we have been working cooperatively through a small working group with the Vatican's effort with regard to climate change. We work on interreligious dialogue and the need to create a strong sense of interreligious harmony. All of these are vital, and I think they are vital to the self-definition of any religious community today. So once more, I ask you please join us as a member. Your membership will add strength to our witness of religious collaboration, religious love, religious reconciliation, our witness to creating the response to the many crises that we face. Without your help, our job cannot reach the level that is needed in today's society. So thank you very much. You see on the bottom of the screen how you can make a contribution, or even better yet, become a member. God bless you all.
Hello, friends. I'm Reverend Charlene Manuel. It is my honor to serve as a trustee on the board of the Parliament of the World's Religions. Please join me in a moment to acknowledge the presence of God as you understand God in your faith tradition. There is a sacredness in our gathering together in this way, a belief, a common thread that acknowledges there is great hope in our collective future. So let it be so that the wisdom, the harmony, the joy that permeates this entire convening, that it may yield for each one of us a magnificent blessing that we take back into our communities and continue to serve our communities and to make a difference in our world. Let us all continue to strive for a world where there is peace, equality, fair and equal treatment for every person around the globe, and an honoring and appreciation for our earth, the place we call home. God bless you.
Distinguished organizers and eminent participants, dear friends. It is a special privilege to be invited to address a message to the 8th Parliament of World Religions, being held virtually this year for the first time, on the topic of opening our hearts to the world, compassion and inaction. The pandemic that has, as we all have experienced, and as we all admit, brought the international community to its knees over the last 18 months, has indeed taught us the paramount lesson of our interdependence and of the need of solidarity, shared responsibility, and common action. As we recently declared in a joint statement on the protection of creation that we signed with our brothers Pope Francis and Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, we realized that in facing this worldwide calamity, no one is safe until everyone is safe, that our actions really do affect one another, and that what we do today affects what happens tomorrow. However, If the pandemic has changed the world around us, it should above all effectively transform our hearts and our lives, awakening them from indifference and directing them toward compassion for the victims of the vicious cycle of poverty, discrimination, and marginalization, war, as well as every form of social and structural injustice. And it is vicious precisely because it is the fruit of vice, greed, and selfishness. The only way the cycle of sin can be corrected and reversed to a circle of life is through conversion or metanoia, which is the Greek word for repentance, that implies a radical change of mind, a real change of heart, and a practical change of behavior. This is the area where the world's religions have a vital and unique responsibility in the ministry of healing the injustices of society and the wounds of our planet. Religions are called to present an alternative model to what people often observe around them, avoid all expressions of morbid religiosity, such as fanaticism and fundamentalism, as well as all forms of racism and xenophobia. In the final analysis, religions must inspire a ministry of respect and reconciliation, which is sustained by genuine tolerance and reflects the mercy of God for the entire world, as it is properly highlighted in the encyclical of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, Creed 2016. The oil of faith must be used to soothe and heal our wounds, not to rekindle fires of hatred. In this regard, religions are called to play a prophetic role, leading the way of reconciliation and transformation, which requires commitment, courage, and conversion. Such a conversion of the heart is further strengthened through encounter and dialogue. This means that our aspiration for transformation is essentially a vision of connection and compassion, a way of acting in and as a community. Therefore, it is not only religions which are called to this task. Every organization of social and global, of financial and political character should be dedicated to the pursuit of justice and solidarity in order to advance the welfare of society and perform the work that is pleasing to God and beneficial to humanity. This is our common way of costly sacrifice, but it is also the way of profound sacredness. May God's grace be with all of us in the pursuit of this noble effort. Thank you for your kind attention.
A poem by Sri Chinmoy, his translation of his own Bengali. Sri Chinmoy said this poem expresses the spirit of Swami Vivekananda as he set out from India to America for the first World Parliament of Religions in 1893. Arise, awake, O friend of my dream. Arise, awake, O breath of my life. Arise, awake, O light of my eyes. O seer poet in me, do manifest yourself in me and through me. Arise, awake, O form of my meditation transcendental. Arise, awake, O bound divinity in humanity. Arise, awake, O my heart's liberator, Shiva, and free mankind from its ignorance sleep.
Greetings to the community of the Parliament of World Religions. My name is Terry Tempest Williams, and I come to you from the ancestral and traditional homelands of the Nuuk people, Ute, Mountain Ute, Ouray Ute, who live here still, and we honor them and these sacred lands. Finding beauty in a broken world is creating beauty in the world we find. And what I can tell you from the American Southwest is that we had a celebration and a ceremonial gathering of people from all over the Four Corners region honoring President Biden's decision to restore Bears Ears National Monument, the traditional grounds and healing spaces for the Diné, Navajo, Hopi, Zuni, Ute, Mountain Ute, and Ouray Ute people. It was a good day, and it felt like the beginning of reparations. Finding beauty in a broken world is creating beauty in the world we find. We've had a rough season this summer, early fall, in the American West, with over 7 million acres of fire burning these lands. Here in Utah, in the Red Rock Desert of the Colorado Plateau, we had temperatures up to 114 degrees. We are in the middle of a drought. And in these mountains, south to us, over 10,000 acres burned. It feels that in this pause that is now a place, it is a transformative place. The pandemic has shown all of us that this is a liminal moment, a transformative moment, both a reckoning and an awakening at once. I can tell you that I've taken to night walking where cooler temperatures prevail and one can walk with the stars, and I'm amazed at how our eyes pull color out of darkness. Light intensifies. We are not alone. Looking up into the constellations, I feel that they are the eyes of ancestors for all of us. Truly, the eyes of the future are looking back at us, and they are praying that we might see beyond our own time. What are we to make of this moment? What are we to make of this climate collapse? I do not think it is just an ecological crisis or a political crisis, but rather a spiritual one. And as the theologian Larry Rasmussen has said, can we love this earth enough to change? Can we love each other enough to change? I want to share with you just a short piece from something I wrote called A Burning Testament. A young friend, Bianca, asked me from Los Angeles at a moment when she was very scared, wondering what the future was, what these fires meant, and this smoke. We were all enveloped in smoke. And when she woke up that morning, the only thing she could think about was an obituary for the land. And she said, Terry, will you write one? A pre-pandemic me would have said, I can't. But the liminal me, in between these moments, these times of uncertainty and beauty, said, I will try. And here's an excerpt. We cannot breathe. This is our mantra in America now. We cannot breathe because of the smoke. We cannot breathe because of a virus that has entered our homes. We cannot breathe because of police brutality and too many black bodies and brown bodies dead on the streets. We cannot breathe because we are holding our breath for the people and places we love. I was asked to write an obituary for the land, but I realize I am writing an obituary for us, for the life we have lost and can never return to. And within this burning of Western lands, our innocence and denial is in flames. The obituary will be short. The time came and these humans died from the old ways of being. Good riddance. It was time. Their cause of death was the terminal disease of solipsism, whereby humans put themselves at the center of the universe. It was only about them. And in so doing, they had been dead to the world that is alive. To the power of these burning, illuminated Western lands that have shaped our character, inspired our souls, and restored our belief in what is beautiful and enduring, I will never write your obituary. Because even as you burn, you are throwing down seeds that will sprout and flower. Trees will grow and forests will rise again as living testaments to how one survives change. It is time to grieve and mourn the dead and believe in the power of renewal. If we do not embrace our grief, our sadness will come out sideways in unexpected forms of depression and violence. We must dare to find a proper ceremony to collectively honor the dead from the coronavirus as we approach over 4.5 million citizens globally lost. We must honor the lives engulfed in these Western fires and the lives we will continue to lose from the climate crisis at hand. Only then can we begin the work of restoration, respecting the generations to come as we clear a path toward cooling a warming planet. This will be our joy. Let this be a humble tribute, an exaltation, an homage, and an open-hearted eulogy to all we are losing, to fire, to floods, to hurricanes and tornadoes, and the invisible virus that has called us all home and brought us to our knees. We are not the only species that lives and loves and breathes on this miraculous planet we call Earth. May we remember this and raise a fistful of ash to all the lives lost that it holds. Grief is love. How can we hold this grief without holding each other close? To bear witness to this moment of undoing is to find the strength and spiritual will to meet the dark and smoldering landscapes where we live. We can cry. Our tears will fall like rain in the desert and wash off our skins of ash so our pores can breathe, so our bodies can breathe back the lives that we have taken for granted. The world is still so beautiful. I will mark my heart with an X made of ash that says the power to restore life resides here. The future of our species will be decided here. Not by facts, but by love and loss. Hand on my heart, I pledge allegiance to the only home I will ever know. May we pledge our allegiance to this beautiful, broken planet we call home. Deep gratitudes.
I send greetings from our lovely seat sanctuary in Dehradun to the Parliament of World Religions. We're joining to talk of compassion in action. My compassion in action has been saving seeds as the gifts of creation, as the gifts of our ancestors. In its seed is a history of a culture. One wild rice plant, Rhiza sativa, became the 200,000 rices, of which we saved 750 right here in Doon Valley. Another 1,500 in Orissa. Seeds that can tolerate salt during the cyclone, floods during the havoc of climate change, drought during extreme failure of rainfall. We are living through a COVID emergency, climate emergency, health emergency, economic emergency, hunger emergency. We live in an interconnected world, and we've been disconnected. We've been made to believe that we are separate from nature. We are her masters. We are her conquerors. And worse, we are the owners of seed. This has been my dedication for compassion and action. That seed is not an invention. It's not a machine. It's not intellectual property. It is the link between us and the earth. It is the link between us and our ancestors. It is a link between us and future generations. In the seed lies nutrition. We've been made to believe that we have to manipulate seeds, genetically engineer seeds, toxify seeds to grow more food. Nothing could be further from the truth. Compassion in action is seeing the truth of life around us, the truth of biodiversity, its abundance, as long as we serve nature. When we give a little bit back of her gifts, the little bit of the straw that the rice gives us, back to the soil, to feed soil organisms, we remember we are part of the earth. We are human because we are of humus. We are Adams because we are of Adamus. We are made of soil, and we have been made alienated. We are made of seed, and we have been turned into conquerors. Compassion in action in our times of climate havoc, it's just taking lives, of COVIDs and pandemics that's taking lives, of hunger that's killing 11 people per minute every day, every minute. This is compassion in action. A little bit of work to protect the seeds of love, the seeds of compassion, the seeds of abundance, the seeds of hope, the seeds of freedom. Even more importantly, let us create Edens everywhere. Let us create gardens of hope everywhere. Our compassion in action can address the multiple epidemics and crises we face. Our compassion in action through love and giving and care is more powerful than all the destructive forces of the earth. Let's join our hands, our hearts, our minds to create a revolution of compassion in action. I am with you in spirit, as are the seeds that surround me.
Hello, friends. I'm Phyllis Curott, Program Chair for this 2021 Parliament of the World's Religions, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, esteemed speakers, presenters, and participants, the trustees and the staff. Thank you. Thank you all for embodying the best of who we are when we open our hearts to one another and to the world. During this convening, from our diverse faith perspectives, we found common ground in confronting crucial issues, especially our greatest existential crisis, climate change, and the devastation of our planet. We have finally begun to speak truth to our own abuse of power. We've begun to acknowledge that our faiths, especially in the West, have contributed to our abuse of Mother Earth, our mistreatment of her as if she were devoid of divinity, and ours to dominate and exploit. We have spoken the words penance, atonement, and contrition, and we've committed ourselves to action. We have taken the first steps towards reconciliation, but we are still far from understanding what it means to live in harmony with the natural world. There is another perspective I would like to share with you as a Wiccan priestess, a witcha, rekindling the wisdom traditions of my Euro-Indigenous ancestors. At its heart are three essentials: the oneness of spirit and nature, our relationship with the natural world rooted in gratitude, respect, and reverence, and humbly attending to nature as our teacher. There is so much that we have forgotten, but we're blessed. The natural world is constantly revealing its wisdom for living in a sacred way, because the world itself is sacred. For 6 billion years, life has evolved, nourished and supported by Holy Mother Earth. And all living things have lived according to her wisdom. Only we humans have forgotten. And so the earth is dying. It's easy to despair. And even as this catastrophe accelerates, if we will pay attention, everything we need to fix what we have broken, to heal what we have wounded, to rediscover how we are meant to live is still all around us. It's also a part of us because we are part of nature, and our human nature is better in nature. We're less anxious and more altruistic. Our hearts open as we bear witness to beauty, to peace, to mystery. In the murmuration of starlings swirling in the autumn dusk, whales who sing to each other across the seas from which mists will lift in the morning and wrap around tops of ancient sequoia, who are exhaling the breath of life you are inhaling now. And 1,000 seeds will grow from one, nourished by the earth, all infinite embodiments that make the invisible visible. Open your heart to the world, and you will see the sacred. You will see the compassion of creation, expressed by the great and sacred organizing principle of Mother Earth. Biologist Janine Benrus calls it nature's secret, nature's magic. I call it nature's revelation. It is that life is constantly creating the conditions, healthy air, water, soil, temperatures, everything that makes the world more welcoming for all life. Let me say that again, more simply. Life is always making the world better for all life. This is the embodied spiritual wisdom, the green golden rule within the open heart of my faith tradition. And as has been wisely said throughout this convening, each of our faiths has a sense that there is a common source for all of creation, and that source is sacred. Now we must find the common sense that creation itself is sacred. Our future, the future of our family, of all living beings, the future of our Mother Earth depends upon it. So let us open our hearts to the world. Thank you.
Ore sari tofalo, ore sari tofalo. Beni anta o masi gbao. Beni anta o masi gbao. Òtítọ́ kù Ifá ni ó láyé. My friend, hasten to Ifá. If someone is deceiving you, do not accept. Truth is bitter. The future of the world belongs to Ifá. Opening our hearts and compassion, all these are very good things. And people and practitioners of all religions and all faiths have been practicing this since time immemorial. But we may have been practicing it the wrong way. Compassion and opening our hearts should not involve finding a way to convert other people by force or in a violent way to our own point of view or to our own belief. This has been the stock in trade of Islam and Christianity for more than 1,000 years. We need to put an end to this. We need probably to petition the UN to make a proclamation that all the religions of the world are valid, and one is not more valid than another. All the religions, those who have holy books and those which are enshrined in chants or recitations, they are all valid, and they are all part of the wealth that we all have that we can share among ourselves. We can share this by letting our fellow men and women know the good things in our own practices, in our own beliefs, and share all those things with our fellow men and women without the need for them to convert in a forceful way or a violent way to our own way of life. There is another opening of hearts that we have all neglected. That's what I want to emphasize. Opening our hearts to the world of animals, to the world of birds, insects, microorganisms, fishes, the world of trees, shrubs, grasses, the world of waters, oceans, lagoons, lakes, rivers, wetlands, the world of mountains, hills, the world of sands, soils, the world of non-humans. This is where we need now to focus our attention as people of faith so that we can help the entire world of humans to survive. The religion that I espouse, the religion of the Yorubas, which is no longer based on one continent in Africa, but which is now a property of the entire world. It's a religion that worships nature. Unless and until human beings have the greatest respect or even worship all this world of non-humans, our future and our survival is not going to be guaranteed. We need to do better, to find a way to make our peace with the world of non-humans, of which we are human beings are an intrinsic part. Thank you very much.
大家好，我叫央吉拉姆，我来自西藏。去圣山禅修闭关和创作心灵音乐，是我人生中最大的热情和最重要的事情。大地的呼吸这首歌是多年前我一个人在山里闭关的时候，我接收到很多大地母亲的讯息。大地母亲生病了，是我们人类过多的破坏这个地球而造成的，所以人类今天也生病了。我希望这首歌能够把大地母亲温暖的能量带给大家，期望全球的灾难能够平息，期望所有的众生能够离苦得乐。Om Mani Padme Hum
各位尊敬的宗教朋友们，大家平安，大家好。灵性超越了距离的阻隔，紧密地把我们连结在一起。世界宗教大会是我们凝聚与连结的时刻。时局越是艰困混乱，我们越要坚持信念，加强合作与交流，让枯竭的心灵得到滋润，而改变一切。今天的地球面临各种的迫在眉睫的危机，新冠肺炎肆虐全世界，许多人面临和挚爱分离的一种痛苦。气候变迁引发生态与环境的浩劫，保护地球的行动已刻不容缓。战争与冲突造成无辜者的伤亡与流离失所，整个世界因此惶恐不安。现在让我们虔诚的祈祷，宗教家扮演众神的使者，引领人类找到灵性的源头，回归生态最初的光明与纯净。让我们虔诚的祈祷，科学家成为时代的先知，提供完善的方法来珍惜地球，复原地球固有的生态能量。让我们虔诚的祈祷，祈愿人类迈向灵性的觉醒，生态和谐，以尊重的心连接众生与一切生命，回到我们共同的灵性根源，让所有的生命相依相存，互济共生，打造一个爱与和平的世界。从此刻起，更要付诸行动，包容多元，相依共存，重建地球与人类身心灵的完整连结，让我们的心回家，让一切重回正轨。祝福大会成功平安，谢谢，谢谢大家。
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Warm greetings to all. Every individual on this planet arrives with untold divine potential. This reflects the belief that God created humans in his own image, and of the 8.4 million life species on our mother planet, humans are the most evolved. Since they are divinely endowed with exceptional intelligence and reasoning power, they have a responsibility to exercise the very best choices in protecting the environment and its diversity of life. 6 scriptures inform us that foundation of dharma or faith is compassion, and that Mother Earth itself rests upon divine compassion in perfect equilibrium. To exploit and plunder its resources and gifts is akin to not respecting one's very own mother. The Earth's present suffering is not the fault of governments or individuals alone, but the state of spiritual poverty we have collectively slipped into by amassing and circulating the traits of selfishness, greed, arrogance, apathy, or neglect. What we need is an economy of virtues to trade and invest and grow the qualities of compassion, integrity, contentment, humility, courage, and love, the core qualities. These invisible yet vital resources will enable us to respond with the deep care and commitment which the environmental crisis now demands. Certainly then, we must sensitize ordinary individuals to make wiser consumer and lifestyle choices. But this does not absolve societies, institutions, and corporations who shape the policies, infrastructure, flow of resources, and dominant values by which populations tend to live. Behind all individual and corporate decision-making lies the human mind. To sensitize it to serve and protect the environment, a new relationship must be cultivated between secular and religious modes of explaining creation. Science helps us to understand the impact of our choices on climate change and to devise workable solutions. Yet some of the high impact activities of governments, such as nuclear testing on land and in oceans, remain unknown to the general public. Scientists alone, however, cannot generate the revolution of heart, which is now urgently needed. For this, the world's religious and spiritual traditions provide a repository of wisdom, which is still waiting to be fully harnessed. As Sikhs, all our symbols of empowerment point to a need for humans to courageously awaken from their spiritual slumber and to persevere to make a better world for Sarbat da Pala, the well-being of creation in its entirety. Compassion and contentment, we are taught, are the very qualities which underpin Dharma, the harmonic order of universe, and they must now underpin our intelligent responses to the environmental crisis. We know, for example, that global meat production has a very sizable impact on climate change. In a world where meat has become a leading fast food, both the Dharmic and Abrahamic faiths remind us to apply compassion in our habits of consumption. Scriptural traditions inform us to relate to nature and its creatures with reverence rather than as commodities. Such teachings on life's sacredness guide us to rethink and change our patterns of consumption for the good of all. To close, allow me to state inner change in consciousness must precede outer change. We must seek out timeless wisdom, nurture our minds with virtue, learn to lovingly control it, love unconditionally, stop blaming, condemning, and ridiculing, exercise compassion and forgiveness, practice benevolence and sacrifice, control the ego and embrace humility, harness the power of sharing, value identity and interdependence, commit to interfaith engagement, relinquish ownership and conserve for posterity, and the world around us will become transformed. Thank you.
My dear brothers and sisters, it's a great honor to address you, people who've come together because of a calling in the heart for human unity. The call for human unity goes back a long way. In the Upanishads is a mantra: the world is one family. In fact, that's over the parliament in India, that statement. And if you look at the iteration of the Golden Rule, it really is an affirmation of treating all lives as one wants to be treated. And you find some iteration of it in every single wisdom tradition and every religion. When Jesus said, treat your neighbor as yourself, neighborhood was relatively small. But today, neighborhood is a moral location. And I would say that the neighborhood is the entire planet. That spiritual admonition, guidance of seeing the human family as one, as a doorway to recognizing the sacredness of all life, of course. But that first step of seeing the unity of humanity is now not just a spiritual imperative, it is a practical necessity. 50 to 70% of our oxygen comes from the phytoplankton, which depends on the health of the oceans. And climate change is dramatically affecting the Gulf Stream and the very pH of the oceans, and thus our very lungs. Pandemics don't recognize borders. We can't live in a vaccine apartheid world. And nuclear weapons threaten every life on the planet. When the Golden Rule was first articulated in each of the faith traditions, the capacity of destroying the future didn't even exist. But today that practical reality is before us. And those of us who want to bring love into action are seeking traction to bring the information that we're receiving from our conscience in the heart into action. And I have a suggestion. Out of this exalted parliament should be a call to every institution that has a moral legitimacy, every faith institution and university, that they should at least follow the investment guidelines of a secular state, Norway, that took its benefit from the windfall of the oil in the North Sea into a pension fund that's now over $1.2 trillion in value. No investments in enterprises that violate human rights, such as child labor or slavery. No investments in enterprises that grossly violate the environment, so no fossil fuels. And no investments in enterprises that benefit from weapons of indiscriminate effect, landmines, cluster munitions, and nuclear weapons. So these three, ending poverty, protecting the climate, ending nuclear weapons, are together. The poverty of values is the most severe poverty we face today. And those of us in this exalted gathering are people who come together because of the values that have awakened in our hearts. And the highest value is the value of love. So we've made the journey from the head to the heart and found the importance of loving one another. We now have to bring it from the heart to the hand and bring it into action. It's my prayer that that same power that awakens our conscience, that causes us to have hearts of gratitude, give us the wisdom and the courage to accept the blessing and the faith that we can bring our love into action and love our neighbor as ourselves for this and future generations, for the glory of the gracious gift of our time together in life, and for the fulfillment of becoming fully human. May we become fully human and examples of that love that we feel so powerfully in each of our hearts. Thank you so much, and God bless those who helped bring this meeting together. Thank you, and God bless all of us and bring peace to our lives and to the wonderful web of life itself.
Distinguished participants to this unique virtual 8th Parliament of the world's religions, brothers and sisters of the world. I turned 90 in March, and I've personally witnessed the dramatic changes that have taken place on the planet over the last 70 years. Science and technology have indeed made extraordinary progress, and human beings are now ready to break into outer space and perhaps even begin permanent settlements on other planets in the next decade. It is a cruel irony, however, that despite this phenomenal progress, our own planet is now itself in danger due to human greed and exploitation. Climate change has brought us to a tipping point, and unless all the nations of the world really cooperate in controlling carbon gas emissions and taking other necessary measures, we may well be in for a major calamity by the end of the next decade. It is therefore fitting that the interfaith movement is working closely with the environmental movement. However, we must remember that the primary purpose of the interfaith movement and of the World Congress is to bring about a better understanding between different religious communities. We find that there are still many regions in the world which are plagued by interreligious conflicts, and there are organizations active around the world determined to create chaos and mayhem wherever possible. To confront these forces, it is essential for the interfaith movement to have a clear philosophical underpinning. There are many articulations of this, including the excellent statement issued for the 1993 Parliament held in Chicago, which I attended. It is in this context that I venture to place before this distinguished audience a set of 5 sutras, cryptic statements compressing a wealth of meaning, based essentially on the Vedantic philosophy, which between them give us a roadmap for addressing the multiple problems that humanity faces today. The first sutra, Isha Vasavidam Sarvam Yatkin Jagatyam Jagat, says that this entire cosmos, from the stately vaults of the galaxies to the frenetic rock and roll of subatomic particles, is inhabited by the same divine power. This represents the philosophic correlate to the unified field theory that scientists are seeking to explain all the multiple phenomena in the universe. Almost all religions believe in an overarching divinity that pervades the universe, which in the Hindu tradition is known as Brahma. Second sutra, Ishvara Sarvabhutanam Hriddeshe Tishtati, the Lord resides in the heart of all beings, holds that this pervasive divine power also resides in each one of us, known in Hinduism as the Atman. This is ultimately the golden thread that links the entire human race into what my third sutra, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is a family, expresses. It is only in our lifetimes that science and technology have given us instant communications, the internet, television, and a vast array of technological instruments which have unified the world as never before. However, these instruments have been used for aggression, terrorism, and interreligious conflicts. Until we realize that in the final analysis, planet Earth is a single living entity, and that calamities such as the COVID pandemic and climate change can never be controlled unless all countries, regardless of their location or ideology, work together in cooperation. The fourth sutra, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, the truth is one, the wise call it by many names, is the very foundation of the interfaith movement. The Hindu acceptance of multiple paths to the divine is, I would submit, a prerequisite for any meaningful interfaith dialogue. We can be totally committed to our particular religion, but unless we accept the fact that different religions offer differing paths to the divine, we will never attain a peaceful global society. In this context, we must adopt an individual inclusivist and not an exclusivist approach. The final sutra, Bahujana Sukhaya Bahujana Hitaya Cha, speaks of the welfare of the many, the happiness of the many. This means that apart from working for our own salvation, all of us in the interfaith movement must commit ourselves to help the less fortunate members of society to attain a decent standard of living. In this context, I would like to condemn in the strongest possible terms the despicable phenomenon of human trafficking, especially of children. I was shocked to learn recently that this is now a $100 billion a year business, which is quite astonishing. We must do whatever we can to confront this obnoxious practice. How can the welfare of the many be ensured if such reprehensible practices continue? Friends, if together we accept the 5 sutras that I place before you, we will begin to fulfill our responsibility as members of the interfaith movement and to move towards a peaceful and caring global society. Our beautiful blue planet, a speck of light against the unending vastnesses of outer space, has nurtured us up from the slime of the primeval ocean 2 billion years ago to where we are today. Let us not further defile it with our thoughtless exploitation of nature or our internecine conflicts in the name of the all-pervasive divine. Let us rather repay our debt to her, nurture her, heal her wounds, and behave as children should towards their mother. May the force be with you.
The prayers I'm going to recite for you today are in ancient Avestan language that are the oldest and foundational prayers in the Zoroastrian literature. They are offered today reflecting the theme of this virtual convening, opening our hearts to the world, compassion in action. Ashem Bahu, Vaishtamasti, Ushtasti, Ushtamai, Yadashai, Vaishtaya Hashem. Righteousness is the best good and it is happiness. Happiness is to him or her who's righteous for the sake of the best righteousness. The second prayer now. Yathahu Veryo, Yatharatush, Ashadachit Hacha, Vangeush Dasdamaningo, Shotranam, Angosh Mistai, Shatrim Chai, Ahurai, I am, Darikopyo, Daratwastarem. Leaders act according to his will, so the religious leader, due to his righteousness and other virtues associated with it. The gift of Bahumana, the good mind, is for those working with Aura Mazda in this world. He who acts as the protector and nourisher of the poor accepts the sovereign rule of Aura Mazda for the entire world. Yatha Zamyad, Yatha Ami, may it be as we wish.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين نبينا محمد وعلى جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين وبعد. الحضور الكرام والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي في البداية أن أهدي حضراتكم جميعا تحيات الأزهر الشريف وعلمائه، وفي مقدمتهم فضيلة الإمام الأكبر شيخ الأزهر الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد الطيب حفظه الله ومتعه بموفور الصحة والعافية، وتمنياته الصادقة لمؤتمرنا الكريم بتحقيق الغايات المنشودة. المتابعون الأكارم، إن العالم يعيش أزمة حقيقية تتمثل في غياب القيم الأخلاقية الحضارية التي حرصت عليها أديان السماء، والتي بها تستقيم الحياة ويتلاقى ويتعارفون. ولذا حرص عقلاء الأمم وحكماؤها على تأكيدها ونشرها بين الأمم والأفراد على السواء. وغياب هذه القيم ينذر بكارثة كبيرة بدت ملامحها في هذا العنف الذي تنوعت أشكاله، والذي وصل في بعض بقاع الأرض إلى إزهاق أرواح الأبرياء في نزاعات لا مبرر لها على الإطلاق، فضلا عن هذا الإرث الثقيل من الكراهية التي ملأت نفوس كثير من الناس زورا وبهتانا. ومما لا يخفى أن التواصل بين أتباع الأديان العالمية يقطع الطريق على أصحاب الفكر المنحرف والسلوك المعوج الذين يقودون البشرية بأفكارهم وممارساتهم إلى هلاك ودمار. وهذا التواصل والتلاقي تزداد أهميته بين الناس يوما بعد يوم، وبخاصة إذا تولى مسؤوليته أفراد أمناء ومؤسسات أمينة لها وزنها وظهر اعتدال منهجها. الحضور الكريم، لقد جاء الإسلام بجملة من المبادئ الأخلاقية والقيم الحضارية التي تنطلق من قيمة الرحمة وتدور حولها، ومن ذلك أنه لم يفرق بين بني الإنسان بسبب اللون أو الجنس أو اللسان، فهم جميعا من أصل واحد وأب واحد وأم واحدة. قال تعالى: يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء. ومنه أن نفس الإنسان مصونة معصومة، وأن قتل نفس واحدة كقتل الناس جميعا، وأن إحياء نفس واحدة كإحياء الناس جميعا. قال تعالى: من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا، ومن أحياها فكأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. وتعد قيمة الرحمة من أبرز القيم الدينية والحضارية والأخلاقية التي تعزز إنسانية الإنسان، وبها جاءت الأوامر الإلهية في الكتب السماوية. ونظرة إلى مادة الرحمة في القرآن الكريم، وهو كتاب الإسلام الأول، تؤكد أن قيمة الرحمة محور التشريع والتكليف، وأساس العبادة والمعاملة، وأصل الإيمان والممارسة. فالله هو الرحمن الرحيم، ورحمته وسعت كل شيء. وحين أدرك الأزهر الشريف بحسه الديني وواجبه الإنساني ودوره العالمي حاجة البشرية إلى هذا النور الذي يبدد ظلمات العنف والتطرف ويكشف الطيارات المنحرفة، استخرج من نور الوحي وثائق متعددة جاءت صورة تطبيقية عملية لقيمة الرحمة، فأكدت أهمية المواطنة والعيش المشترك، وأسست للأخوة الإنسانية. والأزهر الشريف يؤكد في وثائقه وبياناته وسائر أطروحاته أن الناس إخوة في الإنسانية وشركاء في الأوطان، وأنهم جميعا متساوون في الحقوق والواجبات، تجمعهم مواطنة لا إقصاء معها ولا تفرقة فيها، وإنما هي مواطنة تقوم على قبول التعدد واحترام التنوع، وتستلزم بالضرورة إدانة كل التصرفات التي يترتب عليها الازدراء والتهميش وما إلى ذلك من ممارسات يرفضها الإسلام وتأباها الأديان والأعراف. الحضور الكريم، إن الرحمة ليست مفهوما مجردا، وإنما هي قيمة قابلة للتطبيق، وقد فهم المصلحون معناها وعاشوها ممارسة عملية، فكانت الرحمة عندهم أسلوب حياة. وإن الدعوة إلى اتخاذ الأخلاق قيمة عملية تطبيقية يجيء في وقت تشتد فيه حاجة العالم إلى مبادرات حقيقية وجهد صادق وفاعل لكبح التطرف الديني والفكري، ولفتح الأجندات الممولة التي تهدد بضرب أسس العلاقات بين الأمم وتغذي نظريات صراع الحضارات وصدامها. ولذا فإننا نجدد الدعوة لقادة الأديان وللعقلاء في كل مكان أن يعيدوا اكتشاف قيمة الرحمة وأن يعملوا على تحويلها إلى واقع ملموس من خلال ممارسات تحمل للعالم السلام والعدل والخير. وفقكم الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I am Andrew Harvey, and in honor of sacred activism and in honor of the appalling suffering that is now erupting on every level all over the world, I am not going to mince my words. I'm going to speak to you nakedly and directly. It is time for all of us to recognize that we are now in an apocalyptic situation. The apocalypse isn't coming, it is here, and it is erupting in massive interlinked crises that seriously threaten the future of the human race and a great deal of nature. The most serious of these is, of course, the climate crisis. And I want to read to you something that David Ray said about the recent IPCC report from the UN, which was a dire warning. Dave Ray is the director of Enlightened Climate Change, and he said, and this is said to you and I as spiritual leaders, world leaders must have the findings of this report seared into their minds and take urgent action. This is not just another scientific report. This is hell and high water writ large. My friends, as spiritual leaders, I believe we are called now to do three things. The first thing that you and I believe, must do is stop in any way softening the agony and urgency and desperate danger of the situation that humanity is in. We must stop in any way offering false hope and false opium. We must stop ourselves pretending, and we must help the human race find through grace the power and the strength to be able to stand to see what must be seen if we have any hope in hell or heaven of getting through. That is the first thing. And I have to say that in my 30 years as a spiritual leader, I have been aghast and shocked by how few spiritual leaders are truly prepared to stand up and tell the truth to the people who so desperately need it. The second thing that I believe as spiritual leaders we must do, and I urge the conference to plunge deeply into this, is to face without illusion and without magical thinking and without pseudo-politeness just how dangerous religion itself has become at a time like this. For all the talk of interdisciplinary, interspiritual, you know what, the religions still have some secret fantasy of being unique and still cling to their dogmas. All of this is useless in a situation like this. The divine is asking us to step dramatically out of any of our separate boxes and unite in the sacred heart, unite in the burning, urgent, wild, holy, sacred heart, so that we can forever end the human story of separation and come into radical unity at the moment in which radical unity beyond any dogma or difference is the only possible place from which we can have a hope in hell or heaven of doing anything real. The third thing that I beg you in this conference to address with the deepest passion that you're capable of and the deepest truth and the deepest intensity of purpose is the absolute necessity of saying to the people who listen to you as they listen to me, prayer and meditation and chanting and deep learning of the mystical traditions are not enough. They are foundational, they are essential, but they are not enough because they have to be the ways we access the courage and the power and the passion and the stamina and the peace and the trust and the faith to be able to stand up together in sacredly inspired action, urgent, sacredly inspired action. We can no longer give any kind of message to the human race that we can simply meditate or pray or chant this appalling apocalyptic crisis away. We have to say to everyone who will listen that while the divine is with us and in us, what the divine is demanding of us is that we plunge deeply into practice to give us the courage to stand up for justice and balance and harmony in every realm of the world, not just through our words, but through our loving, non-violent, but urgent actions. Sacred activism isn't just one more beautiful dish on the smorgasbord of possibilities. Sacred activism is the only way forward. We must go deep into our essential natures and go far out with the courage and inspiration we find in those essential natures to heal the planet. And we must do it now because time is running out. Thank you.
As we come to the close of this unique 8th convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions, we focus on the future and on our common commitment to peace and to justice and to sustainability. We live in a time when humans have become a force of geological proportions, and therein lies great opportunity and great responsibility. The visual statement, which we are all about to see, will be open on our website for anyone and everyone to download. Literally, hundreds of us have helped shape it. It is not really a presentation, but an invitation to see the world as it is, to discern what is right, and to act. There is no narration. Its images and its words speak for themselves. If they speak to you, then you must become the voice of the statement in loving conversation with others. We hope our visual statement will open the door to engagement and to action to shape a better world, truly inspired by our deepest beliefs.
and me, we came to drive and shine our light forward. Forget about the differences, remember what we share. We all have a common home, our planet needs our care. Bring love again to Mother Earth, let's have love be our prayer. 'Cause we are one big family of different birds sitting on the same old tree. You and me, we came to drive and shine our light forward. Every day is a precious gift, but do you really care? You mostly have enough each day, but still you're not aware. To tune back into gratitude, 'cause love is everywhere. 'Cause we are one community of different birds singing on the same oak tree. You and me, we came to try and shine our light. Oh, to shine our light for thee.
Hello, my friends. Tech hiccups and all, I want to thank you for making the 8th Parliament of the World's Religions and the first ever virtual parliament a resounding success. I want to thank all of our presenters and speakers throughout this event who filled this virtual convention center with their wisdom. I'd like to also thank all of our sponsors and exhibitors, especially our platinum sponsors, Fetzer Institute, Charter for Compassion, Lawyers for Love, UNICEF, Unity, and Spirituality and Health. I would also like to thank our circle of patrons. The Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation, founded by Dharma Master Chang Yen. The Circle of Friends for VRG Vision. The Guru Nanak Sikh Interfaith Committee. And Bhai Sahib Mohinder Singh Ahluwalia, OBE KSG. The chair/patron of the Nishkam group of faith-based charitable organizations. I want to thank my incredible hardworking staff, Miriam Kazada, Emma Carr, Joshua Bassifin, Caleb Nyquist, and Jesse Smith. Our global ethic aficionado, Miriam Renaud. I also want to thank our supportive board of trustees who were key to the success of this event and supported and trusted in my little idea of bringing the Parliament online at a time where we really needed to get together and we couldn't do it in person. I'd especially like to thank the chair of our board, Nitin Ajmera, and our program chair, Phyllis Kurat. In 1893, at the close of the first Parliament, President Charles Bonney said, and I quote, "The influence which this Congress of the Religions of the World will exert on the peace and the prosperity of the world is beyond the power of human language to describe. For this influence, borne by those who have attended the sessions of the Parliament of Religions to all parts of the earth, will affect in some important degree all races of men, all forms of religion, and even all governments and social institutions. Therefore, I want to thank all of you who attended. You are the Parliament of the World's Religions, and it is you who can go out and make this world a better place. Let this first virtual Parliament spread its influence both on and offline. Go out to the world spreading your light of love and peace for all the beings of this planet." So now we close the 8th Parliament of the World's Religions, but now without hearing from our chair, Nitin Ajmera, who has a special announcement you are not going to want to miss. Thank you.
Jai Janine, I bow down to the Lord in all of you. And I would like to remain in this bowed position, for we had not expected such an overwhelming response to our digital parliament. Few of us thought that after 1.5 years of living our lives and interacting with each other through Zoom, Team, Facebook, Instagram, Twitters, WhatsApp, and other social and digital platforms, that we will receive a very lukewarm response to our effort to bring together and continue to champion our cause of universalism, brotherhood, and a global fraternity. But we were proven wrong. We have more than 4,000 registrations, not individuals, but possible families and groups, and continue to grow as our programming is available for 30 days for all of you to view. More than 550 sessions and 5 plenary sessions have created a space for further development of ideas and resolutions to our common problems. And we could not have done it without Phyllis Kurat, our chair of programming committee, and her team members, and the countless hours of coordination with Stephen Avino, our chief operating officer and acting executive director, who you just heard from, and the team of our parliament staff. The uniqueness of this convention is also the fact that we could get to your homes through our regional programming dedicated to South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa. I thank Reverend Barry Bear, Deborah Bodo, Dhamadipa Sak, Naeem Beg, Swami Ishatamanda, Dolly Dastoor, Manohar Grewal, and Kehkashan Basu to put together a rich experience that was localized in its approach, but it brought a very universal in its message. Trust me, gentlemen and ladies, we wanted to bring Latin America and Europe too. But as they all say, there's always a next time. And well, I would like to thank many, and I know it will not be justified to take a few names and miss others. A special call out has to go to all of you, whether you were the trustee emeritus, past chairs, past board members, current trustees, management, staff, volunteers, leaders, representatives of religious faith, speakers from all continents, members, those who are not members, my circle of patrons, and everyone who came to the parliament since 1993, and those who came for the first time in this virtual parliament. The teachers, the kids, the musicians, the technicians, the technologists, the sponsors, the donors, and everyone who made this parliament a huge success. We could not have done it without all of you. And for those who believe in our mission, but have passed away since the Toronto session, we know you're watching from the heavens above, and we thank you for your continued support. But what really makes this convention unique is your nimble fingers and our technology partners, Excel Events and Jeremy Fackenthal, who put all these videos together. The portal provided us to see the main stage, the breakouts, the workshops, the expo, and while you could interact with each other in networking lounges and on one-on-one, you gave this technology a life by giving your feedback and comments. Yes, live feedback, talking about your connective issues, and by resolving them by telling each other to use Chrome or restart or reload. Oh boy, you all made this parliament a great success. The media will not cover us because hopefully nothing went wrong. We will cover ourselves through our social media presence and write about all of this to everybody. I want to thank all of you, and please thank your fingers for giving us a feedback that we would have never gotten otherwise. I came to the Melbourne Parliament for the first time, and those memories have a special place in my heart. Issues of a dogmatic approach to spiritualism continue to exist, and we continue to work on programming and efforts towards global ethics, next generation, peace and justice, climate action, and women and gender inequality, indigenous voices, while new work areas of chaplaincy and spiritual intelligence in workplace are emerging. As we author our statement in this convention that you just heard from David, we stand by and strongly support to stop the age of Anthropocene and want to continue to work towards opening our skies to see Himalayas from the rooftops of Jalandhar, a town 250 kilometers away from the foothills of the Himalayas. So friends, we cannot rest, for our work is not done yet. And if we do not finish it in our lifetime, we need to create a team that continues to carry forward the torch of love, fraternity, global peace, economic stability, intragenerational respect, justice, and seat for all at the table. In one of the lectures, it said that 84% of us are religious or spiritual in nature. And we need to bring forward our richness of our diversity with our differences. I call upon all of you to not to be shy and declare your religious orientations and allow for dialogues to happen so we explain our perspectives. So to continue and to establish the work forward on all our agendas, and on behalf of the board of the trustees of the Parliament of the World's Religions, with Dolly Dastoor as my co-chair, Safet as my treasurer, Charlene Manuel as our secretary and chair of the Global Ethics Committee, Kusumita Pedersen as our chair of Development Committee, Manohar Grewal as chair of the Communications Committee, Phyllis Kurat, our chair of Programming and Women's Task Force, David Hales, our chair of the Governance Committee and Climate Action Task Force, Bruce Knott, chair of the HR Committee and Peace and Justice Task Force, Kehkashan Basu, chair of our Next Generation Task Force, Michael Terrian, chair of our Nomination Committee, Carl Murrell, Scott Stearman, Swami Ishatamanda, Dhama Deepasak, Deborah Bojo, James Ling, John Pawlikowski, Naeem Beg, Thomas Lemberg, and Michael Belinsky, my other fellow trustees, Stephen Avino, our Chief Operating Officer and Acting Executive Director, Joshua Basofin, Miriam Caseda, Emma Carr, Jesse Smith, Miriam Renaud, Caleb Nyquist, and Michael Trice. Yes, I did not forget him. My friend and chair of Site Selection Committee, I hereby declare and invite all of you in August of 2023 to the banks of Lake Michigan, to the beautiful expanse of the McCormick Center, the city that is a birthplace of interfaith religious dialogue, and to no other city but the city of Chicago, to a 9th, yes, you heard it, a 9th convention. We will be celebrating 130 years of the 1893 gathering and also the revival of the modern day Parliament in 1993. We want to see you all there to make it a success. So please, more will follow as we plan, but please block your calendars for August of 2023 to be in Chicago. And now to our special guest, none other but the mayor of Chicago, Miss Lori Lightfoot. Yes, she's our guest of honor, and we work very closely with her departments to make Chicago 2023 a great success. Please welcome her as she speaks in the 8th convention and invites you to the 9th convention. And before I go, one more time, a big thank you, dhanyavad, shukriya. This moment is a blessing in my life, and I ask for forgiveness if I knowingly or unknowingly hurt any of you through thoughts, action, or speech. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again in August of 2023. Jai Jinendra and Michami Dukram. Over to Miss Lori Lightfoot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and I want to first thank the Parliament trustees and staff for inviting me to speak at the 2021 Parliament of World's Religions. I have the honor of addressing you as the mayor of the city that holds a unique distinction, being the birthplace of the modern interfaith movement. Chicago was a host of the 1893 World's Parliament of Religions and has served as a home to faith and spiritual communities from around the world. And on top of that, in 1993, the global interfaith movement celebrated 100 years of its history in Chicago. In other words, communities of faith from diverse religious and spiritual traditions have been integral parts of the fabric of this great city. And we have been committed to serving as agents of change for justice, peace, and sustainability. And in 2023, Chicago is reaffirming its commitment to its history as the birthplace of the global interfaith movement, and will continue working to cultivate harmony among the world's religious and spiritual communities to address the critical issues of our time. 2023 will also mark the 9th global convening of the Parliament, which will acknowledge the 130th anniversary of the historic first Parliament in 1893 and the 30th anniversary of the 1993 Parliament. It will be my pleasure to welcome the Parliament, the interfaith movement, and all people from around the world to our historic city in 2023. But until then, enjoy this year's event and please continue to be safe.
He brought me this far. Don't believe he brought me this far. Don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. I don't feel no waste time. Come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me the road would be easy, and I don't believe he brought me this far. I don't believe he brought me this far. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. I feel little no is tired, little no is tired, little no is tired, little no is tired. Little no is tired, little no is tired, little no is tired. I just can't give up now. I've come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me the road would be easy, and I believe he brought me this far. I don't believe he brought me this far. I don't believe, Lord, that you will come to leave me. I don't feel no way. Little no is tired. Little no is tired. Little no is tired. I don't feel no way tired, God. Little no is tired. I know you know I'm tired. Little no is tired. Little no is tired. Don't believe you brought me this far. Oh, I don't believe you brought me this far. Don't believe you'll leave me, oh God. I know you won't leave me, oh God. I can't believe you don't leave me, oh God. 'Cause I know you're my help, God. Oh no, it's always tired. I'm in the way tired, Lord. I know you won't leave me, oh God. No, it's tired. You make my love come down. Don't believe he brought me. I know you won't leave me, God. Don't believe he brought me. You bring me this far, God. Don't believe he brought me this far. Believe me.
Hi, I'm Emma, the Development Associate of the Parliament. Thank you for tuning in to our marathon celebration and fundraiser today, the 2021 Parliament live premiere, a Giving Tuesday broadcast. Today is an important day for nonprofit organizations like ours. A third of the community support that builds the capacity for our work is received between today and the end of the year. We rely on the generosity of our community and the strong support of everyone who attends Parliament convenings, opens our newsletters, talks about the Parliament, makes donations, and more are what has kept the Parliament going. You all make the interfaith movement what it is today. We're looking forward to the 2023 Parliament convening, which will celebrate the Parliament's and the interfaith movement's roots in Chicago. By becoming a member of the Parliament today, your annual donations will support all the hard work that will get us there. If you become a member by the end of 2021 at the Friends, Sustaining, or Cornerstone level, you'll also receive a discount to the 2023 Chicago Parliament. Parliament members are crucial to the vitality of our organization, as is every one of you who makes a donation of whatever you can give, shares our posts, reads our newsletters, shares your gifts of wisdom and time, and so much more. Whether you're able to make a donation or become a member today or not, you can also leave your legacy for the future by planning future gifts through bequests, life income gifts, and other planned giving methods. You can explore the many ways of supporting the Parliament at www.parliamentofreligions.org/give. We welcome and need your financial support to make all our work happen, specifically to support our ongoing operations. You can donate here on this platform, on our website, by mailing a check to 70 East Lake Street, Suite 230, Chicago, Illinois, 60601, or by calling me to donate over the phone, or talk about any questions or thoughts about how you would like to donate at 312-971-3180. Thank you again for tuning in to the 2021 Parliament live premiere, a Giving Tuesday broadcast, and for all you do to cultivate interfaith harmony and make the world a more peaceful, just, and sustainable home. Thank you.